like to start out with?
Let's see if it is. Wow.
Great.
There we go. So we're here today. We call this a commission prioritization session, but we're planning to advance the strategic plan and get some feedback from all of you today. So staff is here. We're going to be listening, taking notes, finding out what your priorities are for the next year plus. These are developed annually to address the most pressing community needs. Okay, so you think it works now? So just from a governance perspective, we know that the City Commission sets our priorities and policies, a policy setting group, where staff, our job is to get us from point A to point B. So you tell us what point B is, and we put the operational plans together and make the recommendations for funding to get us there. Okay, next one. So today, we're going to identify those priorities. Notice that the time on our agenda is more than what our typical annual prioritization workshop is. The reason for that is, in addition to talking about priorities, we're hoping to get some feedback from all of you on some important issues that we'll talk about. The other thing we're going to do is provide, we call it a landscape review, just so everyone understands what our current situation is as far as population, demographics, changes in demographics. So we're all on the same page as it relates to those. So today you give us, like I said, we listen. We bring back to you priorities through the budget development process. In July, we present a proposed budget. September, proposed hearings, and then October, we start the process all over again. So a reminder about what is in our strategic plan as far as what those are: safe community, housing options, sustainable and resilient community, transportation, beautiful and welcoming community, and diverse and attractive economy. So that's what is in our longer term strategic plan. And with that,
we have a little video that we want to share with you.
Highlight what we've been doing over the past year.
The city of Fort Lauderdale. It's the city you never want to leave.
It's a city that builds communities. These aren't just catchphrases, they're words we live by.
It's the vision of who we are now and where we want to be in the future.
The city's vision plan was originally adopted in 2013. It was developed by the community for the community. It's what our neighbors said they want Fort Lauderdale to look like in 2035.
It's aspirational and paints
A dynamic picture of the thriving community we all want to live, work, and play in. This plan established that we must be connected, ready, community, here, prosperous, and united to become the city you never want to leave. The city's recently adopted 5-year strategic plan connects the community's long-term vision with its day-to-day operations and outlines 5 specific focus areas: public safety, housing, infrastructure, public places, and business growth and support. Within each of these areas of focus, the city has outlined 6 goals to achieve by 2029. 1. Build a safe community that is proactive and responsive to threats. 2. Enable housing options for all income levels. 3. Be a sustainable and resilient community. 4. Facilitate an efficient multimodal transportation network. 5. Build a beautiful and welcoming community. 6. Build a diverse and attractive economy. As we work toward each of these goals, the city is guided by the principles of customer service, fiscal responsibility, innovation, the wise use of technology, and inclusivity. Each year, the City Commission develops its priorities, which are work plans that align with the city's strategic plan and advance the strategic plan in targeted 1-year increments. This process starts in January with a priority setting workshop. Then, from March through June, staff works to fund the commission priorities through the budget development process. The proposed budget is presented to the commission in July. The city conducts public hearings and adopts the budget in September. In October, we can start implementing plans to make those priorities a reality. Commission priorities are the product of collaboration and prioritization by the City Commission to highlight areas of significant importance. The Commission priorities ensure the city is nimble and prompt to respond to an ever-changing environment. As we move toward these goals, accountability is paramount. Here are some key accomplishments made over the last year on previous Commission priorities. Public safety. The city is making innovative investments in public safety. A new school zone speed enforcement program will protect students traveling to and from school, while a police recruitment office will help attract and retain top talent. With 2 grants, the city is hiring 6 new police officers and a civilian clinician, launching a mental health co-responder program. Also, the $11.3 million SAFER grant funds 28 new firefighter positions. Homeless initiatives. The city is tackling homelessness with a collaborative approach, including a police outreach team, community court, and emergency shelter beds. In fiscal year 24, Community Court served over 1,500 people. The city also launched the Fix It FTL Act to address new state laws banning public camping. Affordable housing and economic development. The city is expanding affordable housing by funding the acquisition of duplexes for conversion to affordable housing and completing 10 rehab projects, helping low-income homeowners stay in their homes safely. Fort Lauderdale also attracted key productions like Bad Boys Ride or Die and Love and Hip Hop in commercials like Volkswagen and Puma, while advancing plans for a state-of-the-art content creation studio. To boost the economy, the Community Redevelopment Agency provided over $17 million in business incentives and forgivable loans last year, with $19 million allocated for targeted investments this year. Transportation and traffic. The city completed a sidewalk analysis to guide future projects, improving mobility and connectivity for a more pedestrian-friendly Fort Lauderdale. In fiscal year 25, over $2 million is allocated to enhance the micro-transit program, offering free transportation in key areas for residents and visitors. Infrastructure and resilience. The city has made major progress in infrastructure improvements, including ongoing work on the Prospect Lake Clean Water Center, set to finish by fall 2026. Stormwater upgrades are underway in 8 neighborhoods as part of the Fortifying Lauderdale program to combat chronic flooding. Over $1 billion is allocated for new and ongoing capital projects over the next 5 years. Public places and community initiatives. The city opened DC Alexander Park, transforming a parking lot into a vibrant public space by Fort Lauderdale Beach. The Parks Bond program will enhance over 90 parks while work progresses on the International Swimming Hall of Fame. Community outreach has also shaped how we will approach plans for a new city hall. Now, the City Commission will set the strategic priorities for fiscal year 2026. With your input, together, we are the city you never want to leave. Together, we are FTL.
nothing left to do.
Break for lunch.
So that's a very reassuring video, but I know we have so many other things on our list of things to do. Let me just say this, let this format today be very relaxed and informal. It's an opportunity to exchange ideas. There's no structure. We want to be able to just have not a free-for-all, but an open and honest discussion about where we think our shortcomings are, where are the opportunities that are in front of us, which there are many. So in the past, what we've done is we've gone from commissioner to commissioner and asked each one of them, where they feel the priorities of the city should be and how we should go about approaching them. So should we do that again?
So there will be an opportunity. We'd like to do a few presentations just to give you some information that we think will be helpful in those discussions. Like I said, to make sure we're all on the same page, and also give you some progress updates on a couple just key things that we thought you'd want to hear about. So yes.
If I may interject.
Yes.
So beginning where we do the landscape review, similar to last year when we're talking about maybe tourism, if you have comments on that, please chime in, and we're going to be documenting that as we move along throughout the full day, and then at the end there'll be special time dedicated for that around the room that the mayor's been speaking about.
I just see a lot of red here. I see a lot of red here in the landscape.
You're looking ahead.
So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. My name is Erica Johnson. I am the Structural Innovation Manager in the Office of Management and Budget. I'm going to be helping to facilitate today. As you can see from the agenda, we have quite a few things to talk about, so I might nudge you along, but I want to make sure you guys have all of the time that you need to talk. But I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to say what they need to say today, and make sure we have a productive discussion. Just a few administrative things as we move through. In front of you, you have a resource guide. This has all of the information that the presentations have, if not a little bit more detailed information. Feel free to take notes in here. In fact, on page 30, we have more space for notes if you want to jot ideas down. For those of you visiting from the public, we have a few QR codes where you can easily scan and access both the presentation and this resource guide if you want to follow along digitally. So with that, we're going to start talking about some of the progress, even more than that video covered. Here are the fiscal year 2025 priorities that you set last year. Although we've been working on them, they officially went into effect on October 1, so these are still ongoing. As you can see, there are 6 here, but we're going to dive into just 3 really briefly and give you a little bit more insight on where we're at with these. So first, I'm going to throw it over to Dr. Gassman to talk about our infrastructure and resilience efforts.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Nancy Gassman. I'm the Deputy Director and Chief Resilience Officer for Public Works. And we're going to dive in a little bit to some of these major initiatives related to infrastructure and resilience. Early on, the mayor had mentioned the pace of the infrastructure improvements that the city has taken on, and we are literally doing $1 billion plus of infrastructure improvements. But I think it's important as we look at the present to understand that for every one of these major initiatives, we have made substantial progress, but there are more things to move forward and do. Relative to the water treatment and distribution, the core activity really has been the Prospect Lake Clean Water Center and the enabling works. We've made a huge amount of progress. I understand Commissioner Sorensen recently visited there and has had a chance to see the scope of the work that's going on relative to the water treatment plant. In terms of wastewater collection and treatment, we have been making significant progress on addressing our consent order projects, improving our force mains, making major improvements at the treatment plant, and we have a major initiative related to inflow and infiltration to try to reduce the amount of water that is coming into that system that is not wastewater, it's groundwater and surface water. Relative to roads, sidewalks, and bridges, our challenge there has consistently been a lack of funding to provide the level of maintenance that the community demands to see those improvements related not just to potholes, but repaving a variety of roads, and we'll get into those kinds of costs a little bit later on in the conversation. Sidewalks, you'll be getting a major presentation tomorrow from Milos at Transportation and Mobility. But sidewalks continues to be a challenge. We aren't able to provide the level of maintenance to the existing sidewalks that we have, let alone fill all the gaps. And bridges, we have 53 bridges that are city-owned. We are not able to keep pace with the amount of improvements that are needed for those bridges, usually providing improvements to 1 or 2 bridges per year. And at that rate, it's going to take us over 25 years to address all of our city-owned bridges. And many of them are in a state where they're not providing the function that they originally intended to. So funding related to bridges is a critical issue. On the waterways, there's been a lot of work that's been done over the last few years. We've got 13 different sites that are being monitored weekly for bacteria concerns. The city manager's office is in the process of hiring a new chief waterway officer to help guide policy and help provide more focus on what many call the lifeblood of the city, which are 165 miles of waterway.
Quick, so can we just interject as we're
Yeah.
going through these now, or is that, okay. So, thank you, question on the waterways. So, I think right now through Miami Waterkeepers, we're testing like 10 sites, is that?
Miami Waterkeeper is actually testing 11 sites in the
11.
city, and the city has picked up 2 additional sites that are also being reported through SWMCA.
Okay, so I'm definitely interested in increasing the number of sites we're testing across the
I don't
city.
think those are static. I think that
Sorry?
they're not static sites. In other words, there's a certain number of sites we've done one year and then we switch, we do other sites. That's been our practice so far. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the first year, 2 years, we had a contract that we focused on 10 major sites. At the end of that 2-year contract, we took another look and said, where are the sites that we should really be focusing on, because the data that's being collected is really intended for recreational users. And so we shifted a number of those sites to try to focus on locations which were more highly populated with recreational users, to make sure that where people were recreating was where that kind of information would get generated.
So the 13 that you identified today, are they mostly recreational oriented?
They are.
Okay. And so to increase them, I mean, certainly increase the number. The question is to identify the ones first where the priorities are. So your point is well taken that we need to continue. But as Dr. Gassman said, you know, the first 10 are not the current 13. So we keep moving around the city to see where the hotspots are. So we can definitely continue that program.
Yeah, so do we, I mean, in your view, is the 11, I think you said, or is that covering the main areas right now? Do we need to increase, or are we good?
Yeah, so the city has designated water sport activity areas, and we have sites, monitoring sites in every one of those locations.
Okay.
The additional sites, we've targeted some of the major entryways to our waterways, marinas, and areas where we know people are entering the water for recreation. In addition, we added the Middle River area because we did not have any sites in those locations. And so we've really tried to distribute those locations, the monitoring sites, so that we're covering the vast majority of the city where the core recreational activities are.
Okay, so you don't think we need more then, which is fine if you.
Yeah, I don't necessarily
we're
think we
Okay.
need more.
Great. Do signage when we have elevated levels, and so we obviously are limited with where we can put signage on public property and so forth. What are the options to increase signage? One of the things I've heard in the community is in the water signage, or ways to kind of better warn folks.
So I think that's really challenging. When we first introduced this program, we had a conversation with all the commissioners talking about how they wanted to respond to waterway values of bacteria that might not meet the standard. And the core make sure that the public had an awareness as opposed to trying to put out signage every time we had an impact. Currently, about 40% of the time, we are not meeting the what is called the beach standard for bacteria. More often, we are meeting the required standard from Florida Department of Environmental Protection for our inland waterways. So I've heard a lot of conversation about why aren't we putting up signage. There are locations where the signage would have to be nearly permanent. And the question again is who's using those waterways, and do we need to go beyond the swim guide, which is real-time data that's being posted as soon as the data is available. We've already provided signage at every one of the monitoring sites that tell people if you're entering the water here, go to this location on the web, there's QR codes, so that you can see the latest data. And I think the question becomes, is there something that we want to go beyond that? The caution that I would have for the commission is that the city of Fort Lauderdale is leading in this area in terms of providing monitoring of our recreational waterways. And one of the things that I've heard back from the community is, oh, the water quality is bad in Fort Lauderdale, we're going to go to Pompano. Do you know how much monitoring Pompano does?
No.
0. So they're going from a known water quality to an unknown water quality, assuming that it's better, which it may not be. So I think we have to be very careful about how we approach the idea of signage when we're providing more information than the surrounding communities. And I don't think we want to be driving people out of our community, but I think we want to make sure that they have an understanding of the water quality on any given day.
So that's one aspect of this issue. We'll get into the other aspect, which is how do we clean our waterways? You know, what initiatives can we take as a city to work with boaters, to work with other sources of pollution, such as identified outfalls throughout the system? You know, what are we doing to prevent further pollution? Not just identifying where there might be clean water or not so clean water, but that's a really big issue, and it's probably deserves a meeting all unto itself. But I'm hearing from the boating community that the biggest source of pollution in our waterways is other boaters. So we really have to talk about that too.
And that being said, I'd like to see us wrap around a discussion of ordinances about liveaboards, because I get that a lot from my district in terms of what you just said, in terms of other voters, and I think we have to have that discussion about what we're looking at with the ordinances and what neighborhoods and what is it we can do about the liveaboards. What's the status of the Chief Waterways Officer search? It's been going, I think we posted that a long time ago.
Yeah, we did. So we didn't have a good response when it came to the initial advertisement. So we redrafted the job posting, put it back out there. We had a much better response. We also talked to different organizations, the universities, and tried to give them a heads up that was a position we were looking to fill. So we just gave the names to HR for the ones that we want to see interviewed. I think we've got like 5 or 6 names out of a total of maybe 29 candidates. So if those 5 or 6 don't work out, we have others that we can move on to. But we're setting up interviews now.
They all local?
Yeah. No? Most of them are local.
Most of them.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a more when I've talked with Miami Waterkeepers about this, a more targeted like source tracing component to testing that would be helpful, or?
So I think the challenge is the data that you're putting out to the public versus what you learn from trying to do source tracing. So let's say we do source tracing at George English Park, and it comes back that most of the bacteria in the area is either human or it's canine.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question is, how do you address that? Because if you continue to have high levels and it's all based on canine, how do you start to interpret the health risk And how do you go about resolving the issue of where that's coming from? Let's say it comes back as birds. We want birds in our community. What do you do to try to reduce the bacteria level from birds? Or how do you communicate to the public that don't worry about the bacteria levels in George English Park, it's bird poop, it's not human sewage.
Like ducks.
Ducks, any of the waterfowl, pelicans, and iguanas. Iguanas is another issue. So do you make the decision that, okay, in one of the parks you have a lot of iguanas and you think they're contributing? At that point, when you determine the high levels in this area are iguana, what action do you take to address that issue? So the challenge with sourcing is that you need to figure out what action you can potentially take once you get that information. And in a lot of cases, there is no action that you can take. So it's a very expensive test, and in many areas, it's not going to tell us something that's going to be helpful to necessarily reduce the bacteria levels.
Yeah, well, I mean, I actually think it is helpful because if it is animal, that's helpful for us to communicate to the public that this is the source. If it's human, then we're digging into, it's an acronym, infiltration. I knew there was something there. So I think that, and completely agree, hey, maybe we're limited in what we can do with that, but I think it's helpful to understand the sources. Is that fair?
That's what I'm saying. Not just identifying the level of pollution, but also where it's coming from.
Yeah.
So whether it be animal, whether it be outfall, whether it be odors, that's the major task, and that's not an easy task. So.
And I don't imagine we would do that with the same frequency that we do the month or the weekly testing. It would be
it's a one-time.
Right, a one-time kind of, and let's look at what the data is and then kind of go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Do you like that idea?
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Well, here's my question. So animal waste is infectious waste, just as human waste is infectious waste. So what's the difference? If it comes from an iguana or if it comes from Bob down the street, how does it make a difference to somebody that's going to be swimming in the waterway? And what am I, as somebody who sees a sign saying we have waste in the water, going to do with that? Am I going to go and pull up my phone and say, well, it's iguana waste, and now I'm going to go to another website and say, what does the CDC say about iguana waste? I don't know the usefulness of this. To Dr. Gassman's point, it has to be actionable for it to be meaningful. And if we're putting out stuff that's not actionable for people, why are we doing it?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Kamish. And what I'd say is, for example, if it's human waste, then there's possibly an indication that we have I&I in the area. And that's an opportunity that maybe we need to reevaluate piping there, right? If it's not human and it's animal, okay, different scenario, and maybe there's something to action there, or maybe not. So that's where I think there could be helpful differentiation.
I think understanding versus publishing is different. So if we're going to promulgate this information out there, to what purpose? If we want to know it so that we can investigate it, that's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
For us to develop an action plan, maybe might be useful, but I don't know that disseminating information that is not meaningful to the public is helpful.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So I completely agree with you on doing the sourcing. So it sounds like you like that idea of identifying where it is, and then maybe we evaluate what that means and what we can possibly do with it. I think it's great. That makes sense. Thank you. Great.
So moving on from waterways to stormwater management, this has certainly been a focus of the commission over the last at least 5 years. And we've made significant strides in our initial phase 1 of our stormwater master plan. Edgewood, River Oaks, Dorsey River Bend are significantly complete. We are moving forward with Progresso and Southeast Isles, and Victoria Park. So the work continues to move those different programs up in our timeline. And since we started our phase 2 of the Stormwater Master Plan, Commission gave us direction to move forward with 17 neighborhoods. As we've moved forward with the conceptual design, we're now encompassing 25 different HOAs in those improvements, and we're moving very quickly forward to get those online. We expect to do a total of 12 projects encompassing those 25 neighborhoods, three a year over the course of the next number of years to have all of those completed by the year 2034. At a cost of, our current cost of $500 million. And we've also moved forward with the private resilience piece to try to understand what kind of guidelines we can give the public to make their own properties more resilient to flooding. And so there's a lot of work that's going on relative to stormwater management. Sea level rise adaptation, we've completed a state-guided vulnerability assessment. We had a conversation with the commission about trying to create a master plan for road elevation as an activity of last resort to try to make sure that our roadways continue to be accessible and can move traffic. And then on the climate resilience, climate mitigation front, we're going to be bringing to the commission in the next 2 months our new net zero plan to try to reduce our emissions by the year 2040 for our own government operations and by 2050 for the community. We're moving forward with some new solar projects. We are moving forward with commission-funded EV infrastructure so that we can have charging infrastructure within city facilities. And we're moving forward with the Urban Forestry Master Plan, which is also very important to mitigate climate concerns. I think the core message that Public Works would like to bring to the commission is that prioritizing these projects is critical. We cannot do all the projects at once. And so establishing what those key projects will be and then maintaining that prioritization moving forward will allow us to have the funding and the staffing in place to be successful in implementing these major projects as we move forward.
Dr. Densman, I just want to go back really quickly to roadways, sidewalks, and bridges. Are we going to, and as you said, this is a very slow process, and we never seem to have anywhere near the funding that we need for any of these. And yet that's something that we hear a lot about in our office, especially in terms of paving, conditions of all of those three items. Are we going to have a discussion about maybe bonding or where we're going to go? Because I really want to see us step this one up. It's something that people experience every single day, and we hear about it every single day. And I just am hoping that we're going to get a little bit more aggressive and whatever that means, but I'd like to see us just be a little bit more in terms of actionable items, this one in particular.
You have a section on challenges and opportunities coming up in the slideshow, and that's
yeah,
one of the major
and we'll
topics.
talk just about what we've identified as priorities and a few options that I'm going to give you as far as, hey, this is a few ways that we can fund them. Bonding might be a longer term solution, but I have a couple shorter term ones to kind of kickstart and get some of these things moving.
Okay, good.
More than $1.5 million, and I think everyone's heard me say,
Yeah.
do you know how much we budget every year for, repaving? It's $1.5 million. So finding some ways to kickstart that.
Good, I think it's great. In reviewing the agenda for tomorrow, I know that the sidewalk presentation is excellent, and I really appreciate that work. But again, how are we funding what that really needs? And so I'm glad we're going to have that discussion.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think the city manager at some point will announce to the commission some funding opportunities that she's been apprised of. Once they're solidified, we'll be happy to see that there are some significant funding opportunities out there for us.
Excellent, thank you.
And Dr. Gassman, in regards to the stormwater management and our timeline, we know we're saying completion around 2034. Any discussion about how we would be able to condense that time? Are we looking at bringing in maybe a different approach to executing that? Maybe multiple developers or engineers, whatever it would take, instead of just saying we have 17 more neighborhoods to address, and the process of how we're going to do that. Is it just like we're going down the checklist, or are we going to be aggressive in trying to get that timeline reduced? Because that's 10 years out, and
10 years for $500 million worth of investment is very aggressive. So the way that we're working with our consultant is to create these projects in a way that we can get 3 to 4 of them done per year over that timeline. And each tranche of those takes at least a 2-year period to construct. So I'm sure the people of Edgewood and River Oaks would let you know that it's very disruptive to the neighborhoods when you do this, and that we can't dig up the entire city all at once. So we really do have to phase these projects as we bring them in. And again, the management of these major projects is significant. So it would be difficult to bring it in at a faster timeline than we are currently proposing.
And at this point, we're looking at a March agenda item where we would bring back the work of the consultants as far as the community outreach and trying to put together how those priorities are gonna work.
Yeah, and that will help us determine what order we do the projects in. And again, letting the data guide us, but also allowing the commission the opportunity to help us understand what their priorities are so that we can schedule those appropriately. But doing that level of work across the city, again, is very disruptive, and it would be very difficult for us to do it at that level. We still need to arrange for funding for these programs, and that's gonna take time as well.
I think, Dr. Gassman, one of the other limiting factors we've seen is just the number of resources out there that we can put towards this. The companies that we would engage to do the work, they're getting tapped out. We've basically been using every company that's available to us right now, and they don't have a lot of capacity left.
Right, between the water, wastewater, and stormwater, we are funding those companies, and there aren't others available that have the level of capacity for a project of the scale that we are currently working with.
It's a question on the climate change. What requirements does the state of Florida allow us to impose on new development, new buildings in terms of emissions?
Oh, that's a great question. There is a lot of preemption. One of the things that we tried to do last year was to require having EV chargers in all new development, and the state preempted us on that activity. I don't know the answer specifically to your question, but most of the way that you would do that is through the building code, and the building code is set at the state of Florida, not at the local level.
So I'd just be interested in are there any other options we could have, and I just don't know the certification of LEED and so forth that could be explored possibly.
So you could potentially look through the zoning code. There are some things that we have in our zoning code that are either incentive based or something that's within our power to apply through that zoning code.
Yeah.
We have looked at EV charger requirements, or at least the conduits to install them at a future date in the past. So there potentially could be some opportunity, but it may also be an incentive based opportunity where you're allowing for something back in return for the
There is language already in the zoning ordinance that allows for alternative energy, so solar, that type of thing.
Yeah.
So it gets you out of some of the requirements for zoning, so you can install those things easier and through a simplified process.
Okay.
Anything stricter than an incentive-based program would need a study to back it up in terms of impact that it has on the community to justify us imposing that as a condition.
Okay. But the state allows that as a process?
Dr. Gassman said there are different preemptions, so it's subject by subject matter, but as a general principle, in order to avoid the prohibition against prohibited government exactions, we need to have that data to back up that these developments will create this kind of an impact, which requires us to mitigate that impact by regulation.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just be interested in that. Just what options could we further incentivize, or how can we kind of further drive?
They're always. It's really a good question. Sometimes our hands are tied.
Right. Absolutely.
There will certainly be some ways through our development agreements, like Andy said, we could incentivize through development agreements to try to ask them to be more climate sensitive.
Yeah.
So. We give them 5 more floors if they put solar panels on their roof or something like that. Something obviously another subject we can talk about, separately in the conference meeting. But I fully agree that whatever we can do as a city to try to incentivize alternative means of energy. I heard a very disturbing study recently about wind power. How the cost of wind power is greater than the savings in energy. Produce the tower, the blades, longevity of the system, cost more than actually saving electricity. So, it's just hard to say, we're a small city, so it's hard to capture the amount of electricity that we need to be able to get to that vision zero, but Dr. Gassman is going to keep us fully informed of all new technologies that come forward.
Ready for the next one?
We are ready for the next one. So, Chris, do you want to talk a little bit about homelessness?
Do Mayor, Commissioners. So in
don't be afraid to speak up.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big room.
Oh, sure. So in fiscal year 2025, the city, we budgeted approximately $12 million to addressing the commission priority on homelessness. About 2.5 million of that is through the general fund and some other small funding sources to fund our homeless outreach team, our mobile integrated health unit through our fire department, 20 shelter beds that are dedicated for our use, the community core program, our housing navigation team through task force, and 3 staff in our neighbor support division that are specifically tasked with homeless services. We also have about 9.4 million in our state and federal entitlement grants that are used to support homeless services and housing, affordable housing development, and homeless prevention through things like foreclosure and eviction prevention. And this year we also received over $1 million in grant funds for a homeless hotspot program and condition-specific case-managed beds that I'll talk about a little further on. So this year we also, in response to House Bill 1365, adopted an ordinance prohibiting camping on public property. The state law itself compelled cities to prohibit overnight camping. Our ordinance, though, extends that to prohibiting that activity at any time of the day. So a couple things to keep in mind. Camping is similarly defined in both the state and city ordinances. This includes having items related to camping or sleeping, as well as conducting activities related to daily living. The parks and our beach have specific rules about behavior, activities, and hour of operation, so we relied on those rules to enforce similar prohibitions in those areas. And our liability under the House bill, which became effective on January 1, only applies to overnight camping, so specifically having a prohibition on the activity and providing a reasonable response to a written request within 5 days. So that's important to keep in mind that our liability under that law is really about the overnight camping. We get a lot of service requests related to daytime camping in various places, but when we look at our liability under the law, again, it's only for those overnight camping activities itself. So to support this ordinance, we increased staffing. We added my position as an acting assistant city manager to oversee the implementation. We added 2 administrative support staff to collect service requests and track data. And we added 2 police officers to our homeless outreach team.
How many police officers does that make then?
So we have 6 total, but I will talk a little bit further on about a grant we received to provide overtime for some of those activities so that they can be more present in the community more days of the week.
Plus the supervision on those 6
Right,
officers, so there's
right.
a sergeant that's pretty much.
There's a sergeant, and then there's a Captain Jenkins, who oversees the whole group. So it's seen all the way through up to the chief in terms of supervision and management of that group. So since October 1st, when the law and our ordinance became effective, we've gotten about 383 requests for service. We average about 19 hours from initial receipt of that request to when we close that request, and there's usually 2 inspections during that period of time, so that we are going to those locations multiple times to see if we can find the issue that the citizen has sent through our service request system. That's well within the 5 days that the state law provides. We do have a progression in our ordinance that talks about the engagement with the person who's potentially violating our camping prohibition. The first engagement is just engagement in informing the person of the ordinance and what they can and can't do. 164 people, or approximately 43% of the service requests, resulted in somebody being engaged in that step and just moving on. The next step is that we refer to a service if the person's willing or needs a service, and we referred to services 18 times. The third step in that progression is a notice to appear for community court, and we issued 2 notices to appear. We do have a 4th option in that progression, which is potential arrest under municipal ordinance violation. We have not done that. We cannot do that. As you all know, there's an impediment with the sheriff's department in being able to actually enforce any municipal violations through arrest in the city or Broward County that we're currently dealing with.
I thought we were gonna fall under the county ordinance.
Or a state, like a state trespassing or.
So in terms of allowing us to fully exercise the arrest powers, as you know, Broward County's Sheriff's Office refuses to receive any municipal law violators. They are receiving violators who are charged under the county ordinances. And so as a temporary kind of workaround, we're advising PD to enforce the county ordinance to the point that it doesn't conflict with the city of Fort Lauderdale's ordinance. Because the county's ordinance does have a provision that says their ordinance is only effective and to the extent that it does not conflict with any local ordinance. And so that is
So then
now, but I think we need to have a more long-term solution versus what we're doing in that respect.
Sure, so then do we need to adjust our ordinance?
Yes, but we're trying to address it in two fronts. So we can change our ordinance, but we have a broader issue of, we have a city municipal prosecutor's office, and all of those other ordinances are now being affected by this policy that the sheriff has taken. So we are trying to pursue with the county a interlocal agreement that allows for municipal use of the county jail. That discussion has to be had with county administration and their policymakers with the sheriff's office. And I think the impression I get, it comes down to budgetary issues with regards to how those beds and those inmates would be funded.
So it sounds like we're just burying ourselves in some kind of red tape fiasco here. Let's back up. Okay. So the sheriff has indicated that the jail cannot be utilized for any arrests made under a city municipal ordinance.
Correct.
But the county has its own municipal ordinance, which
They have their county ordinance, right?
the county ordinance, wasn't that okay? They have a county ordinance. So the county ordinance exists, and to the extent that it doesn't conflict with our ordinance, our law enforcement officers can utilize the county provisions in order to incarcerate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
So they have a tiered system in their ordinance.
Right. So
They do. Go ahead.
So when I read through that, I think that their kind of highest level of enforcement is a county ordinance violation that results in an adult diversion program.
So there's no incarceration, it's diversion.
That's the way I read it. And in that case, it's not a lot different than our community court program where the person gets an NTA and then goes before a judge and is given some sort of community service or some other actionable
if they choose to follow through on it.
If they choose to follow through on that. And then that's the question to look at for us is, could we enforce non-compliance or not showing up for your diversion program or that NTA differently under the county ordinance versus not showing up under our NTA under a municipal ordinance?
All right, so this goes back to a point that Chief Schultz made last year, indicating to us that on the existing police department site, he uncovered an area which was a former jail of the city, and that there would be a possibility to rehabilitate that area for us to be able to utilize it in situations where the county refuses to utilize their jail. Where are we on that? We've talked about it, whisper about it, but are we acting on it? Where are we?
Yeah, and we are. So one of the, that was initially supposed to be demoed as part of the headquarters building. When Chief brought it to our attention, we made some changes as far as retaining that.
Right.
We had to make some changes in the structure of the building to do that electrically. But yeah, so we're maintaining the building. The chief is in the process of working with getting design started so we can look at, because it'll take some refitting and
Okay, so
retrofitting.
can we create a timetable for that?
Yeah.
We need to have a timetable, we need to have a goal, a deadline, and we need to be able to work it into our master plan going forward and how we're going to address our chronic homeless individuals who refuse treatment, who refuse participation in social services, and who realize that they don't have the blanket saving of the county refusal to incarcerate, because now we're going to be able to have that option.
So we will get you a timeline, but no, it's not super short term, right? I mean,
Well,
because there's some
we need to
retrofitting.
prioritize. That's what today's about, prioritization.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we're in consensus on that.
Let me ask you a question though.
Yes,
so,
sir.
so that was closed down even before I got here for budgetary reasons. And we've been talking for 20 years about reopening that, and it's never been feasible to reopen. It just never made sense. So if it hasn't made sense for 20 years, how does it make sense now?
Mitch,
What's-
if I jump in,
Yes, Mitch,
I think with that, the difference in the jail as we had it before is it was an actual incarceration facility where we were maintaining prisoners.
Right.
This, we were looking at more wrapping around other community service groups, so bringing in Broward Health, bringing in other providers that will help alleviate some of the costs that we were bearing before.
Okay. So
just transitional.
So, but then, I just want to understand what exactly it will be used for. So we're going to bring people in, process them there. We'll have people from Broward Health, because as I understand from my conversations with staff, when we bring somebody in and we evaluate them, one of the things that we frequently wind up doing is immediately transporting them down to Broward Health for an evaluation, and then your officers are sitting there with them for 4 hours while they get a complete medical eval, and then they bring them back up, typical for the county jail, for example, when we were using that facility. So we bring them to county jail, then we run them down to Broward Health, then we bring them back to the county jail. Right, that process. So what we're talking about now is bring them to the municipal jail. Broward Health will have people on site there. We'll do an immediate evaluation. If they need medical treatment, they will be transported to Broward Health. If not, they'll be released.
And the goal isn't to make it a municipal
Or
jail.
not necessarily
Municipal
released.
processing facility. How's that? Better term?
Correct, but
Okay.
it's more a wraparound service type facility to help intervene and try to get folks with those services to help them who are chronically
But
homeless.
is it voluntary? Is it voluntary or not? Can they walk out?
And that'll be the question, and I think that depends on how we prosecute them and what we do with that. If we make it a diversion type program where, hey, we're charging them with the municipal ordinance, but kind of like with community court now, hey, we have a criminal charge over those folks. But if they agree and they complete that process, we can withhold prosecution on those. I think that's sort of the vision on what.
So there's no overnight holding of anybody at this location?
I don't think
currently
currently,
contemplated. So it will not be set up for holding people who have been charged with anything.
People could reside, so we saw a model down in Miami who seems to be very successful with this. And people are held there, they have a voluntary program, they have an involuntary program, but again, it's based more on the mental health treatment side than the incarceration side. So that's where I'm just trying to be a little bit careful.
No, it's okay. I just want to understand. I want to make sure I understand exactly what our intention for the facility is going to be. Because if all we're doing is catch and release, where we bring them down there, we hand them a notice to proceed, and they leave and they go back to wherever it was where
we've gained nothing.
Right.
We've gained nothing.
Right. That's the whole point. If we're not keeping people overnight, there's no.
Yeah. Well, I anticipate that we'll be keeping people, and the second, third, to the extent that we fulfill the goal, whether it be diversion or whether it be incarceration because they violated our laws, right? The county jails. So
I'm good with that. I just want to make sure that's.
I know you're good with that. I read your comments in the paper, and we have to be. Again, I'll say it one more time. Being homeless is not a lifestyle option in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and to the extent that you want treatment, you want assistance, you want mental health treatment, you want if there's alcoholism involved or drug abuse, we want to be there to help. But to say, leave me alone, I just want to lay out here on the beach and don't bother me, that's not an option in Fort Lauderdale anymore. We need to have a facility to be able to to enforce our municipal ordinances, and to the extent that folks are not interested in getting their own help, you know, I'm sorry, but you know, we have a huge population in this city, both resident and visitor, who feel threatened by homeless people who are you know, habitating areas that are open to the public, and you know that those days are gone as far as I'm concerned. And so we need to be very firm about that.
In this direction, for clarity, how is this different from community court? Because community court, they receive an NTA, right? And now you're saying individuals who have received the NTA, they'll be taken to the holding facility and maybe say 3 or 4 days. And is it a criminal notation that goes on the criminal history?
So it's not
violation of the city ordinances is not a criminal violation.
So it does not appear on a criminal history, it's not?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the way Tom, that's the way Tom read the ordinance, because he didn't want homeless people to have a criminal record, but we still want the ability to bring them to justice through our system and still be able to rehabilitate them once they leave our situation or leave our system.
So Mayor, we drafted ours similar to with similar intent that the county did theirs. So what the county did with theirs is they have an existing adult civil citation program, and that is the first way of addressing the violation. But those who refuse to participate in that program, or for whatever reason can't participate in that program, can be subject to incarceration up to 60 days under that code. And that's similar to what our code is. So our first intent is to address them and civilly before we get to the, you know, that last resort for those individuals that just won't comply or just don't.
So does that evolve into a criminal violation? That they've kept up to 60 days? I don't think it does.
So I believe Tom had indicated that it doesn't. Honestly, I would have to speak with our
Let's
city
verify that.
prosecutor.
I think when Tom and I have discussed that, the idea was to keep them up to 60 days in order to be able to put them through a program. And
like a detox program.
Right.
Can we hold them for 60 days at this facility?
Up to 60 days.
Well, that again was sort of the
here, 1 day,
thinking.
2 day, 3 days, and now 60 days. I want to know that we've got capacity in this location to be able to effectuate the program we're contemplating.
And how many beds were, I mean, there's certainly a lot of bed capacity in there, but we could start it with a smaller, how many?
60 beds.
Yeah, the capacity is 60.
Yeah, and
We could start smaller.
The model in Miami that we went and saw, they had, I believe, up to 200 beds, and they were triaging sort of the most likely to reoffend. So the folks said, hey, you know what, I want to get into a program, I want to get involved in community court, I want some help to get off the street, I want some help.
Most of them
Those folks
that
are
way.
right in and out.
But most of them are that way. Most of them just want a roof over their heads. And that's another issue we'll talk about, finding homeless shelters and how we can add to the county's capacity for housing homeless people, not just transitional housing, but permanent supportive housing.
Well, one of the things, Mayor, we're seeing, as I've talked to our firefighters, is we've got people that are calling in, and then being transported to Broward General for an overnight stay at the hospital, because that's preferable to an overnight stay in a shelter.
Right.
And,
Or jail.
Or jail, yeah. I mean, you get a great bed, you get fed, and, it's a lot nicer.
5-star living in that.
All things being equal, they've learned that there's a mechanism for calling in and getting transported to Broward General for an overnight stay if they want. So I think you'll find that on bad weather nights, the intake at Broward General goes up substantially.
So with that, having heard that conversation, let's try to.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in your conversations with Miami, how long have they been utilizing this?
It wasn't even open yet when we went and did a tour. They
Gotcha.
they got the building retrofitted. It's up in there, but they hadn't started receiving clients yet.
I was just wondering what the utilization of their 200 beds was.
Yeah, that was one of my first questions.
And can we contract with them for overflow?
Yeah.
No, it's a serious question. I mean, they've got 200 beds and they're using 20.
Yeah.
Might be cheaper to do that than
Good idea.
retrofit an existing building.
We did that with Hollywood.
Cost-effective.
We did that with Hollywood. We got 20 beds. I know.
Doing it right now,
Yeah.
working, wow. Alright, thank you.
Mr. Cooper, you said that currently we've only given out 2 NTAs or did I?
Or camping. We've given out NTAs for other things, you know, panhandling, things like that. But again, it has to get to that progression to be able to.
Right.
So, just to put a pin on the camping, so looking back at the service requests since October 1, overwhelming amount of them are for daytime activities. Very few week to week are for overnight camping. Doesn't mean that activity is not occurring. I think the daytime portion is just more visible to people, so it results in more service requests into the city for that issue. We have used data to identify hotspots and deploy our resources like the outreach team and our task force housing navigators. And we're continuing to review the requests and the outcomes to determine if there are performance improvements needed and how we address requests and deploy resources. So similar to the conversation we just had, we're taking that information, that data we've gathered over the last several months to be able to identify trends and ideas to improve these programs.
So Chris, explain to me our ordinance, or maybe Dwayne, you can help out. We have 24/7 anti-camping ordinance. How does the daytime aspect, if it's, I remember Tom saying he didn't want to cite people who were laying on the grass and taking a snooze in the middle of the day. How are we interpreting homelessness in that context?
So it's by definition. So the definitions for overnight and daytime are pretty similar, and they also mimic the state law. So I mentioned earlier, it's the presence of sleeping materials, tents, tarps, canopies, and then aspects of daily living. So somebody's sleeping on a bench, for example, a public bench that has, you know, a bag with them and they're just asleep. That probably doesn't trigger our definition. Somebody that's, you know, put a tarp on a bus shelter and created a more of a living situation, that would. So that's the difference between somebody using a public amenity, a park, a bench, a bus shelter, and violating our ordinance on camping is the presence of all those materials in the act of camping, essentially.
So it's a totality of circumstances kind of thing.
And we're trying to message that out both in responses to service requests and also just public messaging, because we do get a lot of requests for somebody just sitting on a bench or laying in the grass in a park, you know, just because of who they are, what they look like, their appearance. But we try to push that information out to make that clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So we talked about shelter space a little bit. We all know we're woefully under capacity for shelters. We have a tremendous amount of unsheltered folks, but we only have about 774 shelter beds in the community between our central HAC Homeless Assistance Center, our North Homeless Assistance Center, and then the Salvation Army. So there is, as the mayor alluded to, a great deficit in shelter beds. The city does sponsor 20 shelter beds at the Caring Place in Hollywood. We also, through a grant, are acquiring 10 mental health beds and 10 substance abuse treatment beds. And then we also have a new grant that does provide some funding for non-congregate shelter, that if we can find opportunities to fund those, we will be able to fund that through a new grant.
Chris, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Sure. You said there's 750 beds at the HAC?
They're about, no, total. So the Central HAC has about 230, which is the one off of Sunrise here in Fort Lauderdale. They're only using about 150 now because.
So that was going to be my question, right? So if I remember the last point in time count that just comes to my head, it was like 7,500 homeless individuals in Broward County.
Right? About 2,500, I think.
2,500? Okay, 2,500.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going from my direction, so apologies.
Yeah, I hope that's.
Thank
So
you.
there's a point in count that's going to happen.
It's 2,500 Broward County, 750 in Fort Lauderdale,
Yeah.
300 chronically homeless. Okay.
Yeah.
So we got 2,500 homeless individuals in Broward County. We've got 750 beds. So clearly, the number of beds relative to the number of homeless individuals is not matching up. But the real question is, what is the occupancy at any given point in time? So if we're at 50% occupancy with our 750 beds, and clearly we have enough beds because nobody's going into the shelters. They're not going to the shelters because the shelters are full.
They're full.
So when are they full, and how often are they full? How frequently are they full, and they get no room at the inside?
So Task Force, who we contract with, Broward County contracts with, they are the entity that puts people from the streets to the shelter. So they get a census every single day of what's available, and they tell us that they're full every single day. I will say the Central HAC, again, has had a capital project. They had a bunch of plumbing work and things like that. So they've only been operating at about 150 beds right now out of 230. I just heard from the director of that this morning that they anticipate being back to full capacity late this month, early next month.
Why were they shut down?
They had issues, plumbing issues, other capital needs, so they needed to fix that and make repairs, and it reduced their capacity because of the work being done.
That's significant.
That's very significant. Yeah, it was a large portion of their facility.
And how long has that been out of capacity?
At least a year, a while.
A year.
Yeah,
Okay, this isn't
at
like,
least,
like
yeah.
they're calling in a plumber and they're
Yeah.
fixing it, and we're gonna be done by next
No,
week.
no, it was a large capital project. Yeah, it was a very large project.
And are there any discussions regarding, remember they built the 7-on-7?
Yeah.
Are there any discussions to add to that facility?
So they were just awarded a grant through the Continuum of Care, they being the Broward partnership that runs the HACS, a grant to create another 7-on-7 type facility at their Pompano location at the North HAC.
In Pompano? How about in Fort Lauderdale?
No, there are some, so that's an interesting project because folks can come right out of the homeless shelter section into that as a transition, and there's also some affordable housing mixed in, so there's sort of tiers of living in that.
Right.
A lot of our affordable housing, even those that get tax credits, you have to have some sort of income or resources to pay for. So there are some very low income affordable housing units built and also contemplated through the state tax credit program, but nothing that's like the HAC where you don't have any resources. You're just moving into that independent supported living type situation.
So the answer to my question is
No.
there is no plan to add to the existing number of units at 7-on-7.
Right. At the North HAC, but not in Fort Lauderdale.
Mayor, to that point, I've talked with some of the service providers out there, and some of them are very interested in expanding the number of beds they would have to serve Fort Lauderdale homeless, from short term to over the long term. They've expressed to me an interest in partnering with the city in terms of the city being willing to fund some of the annual operational costs to maintain those beds. In other words, what they've said is the service provider would pay for the capital cost to increase the number of beds. Then they would like to explore the possibility of the city engaging in a longer term, kind of like operational funding concept with them, that the city would fund some portion of the annual operation. I want to
Why are
throw
they
that
going to the county? The county is a social services provider, especially for operational issues. I mean, that first call should be to, the county administrator, not the city.
Yep, they do. They are, and the county does provide some funding. So this would be, they get commissioner, like, I forget what the breakout is, but say 50% from the county, 20% from their own funding, and then 25%, 30% from the city. So completely agree. So just want to see if that's
And I think they would be open to if it was a capital contribution as well. I mean, I think they would just be happy to have some type of contribution, right? Be it the capital or the other.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So feedback on that?
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't know what those numbers look like, but it's clearly whatever we need to do to augment the operations, we have to do. So we have to find the money. I don't know what number we're talking, I don't know how many beds we're talking about, but anything we can do to bring people off the streets, that's our goal. I don't want people coming from all over the country thinking, oh, well, they're doing a great job in Fort Lauderdale, let's head down there because they're gonna take care of us. What can we do to disincentivize people from wanting to live on the streets in Fort Lauderdale?
That's the catch-22, because California spends $24 billion and has the highest homeless population in the country. So the more you spend, the more attractive you become.
So I trust our police department and our outreach coordinators to be able to finesse the operation so that we help people that need help, but we also turn people away that are trying to take advantage of the system.
Can we support operations for homeless in other cities in the rest of the county?
Yeah, I'm on-
Pompano with their new facility?
I'm all in favor. I'm all in favor of that, Commissioner. I'm not really that ready and willing to just throw money at this issue. We already, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, spend more money than any other city in Broward County. We do more in terms of wraparound services. We do more on this issue. Does anyone even come close? No, not close. So again, I'm happy to hear about the facility in Pompano. I think we should be encouraging that. I actually think that the more this is spread out, not just in our own city, but throughout the county, the better. That's why I favor just finding some sort of way to even if we're going to do it in our city, just smaller little places spread out throughout, as opposed to a whole encampment or a village or a whatever we've been looking at, or even what we talked about in terms of the pods or the shelter beds or the pallet homes or whatever. I don't really want to see us build a little village. I want to see us just spread it out, keep it as small as possible, redirect that effort. But again, trying to figure out a way that Broward County really is the one that's stepping up to the plate. They get the most resources on this issue of anyone, and they should be leading the charge. I don't even know what the latest is. I know they keep deadlocking on their votes on what to do, but I don't know.
That's the point.
Yeah.
They've done nothing.
I understand.
They've had opportunities to do things, and they took 2 months off vacation during holidays. They're supposed to come back, I believe, on the 28th of this month.
Right.
I don't know where it is on their agenda, but at the same time, we can't wait for another government to act when the situation is our problem as much as anyone else's. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying about not creating a village. I don't know what our options are.
The problem is, so I used to work a lot in the low-income housing tax credit area. And one of the things that Florida Housing Finance looks at is what they call clustering. They don't want all the low-income housing tax credit projects in one area. They don't want all the social services in one area. Because you destroy a neighborhood, you destroy a community when you do that. And that's why, as we've been talking about how we're going to be implementing 1365, the one thing I said over and over and over again is the need for the rest of the county to do their fair share. This is not a Fort Lauderdale problem. This is a regional problem. It's not even a Broward County problem. It's a regional problem. And I think it is incumbent on the county to spread the burden of dealing with a homeless population throughout all of the county, not just on Fort Lauderdale, not even just on Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood, which actually has a fairly large homeless population as well and has been struggling with it for decades, but throughout the rest of the county. I'm sorry, but the rest of the cities are going to have to shelter some of these people as well. And I think the more we do, unfortunately, the less likely it is the other cities are going to step up and say, we'll do our fair share, because Fort Lauderdale is doing it for us, the same way we do it for them on so many other different issues. I think they will gladly step back if we step forward.
So that begs the next question, source of homelessness. What's happening with regard to discharge protocols, jail and hospital, which is a huge source of homelessness in the city of Fort Lauderdale? As John said, there's homelessness throughout the county, but when they triage patients, it always comes through Broward General, and when they bring people to jail, it's always at the county jail, and then they're let out in Fort Lauderdale, even though they did not originate in Fort Lauderdale. We started those conversations a couple of years ago. Do you have a status report on where we are there?
So I'll talk about Broward Health. We work closely with Broward Health. One of their staff people are also on the continuum of care, so they've been pushing medical respite very hard at the county level from service providers. What we've worked with Broward Health on is we identified that there's been a lag in the time when Broward Health notifies task force of when somebody is going to be discharged, that task force needs to come and do their evaluation on and direct towards the next level of service, whether that's respite somewhere or housing or treatment at another facility. So we've worked with both those entities to shorten that time frame so that Broward Health doesn't want to hold somebody too long before they discharge, but they'll hold for a little bit as task force can come in. So we've been working with those two groups to shorten that time span to make sure that task force is actually getting there and engaging. Not saying task force is doing a bad job, but just to make sure that both entities are on the same page in terms of what the timelines are for engaging somebody before they just get discharged.
Well, when I say engaging, what does that mean?
So they come in, they do an assessment. There's a standard assessment that the Broward County Continuum of Care requires for coordinated entry into a shelter or housing program. So they come in and do that. They can also, based on that assessment, refer through their referral channels. They don't have to go through coordinated entry, but they can go through our entry if we have options of Caring Place or one of our other facilities. So it's figuring out what they need, going through the formal assessment, but also understanding what other issues may be present so they can adequately refer.
And that's
based on
great, but what happens between the time when the hospital says, okay, we're ready to discharge this person and the evaluation? Where does the homeless person go?
So if Broward Health is ready to discharge and they don't get there to do that assessment, then they discharge.
You discharge on the streets.
And that's why we're working with both groups to make sure that that doesn't happen, that assessment actually happens before they're discharged.
What kind of time frame are we talking about? Hours, days?
It could be hours. I mean, it could be that when that person's treated and there's no need for them to remain at the hospital, it could be hours before they're discharged. So it's the timing of it that's important to make sure they don't just get discharged to Fort Lauderdale.
All right, what about the jail?
Now, is the jail as much of an issue at this point because they're not taking municipal violators?
Well, but they'll still take things like trespass and things of that nature. So, we take folks to the jail right now for trespass, whether that's private property or somebody's been trespassed from a public park or public property. So I'm sure other communities are still doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the same where they're being released from downtown. There was talk about trying to get some processing done at the stockade. My understanding is those talks have fallen apart and the sheriff's not
Well,
wanting
that I understand, but in terms of discharge from the jail, when a person's brought in from Coconut Creek and they're brought in, they're booked in jail and then they're released and not taken back to Coconut Creek. So where are we in that conversation? We started this 2 years ago. What protocol has changed in order for that process to stop? So they stop putting them on the streets of Fort Lauderdale. Sometimes they're 2 in the afternoon, sometimes they're 2 in the morning. Where are we in that discussion?
Find out.
Well, where are we? Is there an answer? Nothing, right? We haven't gone anywhere. I know Greg Tony has promised us to my face that, we're gonna work on it, and so then he delegated to one of his lieutenants, which is fine, but where are we in that conversation? There's no answer, right? So that means nothing's been done. So again, another source of homelessness where, to John's point, we become the focus of, the homeless population, mainly because the origins of homelessness find their way through our jails and through our hospitals. That whole thing has got to stop.
So let me just, in terms of dollars, so right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're spending about $12 million a year for homeless.
Yeah, a lot of that's, again, state and federal grant money, so, but 2.5 directly for homeless outreach and those sorts of
2.5
things.
out of our general
The grants are, for housing access, rapid rehousing, housing rehabilitation, foreclosure prevention, things of that. We fund some entities that do house people through HOPLA and other sources, but yeah.
Great. So completely understand the perspective of, hey, other municipalities and others should be doing more. Absolutely. I think we all agree we still want to be doing something as a city. So I just want to check in with all of us. Is that funding level we're at right now for homelessness, are we comfortable with that? Is that the right level for us? Do we want to increase or decrease? Yeah.
Thank you for rolling back. I wanted to comment on that large amount that we are putting in. The amount I don't have a problem with. What I do want us to do is look at exactly what we're doing with those funds. Do we need to look at it as a new view? Has this plan been in effect for 6 years and 10 years or whatever, and we're still doing it the old way? Do we need to come to right now addressing the issues at hand? We can go back and look at that. That's one place I would like to start. I do not want to reduce what we're doing, but whatever we are doing, that total 12 million, that 2.5 from general funding, that we're utilizing it at the best method and not just doing carte blanche and we're just writing and adding fundings. Also to that, even going back to the conversation about the discharging of the patients and also those who've been detained. Once they're discharged, they're just considered individuals. So when we say, do we get the municipality to come back and get them? At that point, correct me if I'm wrong, they have no liability, no responsibility to come back to get them. So that's why I believe that conversation is becoming null and void, because it's like, okay, we've gone through the process, now they've reached whatever requirement at the jail, and now they're free to go. And understanding that they're staying here, but you know, that is a question, what do we do next? And then however with those patients, that's, you know, it's also concerning, because at this point we're seeing patients being discharged who have IVs hanging from them, or that still need some type of medical assessment and treatment. Are we doing anything, you know, because at this point it's still like they're in Fort Lauderdale. Is there a resource that they can go from a hospital to that, a resource that they need that facility?
So there's not without cost, right? So Memorial Health has a program through Salvation Army for medical respite. It's for somewhat minor, not really aggressive aftercare treatment, but things you just mentioned are probably in line with what they do. Part of what we're looking at with that grant I mentioned, our hotspot grant that we got through HUD for non-congregate shelter, we're trying to determine if under the grant we can also sponsor some medical respite facility beds so that we can work with Broward Health to get those folks to a aftercare center rather than back out on the streets. But we need to see if the grant allows for that as a use under that section of it.
How many hot spots have we identified?
So, several. It goes between two types of hotspots. One are the critical intersections that we have in our ordinance where people cannot impact the intersections, be inside the intersections and engaging with vehicles. And then the other hotspots through our service request system and through our HOT team, our homeless outreach team, are also part of that program as well. So there are several areas of the city where folks have been congregating that we deploy resources to.
How many?
Give you probably half a dozen hotspots that we've identified.
Yeah. So how are we? What's our success in street intersections? What's the? We're still doing it all the time. So what do we do? I know some of the regulars are gone, and now they've been replaced by others. But they're still bobbing in and out of cars and traffic. Are police officers authorized to go there, stop their vehicles, and take them off the street? What are we doing?
They are, but again, we're struggling in some regard with not being able to enforce municipal ordinances where we can take that incarceration action. So the officers do go and hit those intersections. They're designated via their zones, or our homeless outreach team as well. And we'll try to encourage community court. We can still issue those NTAs to appear in community court, and that's where sometimes we have that drop off and actually getting the individuals to show up at community court. Once we've removed that enforcement piece for being able to enforce our municipal ordinances, that word sort of gets out and makes it more challenging for us to get compliance on.
Okay, so that brings us back to my original point of our city having ways to say incarcerate, just say hold, so that they know that there's some penalty for violating the city ordinance, that they're not just going to be booked and turned away, that there has to be some sort of disincentive for them to keep going back out there. And not easy, because constantly getting neighbors telling us that they're sick and tired of being accosted by panhandlers on the street, all the time, intersections. It's not a good thing. So we've got to be a little bit firmer on that, and that's why it's really important that we get that jail facility up and running, so that we have teeth to our ordinances. Otherwise, it's just not worth the paper it's written on.
Let me ask this. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
With that, I see and I'm hearing a dollar sign. I just hear money, an expense that's growing. But that to me is no different than those individuals who are calling ambulance service to go to the hospital, or what we just call was the resort. You know, they're still gonna go to our jail, right? They'll be fed 3 meals a day. They're out of the shelter, but with that, you know, I've heard the number up to 60 days. What does that look far as financially? And are we really addressing it? Are we just putting a Band-Aid on it and changing the name? And instead of them going to one facility, now they're going to what's we're calling our holding facility 60 days where we're now giving those services of food, showers and everything for 60 days.
But the other services are gonna be the key, as you said, those wraparound services.
Correct, and Commissioner, it's been my experience during my time in patrol and in law enforcement. There's a large number of individuals who don't want to be arrested or have that freedom lost. And again, that's never our preference to do that. We'd rather try to get them into programs and solve the problem at the end of the day. There's always that group of individuals who aren't going to listen, aren't going to accept those services voluntarily, to where us being able to sort of mandate that behavior and change that behavior. We've seen some success with that in the past, but once we start to take some enforcement action, people's behavior changes.
One of the things I think will be important is like, if we have them at the county facility, that it's off the sheriff's budget, if in their facility and they are held for a period of time, obviously there's a cost for keeping people overnight in terms of food and personnel that have to monitor and so forth. So I know it's been a long time since we've done that, but we'll probably look at the sheriff's numbers for the cost per night per individual that's being held. I think it'd be helpful just to have those numbers to make the conversation meaningful. Let's have some data behind these decisions. I mean, if we're talking $200 per night per individual, it's good to know that.
That's the number that I keep hearing about.
That's about what I hear is
Yep.
about $200 per person per night. I can probably put them up at one of the hotels around here cheaper than that, but depending on the hotel.
Couple thoughts. One, I think, is the AC, what's going on with AC? Some people can't hear. Y'all can't hear what we're saying? Okay, so is there anything we can do?
Yep.
We'll mic it up so that.
Okay.
Call them or shut the bar.
Shutting off the AC? Okay. Thank you. We'll just
Yeah.
sweat it out.
Can we take like a 10-minute break? Well, let's wait till,
Yeah, I'll
wait till
just-
Chris is
yeah,
finished.
I'll just say I know we're running short on
Hold on,
time.
but let me just finish my point and
Go
get back
ahead.
to you. So, Dwayne, I'm still hearing some confusion as to the county ordinance and what it permits. Chris is saying one thing, you're saying a little bit of a different thing about incarceration.
So I think Dwayne's looking at it, so I'll defer to him.
Okay.
I may have thought it stopped at the one, but it
So
sounds like it may have.
why I'd like to get clarity on that is understanding what the county ordinance allows. Thus, if it does allow further than Chris is suggesting, then are adjustments to the municipal or city code possible to allow to fall under the county and incarceration?
Okay, so I apologize
Does
for
that make
missing
sense?
this part of the conversation, but what the county ordinance does, it sends people into the Broward County Adult Civil Citation Program.
Yep.
And they try to, that is the first option, and they expressly state in the ordinance that the intent is to, the county encourages criminal and civil citations to be the last resort and desires if possible compliance with the section. It also provides in the section that violators who, for any reason, cannot be processed under the Broward County Adult Civil Citation Program or refuses to enter into that program can be fined up to $500. That's basically a misdemeanor fine, and can be imprisoned up to 60 days in jail or fined not to exceed $500 or both if the person is in violation of this section has been convicted of and found guilty of or entered into the plea regarding the adjudication. So,
That's the county ordinance?
That's the county ordinance. Great. So my question is, does, if someone is penalized under the county ordinance, would they be held?
will they be held?
Held in the jail?
Well, not immediately. I mean, it's if they enter into the adult diversion program that they have, that's the first route, and it's similar to what we intended to do in terms of how to address these individuals. As Tom expressed when they were drafting our ordinance, it is really the last resort for those individuals that just refuse to participate.
Right. So falling under the county ordinance really doesn't do anything different than what we're doing right now.
I think I mean, there is other municipalities have repealed their ordinance and have adopted the county's ordinance. And I think with the position that the sheriff office has now, I think that would be the best mode that we go. But note that we don't address the situation with regards to the daytime issues. That's not a part of the county's ordinance. So in terms of addressing through these kind of diversionary programs, our ordinance still has some meat in it that the county doesn't. The only part that we don't have the teeth in terms of incarceration.
Got it. So in summary, even if we fell under the county, we would still need a city facility for greater penalty.
In terms of incarcerating?
Yes.
No. The sheriff's office is accepting violators of the county.
I thought you just said that it's not on a daytime.
Right, they don't, right, the county ordinance doesn't, the county ordinance and most municipalities strictly follow the state law and only pertain to overnight camping. So if we were to split it out and have an overnight camping section that mimicked the county's ordinance, that portion would be enforced in the way that the county contemplates. We would then have to have a separate, if it's something, legally we do, for the daytime, that would then have to follow our process, which would likely not result in the county participating in any sort of incarceration.
Right, exactly. Got it. So,
Jump in on one, I think, important difference from when I heard you asking. We still wouldn't control when the sheriff would decide to release folks out of the county jail versus, again, if we had our own type of facility, we could elect to hold individuals longer until they saw a magistrate versus the sheriff can basically decide based on this capacity and other operational decisions to sort of let people back out regardless of how we charge them.
yeah, great. Put it another way, the county ordinance is in effect for camping, so forth. They don't have, sorry?
The county's ordinance addresses overnight. We address 24 hours.
Exactly. The county doesn't have a 24-hour statute, so thus someone panhandling at a high traffic intersection that falls under a city ordinance does not fall under the county, right?
Well, the county doesn't deal with panhandling.
Exactly.
At all,
Exactly. So that's my point. Thus, a facility that would be able to address that. Exactly. I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you. I'm good. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, I have a lot of numbers and things, but I give you guys a monthly presentation at conference, so I think the discussion today gives us a lot of direction. I can hold back on that to the next conference presentation and give you that information at a later date if that works for you.
Any other questions for Chris? So let's take like a 10-minute break.
Actually, no. Yeah. Introduction. Did you just delete that slide out? Learn what happened.
So I'm gonna go ahead and start real quick with fire and rescue, and first and foremost, thank you for your support. The expansion of the third person rescues with the SAFER grant, that's accelerated. So we're going to be a lot further along than we had originally anticipated. We currently have 16 rescues in the city in totality. And of those, we have 7 that are currently at 3 person. This grant is going to take another 6 of those moving forward. We'll be hiring those individuals at the beginning of March, and they will come into operations about May time period. That basically leaves 3 rescues in the city that we have not been, we won't be at that 3 person rescue, based upon our minimum staff numbers.
That's great.
Yep, absolutely. The next part of that is the 911 dispatch update. So about a little over 10 years ago, we navigated and moved forward with the separation of our 911, utilizing Broward County as the provider for our PSAP. During that time frame, there were growing pains, obviously, with lack of intimate knowledge of the city of Fort Lauderdale and the way we were able to accomplish things. Since over those 10 years, obviously, the training has been in place. The county has heard our concerns, and we've been able to bring it up to a new level. We do own and operate our own radio communication system, and that's been that way for many, many years, and we continue to do that. IT is currently putting together a proposal now for an upgrade to that system, and you'll be seeing that come across for your approval here in the next month or so.
The RFP is going out.
Yes, yes, the RFP part of it, yes. So that'll be instrumental in keeping our radio communication and our ability to operate our portion of the 911 system in-house.
So, what are our thoughts on bringing that system back into the city as opposed to relying on the county? Where are we on that? So, Chief, if you want to talk a little bit about the benefits and the challenges we're having with the use of the county being the 911 facilitator.
So there's always going to be challenges when you're relying on a third party and outsourcing. You know, one of the challenges that we see is lack of communication or fluid communication between police and fire. A lot of times during very active scenes and not having the ability to patch those channels immediately together. But there's also pros to it as well, and some of those pros that we're seeing is multi-area where the dispatch center is not just in one location, they're able to have it in multiple locations. If we were going to move forward with looking at doing that same, bringing it back in-house and having it back in the city of Fort Lauderdale, we would need to mimic a multi-location facility where dispatch wouldn't be just at police headquarters, it would need to be at multiple locations within the city. So if we had any challenges such as flooding or fires in the location of where that dispatch center, that seamlessly the PSAP would pick right up at the other alternative location.
Why would we need multiple locations? I mean, if someone calls 911, would they go directly to that central location, and then from there they could dispatch the call?
So just a couple months ago, probably about 8 months ago, I had a situation of the central dispatch center where there was a fire in the center. One of the consoles caught on fire. By being with the county, they were able to automatically switch us over to another PSAP center, the South Center. If we had only one location, we would not be afforded that same opportunity, and we would not be able to answer 911 calls until whatever incident was taking place in that PSAP was mitigated.
I don't understand all that.
So, you know, and when a lot of cities made these decisions 10 years ago, as you said, the biggest draw was the money, right? The cost of it. And I don't know if we had done any cost estimates, and I know that they've only gone up, but what is our most?
It was $10 million when we estimated back in 2020.
10 million in 2020.
Yeah, 15 years ago.
Yeah. And is that just the operations, or was that some of the capital costs as well, as far as?
It was primarily for operations, but there's also a capital component. We also looked at some other cities, and there's a large capital infusion that you have to do but there are also ongoing costs associated.
So what other cities operate independently?
Plantation and Coral Springs.
Alright, so were you in Coral Springs
Yeah.
when that was operational?
Yeah.
So how was that working?
They think it's very good because the people that are dispatching are the ones that know the neighborhoods and are familiar with, right? So I mean, the dispatch works really well. It was a hard decision in that, you know, the cost.
The
I mean,
operational
from
costs.
you know, it was very tempting to say, hey, we could save $5 million a year, but the decision was made to keep it in house, and they've actually expanded to provide those services to Parkland and to Coconut Creek, and I think Market has asked also about it. So again, I think it's mostly a financial decision, and keeping in mind that the county does not rebate back to those two cities any of the E911 money, because that's a question that often got asked. Well, the county collects this E911 money, will they give it back to us? And they do not.
At the time we made the decision, we were at end of life with our equipment, and we were looking at a substantial capital infusion to upgrade all of our equipment, so it just made no sense for us to continue the piece that we had. And so we went with the counties at the time, not even considering the ongoing operational costs, just the capital cost was quite substantial.
So you all being out in public, and you know, I hear it too. Is there an appetite for taking on this expense to hopefully ensure a more rapid response to our 911 emergency situations, where people feel comfortable that, you know, the county's now upgraded its systems? They're like the chief said, there was some growing pains at the beginning. I think we all suffered through them. I know some businesses that burned down because of the lack of communication. But you know, where are we now? What's the temper in the community that you all feel and have heard with regard to the 911? Is it something that we should fully investigate? Are we prepared to take on a $10 to $20 million expense every year? Your thoughts?
I never hear one word about it from anyone, from any of the neighborhood meetings or emails or text messages. No one ever mentions it.
Okay. Wasn't anything that people brought up in campaigns, I remember. So.
Yeah, I mean, I hear, you know, periodically I hear feedback about it, but before, you know, really exploring it, I would look at the numbers of.
Well, the numbers are gonna be great. They're gonna be big numbers.
No, not even before you even get to budgetary numbers, just look at call volume, responsiveness, or is there a,
There's also a staffing issue.
Yes.
You know, the problem has been with the county hiring in the staff.
Right.
So if we go to duplicate the staffing, where are we going to pull from?
Right.
We're gonna steal them from the county? We're gonna find some untapped pool of people that wanna be dispatchers that the county hasn't found yet? Are we gonna, you know, get into an arms race in terms of we're gonna pay more, so we're gonna be the preferred employer? Yeah.
those are tough jobs. I mean, that's
They haven't been able to fill them.
That's
So
right,
if they're not
yeah.
filling them, how are we gonna fill them? What are we going to do differently that makes us the employer of choice if the county is not, has been struggling historically to fill all their positions?
Agreed. So I'd say, I think we table this for now.
Okay. And we're currently monitoring, so every month we have meetings with them. We make sure that their call processing time is within national guidelines and making sure they're meeting all those benchmarks. And they've been very, very responsive to all of our needs and making any corrections that we make suggestions on.
Okay.
Chief, where are we? Can you give us an update on the new fire stations that been going on forever? And how are we doing? Where are we with that?
So, there was a little step back this year with the design of the one station when the design firm had closed. That was Station 13 on Sunrise Boulevard. We're moving forward right now. There's a DCP that's being created or will begin here in the next couple of weeks. And we hope to have that DCP back by June, which then will be put out to bid for a design build. The two stations that'll be underneath that is Station 13 and Station 88. Station 88 is the new one on 11th Court, Southwest 11th Court. And those will also break up and divide some of our three-person rescues, whereas right now we're housing them in multiple units in one station. By having these locations, we'll be able to push those units out into other areas. The other piece of that puzzle is Station 117, which is off Las Olas, which was a change of use that you all had moved forward across your desk recently. hopefully that project will move forward, and then the only missing piece of that puzzle would be the Flagler Village area, the north part, as we see more growth and density in that area.
That was my next question for you, because that's a concern of mine as well. As we see that growth in Flagler Village, how concerned are you about the services that are being provided?
Well, there's a fire station right there.
Well, that's more southern part. Well,
Yeah, so we have the railroad tracks that
7.
divide us. So the part that we're missing is by that Holiday Park, Searstown, to be able to get the dense, as the downtown district has moved all the way up to the Flagler Drive area there. And as we're seeing the cranes and density there, without a doubt, there's a concern. You know, the traffic's becoming more, and we want to continue that to reach the benchmarks that have been set for our response times. That's gonna be more challenging as more buildings go up and there's more traffic. So ideally, in a perfect model, we would want to be looking forward in the next 5 years, 6 years for an additional station in that Flagler Village area.
Chief, one of the things we talked about, losing track of how many years ago, was two conversations were had. One was there was a conversation that the Bridge Club wasn't very well utilized, and there was some thought about repurposing that location over there, and I know that kind of went by the wayside. But the one that I thought that always had some viability was to incorporate a station on the ground floor of the proposed garage in the park. And I know one thing that was always part of the discussions, if not the plan. I know it never made it into the plan, but I know it was always part of the discussion about including a station in that, and it would be able to service all that growing area over there. Did that go away? Was that killed? Was it not viable? I know the parking garage is probably something we're gonna be talking about a little bit later on anyway. And it was also part of the way of making the parking garage financially feasible if we looked at the incorporation of at least an EMS station into that facility. So where did that ever go?
So basically, my understanding is the garage still doesn't have a clear movement forward. And so there's been discussions with that. That general area is absolutely perfect, affording us the opportunity of Federal Highway right there. There had been some discussion that maybe even Searstown, but I haven't had any talks in regards to anybody.
And you may not know this number, but I mean, with all of the projects that we've got, you know, basically running from Second Street up to Sunrise now, and maybe this is more of a Chris question, what do we have, about 5,000, you know, new apartments that are some stage of development or permitting or construction in there? Do you have a ballpark number?
Searstown alone is close to 9 something.
79.
7 to 9 now, okay. So yes, I mean, the bulk of our growth right now is in that corridor over there, really from, you know, Andrews to Federal and Sunrise to Broward. I mean, it seems like an ideal location. I mean, all these buildings are now going to be, what was the latest one I just saw got proposed the other day, 600 feet tall? So these are all tall buildings, they're sprinklered, so fire response is probably not the number one priority. It's probably more EMS related, as are most of your calls these days, so.
Well, when you look at call volume, you're correct. However, the challenge that we see is even in some of the new 50-story buildings, we've had days when the fire pumps have been down for weeks on end, and having the ability to have the right trucks that are able to respond to those. Because when you're talking a 60-story building, you're talking that in order for us to get the required fire flow out of the 60th floor is around 340 PSI. So that's a substantial amount of water.
So you need a full-blown station there, not just an EMS substation. So that's really what you'd be looking for in that area?
And to model it up as the city's growing.
Right.
You know, that when we build the station, to build it with the 2 bays, the number of bunks required, and then as we see the density coming in, we're not now trying to play catch up and add a bay on or add another station. We can just buy a truck and hire the personnel to go in there. It's something that, like I said, looking over the next couple of years, we just need to have that foresight and to begin to navigate in that direction so that we're providing that level.
And make room for your buddy police officers.
Of course, we always have the community rooms in the front for them.
Ones without the broken chairs.
Well, you can't ask for everything.
Don't spoil them. Don't want to spoil them.
Can you have a full-fledged station? I mean, I think that's an interesting idea. Can you have a full-fledged station as part of another structure like a parking deck?
I think we're doing that on Second Street right now with the P3.
Yeah, that's the plan with the P3 on Las Olas, would be as a 2-bay station with the required number of bunks, and it'll be built right in the center of the parking garage. So, you know, it would just blend right in with the rest of the retail that's taking place.
So I think interesting idea for the parking deck, and then what else comes to my mind is this discussion we're having about with Broward Health and them having a facility there. Is there synergy there to have one structure that houses both?
Absolutely, that would be ideal.
One of the things we found when we were considering the FER, the freestanding emergency room at the beach, which died, but what we found out in those conversations with fire is that they're typically not going to be transporting to an FER, because the FER is more for those people that are going to the emergency room that don't need to be in an emergency room.
Sure.
There's, I forget what the number is, but there's a high percentage of volume going through the emergency room that doesn't need to be there. So typically when they're rolling out, they're still going to transport, you know, anybody who's had a stroke or heart attack, any of those individuals are still going down to 17th Street. So they're not going to wind up over at that FER at the Y. It's broken legs and things like that. People who drive themselves in are primarily the client base for the FER. The folks that I've got a bad case of the flu, and instead of going to the emergency room, I go to the FER.
Right. Yeah, no, it makes sense. And I'm not suggesting like a, I guess, patient synergy, but just physical structure. Just sharing a physical
But
structure.
it could even be possible, like I said, some of those non-trauma related cases that they could drop them there and then get right back to the station. Yeah, that's something that I think can be explored operationally as time goes on.
Yeah.
And those freestanding emergency rooms do create a challenge for us, because you get the walk-in individuals that have not arrived at the right facility, so they create emergent transport of us taking them from that facility then to the stroke center or the cardiac center. So we anticipate seeing an increase in call volume just based upon that FER going in there.
Okay. Yeah, that's worth exploring, right? I mean, Mary, do you agree? Is that?
I agree. And there are other projects too in and around that area that might incorporate a fire station. For example, there's a project. I think we've already approved it, but it's sort of on hold right now. Where Charlie Ladd and Steve Hudson have a project on the west side of Federal Highway around 7th Street. 8th Street, you know which one I'm talking about, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe there could be a partial redesign to incorporate this into their project. That would be smack in the middle of Flagler.
The problem with most of those mayors is those are residential, and there is oftentimes pushback of fire trucks rolling out of a residential building.
Yeah.
Nobody wants it in the ground floor of their residential apartment building.
You know, they say that because there's noise, but you don't turn the sirens on until.
No, they don't. But not everybody knows that. Yeah, as I discovered, people think they start blaring the sirens before they even leave the building.
Okay, is that complete? Your report?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a little bit from police.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm filling in for Chief Schultz today. He extends his apologies for not being here. He's currently in an arbitration hearing. And I've been asked to be very brief, so I'll try to go over these as quickly as possible and leave some time for questions. The first update is on the school zone speed enforcement cameras. The vendor's been selected by that, and we're currently finishing up the procurement process there. And once that's finalized, we'll be able to sort of enter into that discussion with the vendor on timing and how we're going to get those out. I'm very excited about this program, though, because this is one of those that's going to help us leverage technology for safety. The speed enforcement at schools is a main priority for our motor unit. So we'll be able to realize some of that time back once this program's up and running, and we sort of see that behavior change that enhances the safety of the children and parents going to and from school during those school hours.
Has that vendor been identified?
The vendor has been identified.
They did the notice of intent to award, I think it was last
week.
Friday.
Okay.
Then moving on to our co-responder program, we have identified our primary choice for hiring the licensed mental health clinician. That person is currently going through our backgrounds process. Assuming all goes well there, we are anticipating that program will be live and operational by April. And again, this is another one that we're very excited about. This is sort of one of the newer models in law enforcement. That's one of the new best practices for as we talked before about trying to deal with some of our mentally challenged focusing crisis. This allows us to have our own clinician that's going to be there riding with an officer 5 days a week, who's out there and able to help do that wraparound service and actually case manage, in addition to responding at the scene with the officer and helping to de-escalate potentially a situation. It's also that follow-up on the back end to try to ensure folks' voluntary compliance with sort of different resources and programs that are already out there and available through the county and other service providers.
I'm sorry, you said ride along, or would they be like they hear the call and they go to that location, which is
exactly. So they'll be paired up with a sworn uniformed police officer as part of our co-responder team. That officer's already been identified as well, and they will both respond out to those calls whenever feasible.
Okay, 2 questions. Number one, let's talk about the camera program. I think it might be an interesting conversation to talk about cameras in neighborhoods, especially certain hotspots where crime is often found, where we can have cameras on street corners to be able to identify perpetrators that would assist the police in trying to track down violent offenders, especially. Has any thought been given to that, how we might be able to
Absolutely. It's a great question, Mayor. And our grants manager has actually identified a grant that she believes is going to help us fund an expansion of that program to the tune of about 60 additional cameras in the upcoming year.
Let me tie in with that, because I've got a couple of neighborhoods that have on their own gone ahead and funded LPRs. And they've asked the city to step in now that they're for replacement, because they reach a point of obsolescence, technological obsolescence at a certain point. And they've hoped that the city would be able to step up and do that, and so far we haven't.
Right, so I think we should consider a broader net of trying to identify neighborhoods that could be to augment what some neighborhoods have already done, but also to initiate programs where they aren't currently being in use, especially in high crime areas, whether it be downtown or whatever neighborhood, on the beach. I think that a lot of cities around the country have already implemented this. We're not going to be like New York City where there's a camera in every corner. Or London, right? But I do think it behooves us in this day and age where we have the technology to be able to capture moments where incidents do occur, and this would definitely help police in turn trying to identify perpetrators almost in real time to be able to enforce the law. So it's something we should think about. I know it's going to cost something, but I know that there are federal and state grants that might help us at least implement this initially in our city. So
one of my constituents actually just sent me an email the other day with the Bureau of Justice Administration grant for AI use with cameras and LPRs. So I'll share that information with you.
All right,
great, thank you.
Second thing I want to bring up is what if the state implements a immigration law? I saw in the paper the other day where there may be a mandate to the cities to assist the federal government through local law enforcement agencies to identify immigrants and to be able to assist state law enforcement agencies in trying to identify and basically bring them to facility or county facility. Are we responding to that in any way? I don't want to be caught short. I don't want to be penalized for not doing anything. It may not be what I would like to see, but if it comes down as a state mandate, how are we gonna deal with that?
And certainly one thing we should do is lobby that the state actually provides funding with that mandate.
Chances are it won't come with funding.
Chances are, absolutely.
But I think so far all I've seen is a expected mandate to train up to 10% of our law enforcement personnel to be able to identify illegal immigrants and undocumented individuals. I don't know what that costs, and I don't know how we implement that.
We can come back to you with
Something that should be talked about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I don't know what this session is going to produce, but we should be prepared for something like that.
I think they
we'll
wrote
get
though
a
that they would
report.
only be holding the mayors of each city responsible. Personally for criminal,
Lock me up.
Yeah. So.
We'll get something back to you on that one.
Okay.
If we could just roll back to the camera program, reading from where you had left off. With the neighborhoods being hopefully given cameras, we had a discussion at one of, I believe it was one of our commission conference meetings. I had suggested with new development coming up that we also include cameras that would be connected to the live crime cameras. Could we also look into that with this opportunity?
So that's similar to the issue we discussed earlier about the exactions with the energy efficiency type improvements. So we have to look at whether or not and do that study as the city attorney mentioned to determine if that's something that we can
do under
require or if we can incentivize. We have looked into it. We think it's more of an incentivation path forward, but we would need to do a study to see if there's.
I think that was been on the follow-up
It
report,
was,
and I think, okay.
And then even the bigger picture, I love the idea of our city becoming a smart city. So with that conversation, alluding and going into that direction as well.
Very good.
Can I go back to something there?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So I'm going way back to the sidewalks at Frion. I've been working with Chris. Our current sidewalk ordinance doesn't give neighborhoods that collectively don't want sidewalks the ability to opt out of having a sidewalk and forces them more or less to have a sidewalk. So Chris and the city manager are working on bringing forward to us an ordinance that would just allow city staff to be more flexible to basically what neighbors need. So I just want to get
Without going through, because it's a pretty cumbersome process right now that always doesn't work out the way they hope that they would.
Remind me again why neighborhoods don't want sidewalks.
So like Breakwater Surf Club, so it's southeast near Harbor Inlet.
Okay.
So they have no sidewalks in their neighborhood. Right. The sidewalk would basically fall on private land basically and would further, lessen their property. And going forward, none of those other homeowners want sidewalks built there.
Because they think it's going to sort of a bridge there where they probably have trees.
Get off my lawn.
Or what they consider
even
their
though we
lawn.
have an easement there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not theirs.
Get off my lawn.
You've got a few situations, and you'll see the sidewalk master plan tomorrow at conference and have some opportunities to hear about that a little bit more. But you've got areas of neighborhoods that are more isolated than others to vehicular traffic or traffic from outside the neighborhood, canopy streets, things of that nature, where the neighborhoods have just said, we don't think a sidewalk's necessary here. We don't want to infringe upon our front yard, which is an easement. So there are.
It's a great neighborhood. It's one of our few really true cul-de-sac neighborhoods where there's one road in, one road out, and they walk in the street, and there's no through traffic in there, and they don't want sidewalks. And new development is required to put in a sidewalk unless they get a waiver. The waiver is, nobody else on the block has a sidewalk there, therefore we shouldn't be responsible for putting in a sidewalk that's 50 feet that doesn't connect to anything else, and you can get a waiver in that respect. But other than that, we had this problem in Vic Park though, when I lived there, where I would regularly take pictures of people pushing baby carriages down the street on 4th Street and 6th Street, standing in the middle of the gutter of what's essentially a major thoroughfare. They were risking their lives every single day. And we had some streets, like I lived on 15th Avenue, and I had a sidewalk in front of my house, and it was heavily utilized.
It was that
It was very
15th
popular.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody loved that sidewalk, I love the sidewalk.
I live
Right
on the
from
cul-de-sac, and there is a sidewalk only because there's a school across the street.
I know, I knocked on your door.
Right. And there's a lot of vehicular traffic there because people come down there and they turn around in the cul-de-sacs. So, and people do walk dogs and baby carriages all the time, thinking it's a safe space, but in fact there's a lot of vehicular traffic.
I think one of the last sidewalks that we actually installed from scratch was in Pam's district, and it was the whole Connect to Schools program that we did. That was one of the only ones that I can remember where the city actually came in and built new sidewalks in recent history. And we've got certain areas with schools that would like to have sidewalks around them because kids walk to school and they're walking in the gutter right now.
And those would be the higher priority items when we make the presentation tomorrow.
Yeah, and I
on
think
the
that, I think
sidewalks.
that presentation addresses how we're gonna deal with the areas that don't want sidewalks. In terms of the prioritization of what we're gonna be doing.
Right, but we still would need an ordinance that would allow staff a little bit more flexibility there.
Yeah.
So I just bring that up as I think it can be helpful to allow staff to determine, hey, where's the high traffic areas?
And I actually had one of my constituents raise this question with me the other night from Coral Shores, actually. He said, in our neighborhood, we don't need it. And I said, well, here's the challenge I have with that. You know, when we're talking about undergrounding, we say we have to have a vote of the residents. So how are you going to ascertain whether a neighborhood wants that or not? So I've gone to HOA meetings where I'll have 5 people show up in an HOA meeting. Do I allow 5 people to determine whether we're going to have an amenity that's available to 150 houses or not? And if so, let's say we do that today, you know, those, 12 angry villagers die off in the next 5 years. Now everybody in that neighborhood is stuck with a decision that was made, at a point in time. How do you undo that if the neighborhood sentiment changes? So there needs to be a mechanism whereby you can revisit that at a point in time also, so.
Yeah, we'll need a process.
Yes, I'm all about process.
How is that ordinance coming in terms of coming towards us?
So we have a draft, it got delayed a little bit, we wanted to have it at your meeting tomorrow, but it's looking more like February, we just had some definitions that we needed to tweak to add that clarity, so that there's some certainty between staff and the public.
Great.
So we're on track for that at this point.
In February?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you, that sounds good. Great. One other just high level, when we have, I guess we call this, is this called we call this a workshop? I think it's called a workshop. So, I don't know historically, but in terms of public participation, is basically my question. I think, especially at this, it could be helpful to have at some point, like not throughout the course of the meeting, but just a designated time, maybe it's the beginning, maybe it's the middle, of allowance for public participation if, people wanna make a 2-minute or 3-minute. Is that fair to include in?
We can. I don't see a lot of members of the public here, but at some point, maybe right after lunch or something, before we begin the session, we can take a few minutes out.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, but just an opportunity at workshops.
Yep,
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right.
Susan?
Yep, so that was the priorities. Next is landscape review, and what this is, like I said, to just get everyone on the same page is what our current status is. So go ahead.
Right, so I'm gonna go through a couple of slides here that cover a wide variety of topics. If
What
you'd
page
like,
are we on?
Page 6. So if you'd like to follow along, it starts on page 6. So just a quick second to flip there. I know some of these charts are a little bit small, so it might be easier to look at them in your.
This is where we get the red.
Yes.
So first off, just gonna share a little bit, and this entire section here is really just, as Susan said, to share some context about the broader municipality as well as the city as an organization. So one of the first things that we wanted to talk about was some of the financials for the city, and you can see looking at this chart, this is included in the adopted budget every year. But in looking at the last 10 years, our taxable values have increased year over year, most recently at about 8.5%. This next chart is looking at both the population overlaid on top of the growth for the city organization, the number of employees that we've brought on board or that we've funded. So the dark blue is general fund employees. The green bar would be any other fund, so parking fund, water sewer, airport, among a few others. And then that blue line would be our population estimate, so residents that actually live and reside in Fort Lauderdale. So you can see generally they follow the same trend. Next, looking at some of the financial forecasts. So
I'm gonna stop you for a second. So you're looking at a flatline growth in population?
Between 2024 and 2025, is that what you're looking at?
I'm looking from 23 to 24 to 25.
Yeah, there's been some moderate increases, but not the drastic growth that we've seen in some of the other years, such as between 2019 and 2020.
Somebody better tell those people with the 7,000 new apartments that they're building.
Well, this is actual, right? This is actual, not projected.
And these are primary residences as opposed to seasonal residents, correct?
That are,
Because that's not taken into consideration here at all.
No, we have some information a little bit later in the presentation on visitors and seasonal residents, but this right here is just talking about.
Because the seasonal residents, it's a big number, and they're not factored in here. So,
and I think that's very important because we've always talked throughout the years that our population between folks coming into the city during the day for work, for tourism, and also seasonal, substantially alters our population. We're not a city of 190,000 people at any given point in time.
So we're going to just skip ahead a little bit.
Go ahead, it's all right.
So this slide, skipping ahead, we'll go back a little bit later, but kind of breaks that down. So that orange bar is that same number of about 189,000 actual residents of Fort Lauderdale. The blue bar would be the number of people at any given time on average in Fort Lauderdale. So this could be commuters, residents, seasonal residents, tourists. One thing I want to note here is we're a little bit limited on the quality of the data that we have based on the systems we have to collect the data. And what I mean by that is that this information is collected through a system called Pacer AI. And so it pings the number of cell phones that have location services turned on. So if you have 2 cell phones, you're going to get counted twice. If you don't have a cell phone at all, you're not going to get counted. So keep that in mind. And then that green bar you can see is just a smidge higher, and that's what we are defining as peak period. So November through April, which is where we're trying to capture any snowbirds, seasonal residents, spring breakers.
That's massive.
There's a little bit of a discrepancy.
Also, it doesn't change as much as it used to anymore. We used to have much more seasonality.
Right.
Now we're not. Now we're seeing a steady state of
influx.
So we're looking at people during season.
Used to say double, now we're tripling.
And that isn't to say that, this is everybody at any given time, but on average, every day we are seeing this many people. So we might.
We'll go through our borders.
Okay. Thank you.
So let me go backwards a little bit now.
Base,
But since it came up, I wanted to share that information.
Sad slide.
So next, every June, the city presents a financial forecast to inform and guide budget development. So this isn't unfamiliar to what you've seen before, but based upon our projected increases and considering no millage rate for the next 5 years, we would see some deficits to the general fund. That's the red that you're seeing.
So what are you going to do?
We're going to talk about it.
That taxable value increase is the accumulation of increase in value as well as new construction?
Correct. So that net new is a big driver.
Right.
When we get to double digits, that's the net, it's because of the net new.
Right. Okay.
Next, for funds that are not general fund, these are the planned rate increases for the next 5 years to keep those enterprise funds financially solvent. So the water and sewer, sanitation fee, and stormwater fee.
Those increases in water and sewer are to cover the bond.
Correct. And so keep in mind, we've had a couple years of 22% increases. Those are going to be leveling off. So the year-to-year change is going to be tapering off starting, I think it's in 27, as far as that goes, right? We'll go back down to, on the water side, the 5%.
28.
Okay.
So theoretically, when the bonds are paid off, that increase will come down.
No, because there's always something else.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they're 30-year bonds, right? And then the cost of operations, although we do build them in there, there's more programs in water and sewer, as far as pipe replacements.
We're going to have to upgrade GTL at some point.
Yes, we are. Although we did increase capacity.
We did. Well, we did it, but we had capped out, and that's why county put a freeze on our building permits for a while. So we did some work, and we got them to open it up back. But long term, we've got.
And the I&I programs, again, are designed to.
I&I is definitely going to be impactful.
Yeah.
It's going to help.
I thought, Dr. Gassman, did she go?
Oh, there you are. It's a big number.
I know like 2 years ago, you had indicated that we were like 50-something percent. We've gone through how do I want to phrase this? 51 or 52% of our pipes were remediated to avoid I&I. Where are we now in that program?
Yeah, don't have to answer the question, I think the number you quoted is too large.
Yeah.
As part of our consent order projects, there were approximately 8 or 10 basins that were prioritized. Those basins have been complete. We currently have a new program where we've done a review of the entire city and we're prioritizing new basins for that additional work. I don't believe we're at 50%.
I think the answer was I asked Alan, when will it start making a difference? When will we start seeing the difference at what percent? And I think it was once we got to about that 50% is when we would start seeing the difference in the flow.
So could you get back to us at some point and tell us where we are and a timetable as to how you project we're going to be able to achieve within the next 5 years? Because that's going to have a significant impact on our ability to address the George Lawn treatment plant capacity. But even that, it still needs, upgrades and things like that.
And we also talk to the large users that participate in our wastewater program that they need to do the same as far as their I&I programs.
Where do these numbers fall? I know as part of the budget process, we compare ourselves to the other cities locally. Where do these numbers fall? I haven't looked at that recently, so I don't know where we stand rank-wise. I know once upon a time, going back a few years ago, we used to have, if not the lowest, close to the lowest water and sewer rates in the county. Where do we stand now with all these increases?
Yeah, and we had the projections when we were looking at the water plant. So with a 5,000, and we use 5,000 as kind of the average. We were in the middle and then moving up to the top, let's say 25% of the list. And keeping in mind that other cities are in the process right now of redoing their water plants as well, so they will be catching up with us on that. So here we go. That's a 3,000.
Is it 3,000?
And 5,000 were number 4.
Okay.
So these are from the last time.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
And what about with respect to sanitation and stormwater? Do we have those as well?
Stormwater, we are number 2, like second highest.
Okay.
Just behind Miami Beach. And for sanitation, we are number 3, third highest.
So this validates what I'm hearing from my residents. Lauderdale is becoming unaffordable across the board.
What page are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I pulled the last revenue sufficiency analysis we presented to you in June. I just had it saved for backup. It's not in your packet.
All right, so read again what you just recited.
So Commissioner Herbst asked where the city ranked as it compares to other municipalities in the areas of water, sewer, sanitation, and stormwater. So
ranked in terms of cost?
In terms of how high are we as compared to others. So the last one I just went through was sanitation. We're the 3rd highest in terms of the other comparators.
And what are the other 2 ahead of us?
Southwest Ranches was higher than us, as was Hollywood, Florida. And then I'll flip through the presentation a little bit the other way. So we were stormwater, we were number 2, just behind Miami Beach, based on the other comparators. Coral Gables was just under us, Key Biscayne under that. And then for water sewer, there's 2 different comparators. One at 8,000 gallons. We're number 3 at 8,000 gallons. So 3rd highest, behind Wilton Manors and Davie. And then under us is Oakland Park and Miramar. And then at 5,000 gallons, we are 6. I think I counted that right. Around 6. Wilton Manors, Davie, Oakland Park, Miramar, and Hallandale Beach are higher cost than us.
For which category?
That was for the 5,000 gallons.
Average.
Combined water and sewer.
Okay.
And those are just based on the June
Don't we charge them?
Yeah, it's interesting. They're those 2 that are above us are our customers from a wholesale water perspective.
Because they put a surcharge on top of what we charge them.
There you go.
They're cost plus.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but it brings up an interesting point, because I know for years we were able to tell folks locally that, we're lowest tax rate in the largest, 25 largest cities, we got the lowest water. So we've always been a fairly lower cost city, but that's no longer the case. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm not suggesting there's anything we can do to undo any of these things. And I know on the water and sewer side, as all
includes
these other
everything.
municipalities begin to upgrade their plans to deal with the new EPA restrictions on PFAS, their water rates are gonna skyrocket as well. I mean, so
We're ahead of
ours
the
are,
game. That's why we're,
right.
that's why we're on top, because we're ahead of the game.
The only thing that they may have the advantage of that we don't is that there will probably be federal grants, since everybody in the country is going to have to comply with this. I imagine that there'll be some dollars from the federal government. Because we were first to the dance, we missed out on any opportunity for significant federal funding.
I don't know about that. I thought we were able to, even though we committed to spending the money, we were able to,
retroactively apply?
yeah, Dr. Gassman, are we able to do that?
Typically, you can't.
So for stormwater specifically, we've been leveraging the debt that we're issuing for stormwater related bonds.
No, I'm sorry, just
You're
on the water.
Oh, just for
Just the
water
water
sewer,
plant.
yeah.
And I think on some of the enabling works, we were looking at applying for, cause keep in mind, 181 million of that
Right.
was gonna be the enabling works, and I think we did look for some grants on some of those.
The problem with federal grants is it takes forever to get them.
Yeah.
And we had.
No argument about where we are. I'm saying their costs are going to go up at some point. They may not move up pro rata because they may have more grant opportunities available to them. But yeah, so at some point, we're on the water and sewer side, we're gonna drop down in that ranking. We're no longer gonna be at the top. We'll probably move more to the middle. But no, I think it's important to recognize though, for a lot of people in Fort Lauderdale, you know, particularly for our seniors that are living on a fixed income, Fort Lauderdale is getting to be a pricey place to live. You know, we haven't been raising our millage rate, which we all understand, that's been advantageous to them. But on all the other, you know, monthly operating costs, it's getting expensive, there's no doubt.
How do you pay for everything?
He's not disagreeing.
I'm asking
I
that
don't know
almost
that there's an answer.
rhetorically, yeah.
No, I don't know that there's an answer. It's just, like I said, I get the complaints, I'm sure you all do. And traditionally, I've been able to push back and say, no, our rates are not as high as you think they are. They seem high, but comparatively, they're not. But now, comparatively, they are. So I can no longer push back and say, yeah, we're cheap, because we're not cheap anymore.
And yet the newspaper reports that we're the wealthiest congressional district in
Oh, was that the
South
case?
Florida.
Okay.
Well, and parts of our community are, but other parts of our community are not. I've got a lot of working class folks in my district. I've got a lot of wealthy folks in my district, but there's working class folks there too.
That was for the whole state?
I think so. Wasn't that just the headline yesterday or the day before?
was a headline.
on the front.
Newspaper came
Can I
so
ask Susanna still here?
Top headline.
I think it was today.
The 20, was that today? No, that's
No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday's paper.
23rd congressional district,
It was the
most wealthy.
highest average
Yeah.
median income
Uh-huh.
in the state.
Yeah. Wow. Well, not in the state. I think
South Florida? No.
there was a pocket up in North Florida, but anyway, you'll see. It's there.
So next up, we're on page 8 now in the resource guide if you're still following along. We took a look at city organization now, the dividing up of our labor groups. So this is same information, but we're displaying it 2 different ways. So the pie chart on the left shows the breakdown of all of the different labor groups that the city employs, broken down by their salary or wage. So you can see that Teamsters and our FOP groups are about a quarter each in terms of how much funding for those groups. But when you look at it by positions, so the actual number of people on the right, you can see that Teamsters actually is about 40% of our city organization. Looking at the workforce of the city more broadly, and this is the greater Fort Lauderdale area, so it includes Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach areas. Our unemployment is trending downward, and we're actually below pre-COVID levels in terms of unemployment. Positive. Looking at Broward County, our occupation by industry, professional and business services is where we see the most number of people employed. We talk a lot about leisure and hospitality here in Fort Lauderdale. That's near the top middle. So if I'm counting right, 5th from the bottom as an area that we also often highlight. Look at that and then I'll keep going. Some of the key business relocations and expansions we've seen actually in Fort Lauderdale over the past year include Amazon, West Marine, Shipmonk, Icon, AutoNation, and Future Tech. So seeing quite a few jobs being added to our economy.
This is in the last year?
Yes.
So Amazon, that's that distribution place up in New York, right? This is just in Fort Lauderdale,
This is Fort Lauderdale specific, yes.
West Marine. Chipmunk added 200 more jobs, wow.
Eric, I'm sorry, if we can go back one slide. I had it highlighted here. It says other services. Could you define what the other services are?
I don't have that information handy, but I can find out.
So our median household income exceeds that of Broward County.
Correct. So we are above Broward County, but Broward County has seen a larger percent of growth over the last 5 years, but yes. In terms of housing units and development, so here are those population numbers again for you. We comprise pretty consistently over the last 5 years about 11.5% of the total housing units of Broward County. In terms of some of the trends, we're seeing the number of single-family units decrease and instead being replaced with more multifamily units coming online.
Is that actually the loss of single-family homes? Is that actually homes that are being demolished and then being replaced with multifamily? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, with townhouses, is that kind of one of the trends, Chris, that you see?
Yeah. Right, for like duplexes or larger, yeah. Like areas like Victoria Park, you'll see single family homes be demolished and then replaced with higher density.
Two townhouses
or quad or something like that, yeah. All districts, not to single that out, but that's an example.
Thank you.
Looking at the housing market for Fort Lauderdale, we've seen a decrease in the number or a slowdown of sales since 2021, but interest rates are increasing. They're hovering around 6 to 7% right now. In terms of the cost of homes, Fort Lauderdale is significantly higher than both Florida and the United States as a whole at about $532,000. This is the median price of sold homes in 2023, as compared to $401,000 and $400,000.
Is that combining condominiums and single-family homes? I mean, many times I see data that breaks out condominiums for some reason, but is this everything all combined? This is everything. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Looking at the rental price growth rate, this is actually the first year that we've seen the growth rate for rentals decrease as compared to some increases over the last 2 years.
Can I back you up on one thing?
Sure.
So I know I did an analysis several years back for the prior year, and we were just trying to figure out how much Fort Lauderdale contributed to the county and to the school board's budget. And so I see when we're looking at population from your previous number, we're 11.5% of Broward County population. And at that point, we were contributing 17% of the county and the school board's budget. I'd like to know what that number is
I
today.
can pull that from,
Yep.
it'll take me a minute though.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
It kind of went along with the idea that we're a donor to the rest of the county, and I'd just love to know how that number has changed over time. Like I said, it used to be 17%.
If you and while they're looking that up, you might also be interested on page 13, the contribution to Broward County, 35% of the total Broward County tourism is generated for Lauderdale.
Right.
Where are we not a donor?
I read an interesting article today about how that tourism development dollars are not being spent in Fort Lauderdale. Aren't you on that board? Mayor? What are you doing? Are you missing the meetings? Are you going? Are you voting?
Yeah. You want it by yourself?
Yeah, I need some supervision.
Yeah. We need to replace you.
So we'll keep going. I'm now, if you're in the resource guide, still following along page 9 at the bottom. Or, sorry, I'm on the wrong document. I've got 2 different packets here. You turn to page 14. Our Community survey results. So each year we do 2 surveys. We do one for our residents and we do another for our businesses. So our resident survey between the months of July and September had 606 respondents. This is a statistically valid and representative survey. Some of the highlights from the survey showed that over half of respondents are satisfied with the overall quality of life in Fort Lauderdale. But one of the areas for focus that they identified, and we've seen for the last couple of surveys, is the sense of overall safety. We asked a follow-up question this year. If you were a surveyor and you responded that you were not pleased with the overall sense of safety, what would be the most important thing you do to improve that? And the number one response we got was to reduce homelessness. So we're seeing a connection between feelings of safety and homelessness from that survey response. Some of the high-level takeaways from our business survey, we saw 77 respondents for our business survey. So this is really, since we didn't have such a large response rate, this provides just some insights into our business community. I would stop short of saying that it's statistically representative. But from those that were surveyed, they were largely satisfied with doing business and working in the city. And the top 3 most important factors for keeping businesses here from their perspective was local government policies towards businesses, the level of taxation, and tourism.
So 55% of respondents are satisfied. That means 45% of the people that live here hate it.
Or they were neutral.
Let's say what?
Or they were neutral. So it's on a 5-point scale. So
How do we know that this is statistically valid? I mean, first of all, we got about 600 respondents.
600.
How many went out? How many surveys were?
Well, it happens differently now. So maybe talk about how the survey is.
We engaged with Zen City as a third-party administrator, and they do a rake weighting of the survey. So they provide the survey digitally through like ads, which increases our response rate. We did provide also some paper surveys to some individuals. They're not included in these responses because they couldn't aggregate the data that way, but we did receive 11 surveyors through a paper survey, worth noting. But then they take that data and they compare the number of responses and the demographics that are recorded against what we see in the census to make sure that it's representative of our community, and then they have a certain threshold that they have to meet to.
And there's a certain number, and once you hit that certain number, you know what the margin of error is.
95% confidence interval?
So with the rake weighting, they don't do they don't present the data in the same way that we've seen in years prior, but it is we have some confidence.
Yeah, and so compared, you said Commissioner Herbst, it was 17%. Right now it's 19.9, so 20%, and I would attribute that we've had larger growth over that period of time than the other pieces of the county.
Right, you haven't seen the county with all the new construction that we've seen in the primarily the downtown core is where most of the new growth is coming from. So yeah, so it's interesting. So that trend continues. To the mayor's point, you know, on in terms of sales tax, tourist tax, we're seeing that come from the tourist industry. And in terms of ad valorem tax, we're seeing that come from our new construction. So, yeah, we continue to be the engine that drives Broward County.
Convince them. It's not. It shouldn't take much convincing. I know. I attended
we have our joint meeting on February 11th. Why we bring that point up?
You know, I attended the Visit Lauderdale annual marketing event, whatever it is. It's quite obvious where the economic engine is by everything that was presented at that
That's
meeting.
why they brand Visit Lauderdale. And so to that extent, our name is branded in all their advertisements, all their tourist solicitations. So you say, you know, why aren't we getting the same dollar spent for Fort Lauderdale? In the sense, you know, you look at Hollywood, which is probably 25%, okay, but it's not called Visit Hollywood. And they're in the tourist solicitations, they Visit Lauderdale, and they're smarting over that. You know, the mayor of Hollywood says, "Why is it always Visit Lauderdale?" I don't blame it, but that's the brand, and you know, most of the money that goes out in trying to draw tourist dollars is under our name.
Yeah.
So, but as far as the transportation tax is concerned, that's where we have a beef.
So that's a whole nother story. Don't you sit on the MPO?
That's not where the money is.
Oh,
The money goes to the county.
What about the MPO?
The MPO is federal grants.
But aren't they involved?
I thought they'd
with
be
that?
advisory.
They are an advisory
Right,
yes.
okay.
Oh, trust me, I speak.
Okay, good, because we're just checking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be with another person.
I think we just did that. So,
We did.
so you and Commissioner Sorensen can bring home the money.
Well, I spoke up at the last meeting in total frustration where one of our staff people, not our staff people, the MPO staff people, talked about hiring consultants to figure out our transportation needs for the year 2100. And I said 2100. I said that's 75 years from now. In fact, it was 76 years, as we discussed last year. I said 76 years in 1948. Did we know what Fort Lauderdale was going to look like? How could we possibly have made plans from 1948 to determine what was going to happen in 2024? I said, so now you're looking at 76 years ahead. I said, we are wasting all of our time and resources on planning for this pie in the sky. We have no idea what the world is going to be like 76 years from now. Why don't we just get something done now?
I keep hearing more
I said, what, can you name me one project that we've done so far? One significant project that we've accomplished? And the answer is zero. But we've spent millions of dollars on consultants, millions of dollars on these planning sessions, and we've got absolutely nothing done, and the room was just quiet.
That's because government is the only place where they think that doing a plan is actually doing something.
Well, not Fort Lauderdale. This is a can-do city. But it was and no one could respond. There's not one project that I can point to in the 7 years that I've been on the MPO that I can say, other than sidewalks, which they call connectivity and mobility hubs. There's absolutely zero major accomplishments. No new highways, no new bridges, certainly no tunnels, and they said they were going to get back to us with a response. Of course, there's no response. Hopefully I can the 2100 consultant project, because that made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
The shape of it is that our neighbors to the south of Miami-Dade are managing to build things left and right. So they're building tunnels, they're building bridges, they're doing a lot of things down there, and they're moving the needle. They're raising road heights in Miami Beach. They're putting in tidal valves. They're doing a lot of things down there.
We're doing that, but in terms
but
of
not to the scale. They spent $500 million 10 years ago raising road heights all along Miami Beach. They recognize what we're talking about here. We recognize it. They recognize it. They did something. We did nothing. I mean, so again, we study everything to death, and other people do stuff.
Yes, proceed.
All right, we've got just one last slide, and I do want to mention, if you're interested in reading the full survey results, which has much more information than what I provided on the methodology, it's in your packet under Appendix A. But here, in terms of the resident neighbor survey questions, Zen City does provide some benchmarks to us comparing against both the nation and a cohort. A cohort is a selection of cities that they've identified that have similar characteristics such as population, income, diversity. So really quickly,
is this in our book?
It is.
Which page?
It is on page 15. 15. So in terms of acceptance of residents of all backgrounds, we exceed the benchmarks that we see for our cohort and the nation. In terms of a variety of art and cultural events, we're right on par. But then we start to see some areas where we start to lag behind the benchmarks for those areas. I won't read all of them, but you can see them there. I will point out the sense of overall safety towards the bottom of the list is this was identified as an area that neighbors are concerned about specifically. And unless there are any questions on that, that concludes the remarks on
landscape review. So, Mayor, the next things we had, we were going to start talking about the challenges and opportunities. And you can see there are three there that we were talking about: infrastructure, the CRA, and City Hall. We could take one and hit infrastructure now, or we could break for lunch and then come back in maybe 30 minutes and start
Why don't we do that? We break for lunch.
Okay, and maybe why don't you talk about what the
Yeah.
what the
So lunch is available on the 21st floor for the elected officials and city staff. It's staged in the cafeteria. If you'd like to eat up there, we have the large conference room directly across from 12 to 1 reserved. We also have the small conference room if anyone else would like to also make your way over there.
So the 21st floor.
21st floor.
and when would you like us to come back?
Well, use 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay.
Okay.
We can do 30 minutes.
Awesome. Perfect. Thanks, Richard. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but
The other services?
So let our workshop continue.
All right, so good afternoon. Hopefully everyone enjoyed your lunch. One of the topics y'all asked for us to bring back to you at this session to discuss is the Northwest Progresso CRA and the scheduled sunset. So just as a reminder, we presented this a few times to you all, and you met with the advisory board on this topic, and we're just gonna bring up the same things that we presented before, and then if you have questions, we can answer those, and hopefully we'll get some direction. So just as a reminder, the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights CRA was created in November of 1995, so it was a 30-year term, and it's planned to sunset in November of 2025, so that'll be the 30 years. And at the time it was created, the population was 13,000. It's grown about 45% in population by almost 6,000 residents. The taxable value grew from $208,000 to $2.6 billion, or around 1,300%.
2.8. What was it?
$2.6 billion.
Billions.
$2.6 billion is the taxable value.
I thought it said 2.9 in our.
Maybe.
Well, 2.8, 2.6.
Well, I'm looking at an old presentation, but it's grown significantly,
It's
around
billions.
1,200%.
On page 21.
Oh, okay.
It says under challenge and opportunities, it says it went from 208 million to 2.9 billion.
Okay, so it was probably more updated information from the presentation I'm referring to, so I apologize for that, but yeah, it's order of magnitude the same, like a significant growth. And so how the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights CRA is funded, it's through that growth in increment. So the taxable value was locked in 1995, and all of the growth in taxable value at our millage rate and at the millage rate of the county, the hospital district, and others is reinvested back into the area to spur growth. So some of the examples of projects that have occurred based upon the increment funding are capital streetscape improvements along Sistrunk Boulevard, the LA League, YMCA, and then several developers were incentivized to create affordable housing and other development in that area. So you all talked a little bit about some of the other things that are going on there with Searstown coming on board, Flagler Village, and some of the growth of population. One of the challenges the city has is that because we're part of a CRA, all of the growth in taxable value has to be reinvested back into the area. We can't use it to provide general government services. So when we talk about providing a new fire station, we can't use the taxable value in that area to fund a new fire station.
The increase in the tax.
Well, the increase would be the increase from that 208.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so all of the growth that occurred in that area, instead of using that taxable value at the increment growth, we have to reinvest it back into the area to be used on redevelopment activities. At the time that it's sunset, we can then use that funding to provide general government services such as the fire station, police services to address the increased population. But there are still opportunities for redevelopment in the area. So we're at.
So what you're saying is right now, all those services are being funded by taxable revenues being generated in other parts of the city?
Yep, by revenues generated in other parts of the city, plus plus the fire, assessment fee is still charged in those areas,
Right.
so that the taxable value in that area is reinvested back in the area to create that growth. So that's one of the challenges we have in that area.
So in 1995,
Yeah.
the assessed value of all buildings and structures in that area was 216,000.
208 million. Yeah,
208 million. It went up to 2.99 billion.
And so, so we sort of made the presentation a few times, but we've come up with some options for you all to consider as the CRA comes to a point where it will naturally sunset. We have a few options. The county and the other municipalities are likely not going to extend the CRA. And so right now, of the $29.7 million budget, 10.6 million comes from the city, or 35%. So 65% of the revenue we receive will likely go away, whatever decision this group makes. But understanding that we're at a point where we make a decision, we want to know from you all, do we want to do a time-only extension? So that's the first option we're sharing. We can allow the CRA to sunset with a request for time to complete current projects and incentives for the county. And right now, there is a page in the book, pages 20 through 22 show the ongoing incentives that are still underway. So there's a lot of projects that are still going on in that area.
There are a lot of projects that when we did the parade yesterday, I saw a lot of signage for projects that hadn't even come off the ground.
Right.
So that's going to be a discussion that we need to have. I don't know, are they going to be able to continue once it sunsets? Because the project hasn't started yet. We've committed our funds to it. Why haven't they started construction? And should we pull back on the commitments to those projects if they're not going to go forward? So there's a lot of things we got to deal with in addition to what you suggested about continuing the CRA. We have to see what monies we still have unspent that have been committed, and can they be committed somewhere else, because somewhere within the CRA. Because the one thing I don't want to see, honestly, personally, is we're on a roll now in the Northwest, and we need to continue that. We need to continue that progress, but at the same time, if some of these projects that we agreed to aren't going forward, what progress is there to be made if things are in standstill? So I imagine that the interest rates are keeping projects from being built. So I want to, be sure that I'm making the right decision as to whether or not to go forward with the CRA from a city perspective. And what's happening with those projects. Maybe Rufus can help us out here, because Clarence, I'm sorry.
We get that all the time.
Do you want to speak to
We
some
get
of
that all the time.
some of the ongoing?
They dress alike.
They're both snappy dressers.
Snappy dressers. Snappy dressers.
Clarence could help us out here.
Yes.
Because we need to know, what's the progress of development happening along the Cistrun corridor, and even hypothetically, if this commission were to decide to continue the CRA in some fashion, is it going to have any measurable value to the corridor if some of the projects that are already approved aren't happening? So perhaps you could chime in on that.
Mr. Mayor, members of
why don't you come get a seat at the table?
There's a presenter.
Yeah.
2021 and 22. Actually, it's exhibit 2, but they have 23 and 24, but they label it differently.
So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. When we talk about the actual projects that have the funding committed to them, as we have been, I think you guys tasked me some time ago to always keep a pulse on what is actually moving forward and those projects that probably won't get done. If you recall, we defunded some projects already, the proposed hotel. We have our eyes on maybe 2 or 3 other projects that may not go, but I can tell you, with all of the signs that you saw in Cistrun on yesterday, all of those projects are moving forward, and they are at some stage within the pre-development process. For us, if there are projects that are not moving forward, we have targeted them to recapture those funds and then put them back into an account that would allow us to be able to spend.
Right, but the challenge is going to be the ability to repurpose those funds because the deadline is November. So if we have $44 million of non-dispersed funds, and let's say we've identified several projects that are just not going to go forward, you know, the county's not going to say, hey, you can still have that money, are they?
If I may, we've been in ongoing discussions with the county about the beach CRA. We're asking for a second extension there. In the county, in our conversations, and Clarence has been part of some of these too, they seem really willing to let us complete the projects that we have.
Complete the projects, but
that
if
we
they
have committed, yeah.
Right, but if the ones that we committed to are gonna fall on the wayside, and then they become, they throw back in the hopper, that money, you know, we have to work very fast and furiously to find another project that is eligible for CRA funds that we can commit to before the November 2025 deadline.
From my understanding, I don't think that that's the way they're approaching it. We have funds that are committed, and they are committed to projects with resolutions, and
Yeah, but if they don't succeed in moving forward, as you indicated, the money would come back into the treasury, right?
yes, to be reallocated.
Yeah, but to be reallocated. But what happens if we didn't reallocate them before November 2025? We lose them.
Again, so from my understanding, I'm not sure, it almost works the same way in which Laura was mentioning about beach. The funding that's there and still waiting to be used, the county is willing to allow us to use that money.
Okay, I've never known that to be their policy. So if Laura's able to negotiate that, then good for her.
So the beach is a little bit different because the beach didn't focus on incentives. So the Northwest focuses on incentives. The beach focused more on capital projects.
Okay.
So the county has been willing in our discussions to allow us to continue using the funding on the same capital projects that were approved as part of the plan. We haven't had many conversations about incentives, and we're probably the guinea pig because we're the group that's sunsetting first. So for what they shared with us, and the reason that the beach sunset renewal has been delayed is the county wants to create an asset policy. And it really is going to discuss how we deal with the funds and the assets at the time of the sunset. So we're gonna learn more as they develop that. They've asked Clarence for a variety of information about, they own 100 properties. What happens to the 100 properties at the time of sunset, So there's a variety of things that we need to work with the county to create a asset policy that doesn't just work for our city. They wanna use the same policy for all of the cities. So I think we'll see that being developed. I think the beach is really clean because it's capital projects and we have 4 properties that we're gonna use for green space. Northwest is a little trickier because of how the incentives have been set up and how the assets look a little bit different.
So the CRA on the beach still has real estate?
It has 4 properties, and it's really green open space. One of those spaces is going to be used for a temporary location for the International Swimming Hall of Fame, and then later, based on the parks plan, it would be determined to be a park space.
Is one of them the old Palazzo site?
The Marlin properties, is that, I think some sites
What's
have
the
many
Marlin
names.
properties?
It's on it's adjacent
It's
to
also
Las
called
Olas.
Channel Square. It's just south of Quarterdeck on the other side of Las Olas.
Oh, the little one on the corner there that we had some
Right.
expressions of interest for a P3. We've got
No,
that
that's
one.
on the north side. I'm sorry, south of Quarterdeck, south of Las Olas.
Yeah.
There's some vacant property.
There's that one right on the corner over there. I know we had a proposition from the quarter deck. They wanted to put containers out there and serve alcohol.
Yeah, they wanted to do that on the one to the west between Quarterdeck and there's like a bakery over there or something.
Right.
This one for the temporary setup is on the south side of Las Olas,
Channel Square.
just to the east, just to the west of not DC Alexander, Loop.
North of Venetian.
Right. Yeah.
So those are all purchased with CRA funds?
Yes.
Yep. And what are the others?
I think they're all in that area. I don't know if they're adjacent to each other and they're just 2 separate parcels, but they're all on the Las Olas corridor, right
Not
in
big
that
pieces,
area.
we're not talking
Not
about.
large
But they
pieces.
did let us finish the
Yeah.
A1A streetscape
Yeah.
project way past the sunset of the beach CRA.
That'll be the
Because that was
last.
already committed.
Yeah.
But in the Northwest, if we commit and then uncommit.
So I think that's part of what they're trying to develop with us, but yeah, we'll obviously push for the most flexibility possible, and they'll want some level of control over what happens to the assets, because taxpayers throughout the country pay
Right,
for
so
that.
the question is, at what point do we have to, make a decision about continuing the CRA?
We're hoping today, because as we develop the 2026 budget, we really need to understand how we build the budget for the Northwest, how we program, how we work with the county in terms of, for sure, we have to ask for a time extension.
Right.
If we're gonna continue any of the city's increment, we have to set that system up as well. So would you like me to go through sort of the options or the criteria for consideration that we put together, or?
One quick question before you do that. Invest Fort Lauderdale that we created, they're not able to capture any of these funds at all? If we leave them on the table and don't finish these projects with the established CRA, what is that relationship between Invest Fort Lauderdale, which we created, 5 years ago, 6 years ago?
No, it hasn't been that long, but
How many years?
I think maybe 3, 4 years.
Or more than 3.
Maybe 4.
Whatever it is.
Whatever.
Yeah. But I think that's one of the questions that's on the table with them as well.
With the asset, we need to understand how they're gonna.
How they're
allow
gonna
us
treat
to-
that.
So honestly, we can't make a decision today. We don't know any answers. We don't have any answers as to Invest Fort Lauderdale. We want to continue the development of the Northwest, but the question of which vehicle through which we do it is going to be important. And if Invest Fort Lauderdale can take these CRA funds, then we don't have to continue the CRA. We have another entity, which I was told was more flexible.
I don't think I know we've been having these conversations, and we continue to pose Invest Fort Lauderdale as being the entity that would take the place of CRA. Try to Invest Fort Lauderdale is not going to have that kind of money or funding. The 3 projects that Invest Fort Lauderdale will receive some funding from as a result of our contribution to those projects, it's a total about $5 million.
So it wouldn't come from a tax increment.
No, it's coming from funding that the project would create. These are 2. One is 423 unit apartment building. The other one is 500 plus apartment building. So it's the cash flows. They're paying us only $320,000. One is paying $320,000 a year for 10 years, and then one is paying $200,000 a year for 10 years. So it's out of the cash flow. That's why we want to have this conversation with the county, because the money that we're getting back, we're getting that money back because our money is what caused the project to be built. But the actual money is not TIF money. It is money from the cash flows. So that's going to be a point of a conversation as well.
All right. So back to the issue of the CRA. If we were to continue with it, how does that impact our general funding needs, which I think you once, when you first talked to us about funding projections for over the next 5 years, there was a funding gap which you believe had already incorporated the sunset of the CRA.
Yeah, so the numbers that Erica shared earlier, I think for 2026, which would be the next fiscal year we're working on, is maybe -2 million?
3.2.
-3. That would grow by 10.6 million. So it would grow to $15 million negative.
So you anticipated the sunset of the CRA
Yes.
when you projected
Yep.
these numbers.
Yes, because if no action is taken, the CRA will sunset.
Right.
We need to take action to extend.
So, couple questions. Yeah, couple questions. So, Broward County has inferred that they're not going to fund the CRA.
Similar to what they did with the beach when it
They're not-
sunset,
they're not
they
No one's
they
They didn't do it with the Central City CRA either, that's us, this is our own TIF money, it's a very small amount of money.
So that 14 million's gone, right, for 2025?
It's more than that, I think it was around $19 million is gone. So it's all of the others except for ours would be gone. So 19 million.
So hospital district's going away,
all of those
CSC is going away. Okay, so those would all be gone, so it'd just be us funding at what amount, 10 million?
So in 2025, the increment value was 10.6 million at our current millage rate of 4.1193.
Okay.
Yep.
So be
if
a
it
little
grows
bit
a little
higher.
bit, you think, yeah.
Which would just be us funding. Okay, and Invest Fort Lauderdale, I don't even think they're meeting.
No,
I was told we haven't approved board members.
No, that's not accurate.
Okay, this is a good update.
Yeah, yeah.
I was told we haven't approved board members, they aren't meeting.
No, so we do have a board, we had a 5-member board.
Okay.
We were short 1 member.
Okay.
And then 1 member actually resigned because she actually was employed by the city, so we needed to have, we need to fill 2 positions. However, we have the issue of getting our 501c3 designation from the IRS. What the IRS has said is that we cannot be a city-controlled board in order to, do
In order to qualify as a charitable organization, they have to be separate and independent.
Okay. Which they're not right now.
Right, because all of the board members as well as the mayor made the selection for those members on the board. So we do have a plan where we are in reorganization right now. The idea is to have 7 members and 3 members appointed by the by the city commission. We talked through that and how that would actually happen. One appointment from each commission district where the CRA is comprised of, meaning District 2 and District 3. And then the idea was to either have the mayor do an appointment or have a consensus pick for that 3rd appointment from the city.
Okay.
And then once that happens, then we're talking about the possibility of the associations in those neighborhoods, maybe 2 from Progresso, maybe 2 from either Dorsey Riverbend or Sweeting Estates, making recommendations for appointments to the existing members. Now, what will have to happen is all the existing members would have to resign, but then be reappointed by, again, District 2 and 3, and either a consensus pick or the mayor.
Okay, but until that happens, that it can't function.
No, it's actually, we meet every month, but we're not.
The IRS is saying.
No, that's just for the 501c3. In order to do the 501c3.
Don't you need the 501c3 status to function effectively as a?
No, we're created. We're an organization.
They're still a corporate entity. They just don't have tax exempt status.
Okay. That just don't have tax.
But we've known that for a while though, haven't we had this issue with 501c3 for a while now?
Yes, and
so why aren't we just being a little bit more aggressive in getting it?
Well, we're waiting because we have to reorganize. Lynn is working on the bylaws and the new articles. We need to get from the city commission whether or not it's acceptable in the way in which I just described for us to reorganize the board.
But I would just ask that we maybe move a little more aggressively on this, only because I think
I would love to.
Yeah, I would love to also. I mean, we've known now for a while that we're having an issue with the 501c3 status. So I just would like to see us, do what we need to do a little bit quicker just to get it. Because it's been I think just too long waiting for some action on the 501c3 status.
I would agree. It took a while for the IRS to come back. It was filed almost 2 years ago. And it took a while for them to come back and tell us why we have not gotten it.
When did they do that?
IRS.
When did they do that?
Oh, well, we just found out like the middle of last year. We finally got their determination as to why we have not gotten the 501c3.
Okay, well, now we know, so
yeah,
it would be great if we could just get moving on it.
And if I could get some direction as to whether or not the methodology of which I just expressed is satisfactory to go ahead and reorganize it, then we can effectuate.
And add into the conversation with this, understanding even the pending projects that we still have that are in progress. In District 2, there's 8 projects that are still in progress. And District 3, we have 18 projects that we're still trying to make sure are completed, and it needs to go beyond the sunset.
That I get, because they're already committed.
Right.
I'm just concerned about what happens to the funds if any of those fall.
Well, Mr. Woods, can you tell us, is there any indication any obvious indications where any of these projects are rolling back and not going to move forward?
There's only one, and possibly two, that we will go ahead and recapture funds.
Mm-hmm.
But in our conversation, and I don't want to speak for the county, obviously, it appears that and it's going to be a part of the policy that they put forward. It appears that they need to work with us, whether or not they'll allow us to keep funds that are recaptured after the sunset. Again, that's something that I think we'll establish policy.
So,
but all of the money is actually appropriated. There's projects, big resolutions that we are.
So if we decided, let's take a couple scenarios. Let's say we decided not to move forward with the CRA. If we want to continue with the development incentives, we could just do it out of general fund. Is that how it works?
Right. Yes, I guess that would be.
And that general fund money would be augmented by the recapture of the CRA increment money that would come back into the treasury because we So I'm just I don't know how we're going to close that $13 million funding gap for next year. That's a big concern. So
might I suggest even if you don't fund it, to extend the CRA, I think it would be beneficial because there are some benefits to having an agency that can be brought to bear because it is a CRA, even if it's not funded with the general fund. CRAs, there are CRAs that are CRAs, but the municipality, makes decisions on how the money goes into those investments for incentivizing.
And that could be done annually through the budget cycle.
Yes.
So what do the two district commissioners feel about their CRA? You feel about it?
Well, I look at staff has given us these options. My preference on this is I would like the CRA to sunset as we planned, and I like Invest Lauderdale. Is it called Invest Lauderdale or Invest Fort Lauderdale? Invest Fort Lauderdale, I think needs to be really, beefed up. We need a couple more appointments. I like the idea of getting the neighborhoods involved. I like the idea of getting going, and as I mentioned, I think we need to push on that 501c3 status. But just as we experienced on the beach, I would like us to request the time to complete the current projects with those incentives. I like the fact that what it says under considerations. And we need to have a serious conversation. If we are going to continue to fund the CRA at $11 million, I know that everyone's always been adverse to a millage rate increase. That's a big chunk. So how, we have all of these needs we've been hearing about today. How are we going to be funding everything if we're not going to increase the millage rate? I want us to be able to complete, I guess I counted 28 projects on those 3 pages. But Clarence said some of them probably aren't going to happen, and a lot of them have been going on and on and on forever. But I want us to be able to request time to complete the projects, the current projects, and I like what it says in the considerations in terms of receiving the payments and existing projects to be finalized. And I like the fact that we are going to maintain that $11 million in our general fund, which I think we need to sustain for current levels of service. I heard from the fire chief today that we have needs in Flagler Village in terms of providing services and perhaps another station. I know that because of the growth in that area, we need to have funds in our general fund to take care of a lot of different things. So I favor letter A.
Now, I wanna be clear, only one project that I've identified.
Oh, I thought you said two. Okay.
Possibly.
Okay, no problem.
Well, let me ask you this, given the rate of building at this point, construction, is $11 million a year kind of generous? Do we even need $11 million? And from a fiscal point of view, wouldn't it make sense that these areas now start to pay for themselves in terms of support services? Because right now, the rest of the city is paying for the northwest Flagler Progresso region in terms of fire and police, because you're saying all the tax increment goes to redevelopment, right? So none of that's going for firefighter salaries, police salaries, and all the other services that are necessary in order to cover that huge section of the city. Is it possible that we may perhaps do 50% TIF and then allow the other 50% to go into the general fund to pay for some of these services and still provide a regular cash flow to help fund the redevelopment progress that we've been making?
I think that would be a good compromise, because I don't, to suggest that you not do anything, I think.
I'm not in favor of doing nothing.
Right. I think 50% would be a good compromise. It does allow for CRA to give back some funding to the general fund to be able to deal with some of it, because it is growing. The area is growing, and at some point, it would probably be good to let it totally sunset. But I think with the momentum that you have now,
I don't want to lose the momentum.
It would be sad to not.
I wouldn't want to lose the momentum, but at the same time, it's time for that area to start paying for itself, and it's not.
And I get that. Now here's the thing. There are the statute does allow for policing innovations, in which we are paying for police. We are paying for police in
You're paying for police salaries?
Yes.
Overtime for details dedicated to police.
But how about the rest?
That's not and we're paying for space too, so I gotta throw that in.
That's not gonna.
I know. But again, I think that could potentially be a great compromise. And as we talked about those two projects, as those projects come online, there will be more increment to be able to share.
To benefit from. Right. So if we put a percentage rather than dollar amount, then it will, the CRA contribution, the increment will continue to grow.
Exactly.
So right now it's 5.3, it could be 5.8, 6 point something, so exactly. What do you think about that?
Moving in a direction of definitely doing without sunsetting the CRA. I know we need to continue that. This compromise of maybe 50% versus the 100% it is a conversation and also an opportunity. I'll put it that way. I definitely would not be comfortable with us going and saying we're gonna sunset. We have projects that are still on the table. There doesn't seem to be any indications where they're rolling back. We need to follow through. And again, from that 30-year promise where we all sat at the table as a city with those stakeholders, and we said the best thing to do was to start in the east and come west.
Right.
And whatever happened in those 30 years, fast track, slow track, no track, we're where we are right now. And that area, that northwest area, needs also that redevelopment. We need to be able to benefit from it. So the direction that we go in as a commission should be willing to include and not leave behind any district. Because you said yourself, you saw the signs yesterday. So that means that they're breaking lots there. We don't wanna sunset and still have that same, I'm gonna say problem. Okay, so I could, I can embrace that 50% conversation, but I, you know, like again, we have to keep them, we cannot let the
I
sunset.
agree. Do we have a consensus here on that? Are we all in agreement with that? What do you think, Commissioner?
I like the idea. The only question I would have is, do we have a time frame? Because I don't think we can do it in perpetuity.
Right. Can we, how about 10 years?
Let me ask you this, if you remind me, the CRA is going to sunset completely nationwide, right? Or nationally, whatever, for the state of Florida. And what year?
2039.
2039.
So what are we now, 2024?
That's 15 years.
14 years.
So if that's the opportunity, I don't think so. I don't think it's too long.
I think it's
If it's an opportunity, let me say this. We've been doing this for 30 years, and we're down to the last moment, and District 3 has not been able to embrace and capitalize on the opportunity. What's another 14 years?
Well, another 14 years is what's 5.3 million times 14? I again.
But it's an investment.
If I felt
It's an
that this was a
investment.
body that was willing to raise the millage rate, I say let's go for it. I am worried about 15 years, committing ourselves to 15 years, because 15 years committing to this, I'm trying to be a realist here, and I know what people have always said about raising the millage rate, and I know as we grow, I know the services that are needed in our city, and
So that's why I'm saying let's do 50%, and then our revenues will grow with the general fund, and the revenues will grow in the TIF all at the same time.
And
What's
may I
it-
just add that
step
if
it
you
down,
commit to
maybe?
50% now, 2 years down the road, you, depending if it grows, you could make a modification of that percent. I mean,
I just am not comfortable locking ourselves into 15 years at 5.3 million, maybe X amount of years at 5.3 million, and X amount of years at whatever, and go just
I would
lower,
like to see a
lower.
minimum of 10 years. That's
I'm
my-
okay with 10 years. I just think, again, I'm not doing the math. I'm not on the financial side of what our staff is doing, but I just think that it's a big commitment to make at that same level for 15 years. How much money in 30 years have we spent in the CRA?
I think we have 10 years in the presentation I was looking
61
at.
61
Can I say this, when we look at the numbers now, it's not representative of what was actually happening throughout the 30 years. When I got here in 2018, I think our fund balance or the amount we had to tip was like $8 or $9 million. It's just within these last few years that development has happened, that it's grown to the 27, 28 million. So it's kind of it's not as rosy as it looked. When you think about, wow, it's grown. I mean, you have $29 million in the tip. For a long time, there was no money. Wasn't the type of money we got now.
What's the city's TIF contribution for the Central City CRA?
Only it's about $3 million since it's been going.
About $3 million a year, or
$3 million now.
What is that,
just
$3 million
got
a
about-
year?
It will be.
That was expected to be nothing, actually. When we first started it out, the whole point of the Central City CRA was to have access to the county CRA funds that they would only give out if you weren't taking any county TIF. So when we set that up, it was designed specifically to get that $1.5 million economic development grant from the county's economic development project, streetscape project. And it's actually taken off.
It takes a while.
It actually took off because we were expecting to be funding that for quite a long period of time. Central City's been quite a success story, all things considered.
We did fund it the first couple of years.
We did, yeah. But it's turned around the other way. It's repaid back the general fund, and it's actually done very well.
And that's because we've had a really good real estate market for the last 10 years or so.
So it's $2 million for Central City.
$2 million a year. So back to the original suggestion. If you do it at 50%, then CRA can anticipate its increase in funding, because it's not just going to stay at 5.3 million. It'll go up every year, and the contribution to the general fund will also go up. So it's a win-win for both sides, and the CRA will start paying for itself in terms of protective services, first responders, things that it has not been doing all these many years. So I think, and if we do it for 10 years and then we won't be around, I won't be around in 10 years. But I think that it would be a good deadline by which I think most of the development should have taken place, and it could carry on by itself.
Can I ask this, and let me see if this makes sense, right? So if we anticipate that our ad valorem revenue is gonna grow, what are we looking at, like 6% a year, right? I think is our number.
Pick a number.
So, and I'm just kind of throwing this out there for discussion purposes to see if this makes sense. If we start at 50% at a 10-year time frame, and we step it down by, a percentage each year that offsets the growth, because I don't think we should run to 50 and then fall off a cliff. I think maybe gradually stepping it down over the 10 years.
But we're starving the
No, we're not starving because the ad valorem is growing every year anyway.
Right.
So basically, we're keeping as level funded. So we're not keeping a level percentage; it's a level dollar amount going into
Yeah,
the
but that's what I'm saying. We're starving the CRA of the benefits of its growth. If it's growing and producing more money, it should benefit from it. Why are we taking it away from them?
I'm just trying to find a middle ground. That's it.
And I think that they're entitled to that growth money.
I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just trying to find a middle ground. That's all.
Yeah. Well, my suggestion I thought was the middle ground, but can you live with that?
I could live with anything.
Okay.
You can live with anything in 675.
I'm gonna be.
I like that.
Yeah.
Our relationship. She's been reading Trump.
But I can't live with that. I don't know.
All right, so
How
why
do
don't we
you
just
feel,
say
Commissioner?
50% over 10 years? We can always change it.
And you're gonna keep it at 50%? Oh.
Keep it at 50%.
Well,
We can always change it at some point, seeing how progress or lack of progress, depending, we can always change it. We're not
as long as there's flexibility.
There's always flexibility.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we start out with 10 years, 50%, and see how that goes after November. And still work with the county about being able to commit to our projects that we've already assigned dollars. I looked
On
at
the time size.
Yeah, so I looked at on page 22, we passed by the Aldridge sign and the Larimore sign, okay? And they're just signs right now. They haven't spent any of their money, but you have signed the agreement.
Yes.
That says completion estimated for August of 2025. Completion of what? The
So,
design?
so we're getting on the calls, we have not closing calls. Tomorrow you're gonna have an item coming before you where we are giving an additional $1 million to those two projects. The reason being that those are 4% deals. And because of
4%
return on
investment?
LIHTC, low income housing tax credit deals.
Okay.
Those are the bond deals. And the issue that they're having, and as a matter of we're gonna be closing this week. It's supposed to be going into closing.
Yeah.
They should have a groundbreaking in March. The reason we need the additional $1 million is because of the credit pricing. Investors are not,
It's because we gotta get moving on these projects. It keeps costing us more money every time we wait.
What are they syndicating at right now?
$83 instead of the 90-something dollars that they $95.
That's a big discount.
Big difference. Big difference. Big difference.
Big discount. So when you
because
say
the rates went up. When the rates went up 8 times, they're not.
Okay. This phrase, completion estimated for August 2025, completion of what?
So it's gonna start in March. You're gonna have a groundbreaking in March.
Completion of the planning, Mayor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What are we completing by August? You can't build it in that.
So you should know, the building of the Capitol stack has been quite creative. They have money from the county. They have money from United Way, I think. United Way, an additional $1 million from United Way. They've done everything.
Okay, hey, I'm sure they're trying to cobble together all the funding sources.
And we're there. We're actually there.
I just wanna know, if we're doing groundbreaking in March, that's great. Is that Aldridge and Larimore?
Both, Aldridge and Larimore.
What about the Victory? I like that, I really love that project.
He is finalizing his entitlements over at DSD. There were some issues relative to the market.
Entitlements from where?
From zone planning and zoning.
Oh, okay. Alright, so the agreement was executed, development review is completed, so now,
They're finishing up their entitlements and then they should have a permit and then we should.
when are we having the groundbreaking?
I
You
try
need
to,
a shovel in my
I try to
office.
under-promise and over-deliver. I try to under-promise and over. He did already. He did.
Probably wasn't
You weren't there.
We did that.
Alright,
Your opponent was.
and the Sistrunk view, what is that? When
Oh,
is that?
that's the new one you guys just, yeah. Is it gonna be 60%
Oh, that
AMI?
one, okay.
Yeah, we just improved.
Yeah, we did that, okay, very good, okay, very good. Okay,
Hold on, I have a couple questions.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, is there a way to, I'm gonna tie this to our homelessness questions. Is there a way to further focus CRA funds on workforce and affordable housing?
So the project he just mentioned, Sistrunk View, that has, it starts out at 30% of AMI, so that's ELI, extremely low income. So it goes from 30% AMI all the way up to 80. 80% is really workforce. Low income housing is 60%.
Right.
So that project there alone is going to be.
That captures a few of the others that.
I get it, great. Is there a way to further focus CRA money on affordable housing as the focus of the CRA?
We
How?
Yeah, absolutely.
How?
Well, so as Clarence and I have talked about having a new finding of necessity, the
Yes.
finding of necessity is gonna have to be made again,
Right.
and we can focus that on
We can have that as maybe
that area.
driving force of what
The
actually
primary
happens.
focus.
But
Say that
but
again?
then
So there's a new report that has to be done to kind of share why you wanna continue the CRA. Previously, every time you see a CAN, you'll see the alignment with the CRA
Right.
plan. The
Right.
CRA plan can change as we need to extend it, we need to do a new plan.
Yes.
And so that plan, and Dwayne can chime in too, he's got some CRA history, the plan can vary from what it had before, right? Where it focuses more on affordable housing.
Yeah, so in terms of, but if you're looking to extend the CRA, you're talking about doing a completely new plan versus amending?
Amended and restated plan.
Amended and restated, however you do it, but modifying the
Yes.
plan as part of the extension.
Okay.
So as we modify the plan can focus on that if you'd like.
But
Can
that
I-
wouldn't
can I-
change the boundaries of it,
No,
right?
no.
Okay,
The focus
So,
of the,
well, I mean,
how you spend the fund.
okay.
You could, but
Could, but-
the dollars, any affordable housing dollars would have to be spent within the CRA district boundaries.
Okay.
So I mean, look, given homelessness and the challenge we're facing and need for affordable and workforce housing, I would like, 80-90% of the CRA focused in the CRA boundaries on workforce and affordable housing. Well,
Can I-
suppose, go ahead.
Something that.
It's clustering, it's what we talked about before.
Yeah,
I don't
yes,
wanna put all the
exactly.
homeless,
Exactly.
Yes,
I don't
yes.
mean to speak for Pam's
Yes.
district, but
No,
we don't wanna put all the homeless housing for Fort Lauderdale in CRA.
Okay, let me just, so
Workforce is
workforce
a
and
different
affordable
issue.
housing is not homelessness.
Right, but
It's not
affordable, when you
homeless.
start talking affordable, again, what's gonna happen is they're not gonna qualify for tax credits. Florida Housing Finance is gonna take one look at that and they're not going to win the lottery. This is a lottery program. And they look at that and they say you're clustering all the low income housing in one area, they're not gonna award them tax credits. These projects will never get funded.
But there are affordable and workforce housing projects funded.
Not
Right here.
what you're going to have happen, though, what we're talking about is as we're going forward, your emphasis on putting all that affordability into one district is not
Hold
gonna.
on, it's not one district. This
It's
is-
in the CRA.
It's the CRA
No, the CRA
district.
district.
CRA.
No,
Right,
this is
two commission districts.
not talking commission
Half the
districts.
city, okay.
CRA district. So you're looking at the CRA area,
Yep.
okay, is the appropriate term for it. Florida Housing Finance is gonna take one look at that and they're gonna disqualify those projects. They're
Because
not
they're
gonna
part
get
of
funded.
census tracts.
Right, they're census tracts. It has nothing to do with commission districts.
Agreed.
Right.
So why have they allowed these affordable housing projects to go
Because
forward?
they're mixed income.
Perfect, that's great.
That's all, so that's all you just
That's
said,
okay.
continue with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely,
So
I'm
we're
good
saying,
with
but if we're
that.
looking at homelessness is not gonna qualify for workforce housing.
Yeah, no, I'm just, so when we think about homelessness, one of the ultimate solutions to homelessness is more workforce and affordable housing, right?
Right.
Fair. Okay, great. So as a county and as an area, we're the most cost burdened in the country, meaning percent of average median income that is used for transportation and housing is the highest in the country. So How can we address that? You can either increase salaries or decrease the cost of housing, are the two main buckets. Thus, if we continue to focus on affordable and workforce housing, it really helps solution towards.
So to some extent, we have done that by coming up with a program to give developers tax breaks over 10 years, not in CRA. So we've done one project, I think, with Jeff.
Two projects.
Right, so we've done one project and hoping we can incentivize two. We've done two projects outside the CRA, mixed income, so there's some market rate and some affordable housing, but not ELI. Is that?
Yeah.
Extremely low. Yeah, we haven't done a
Not
lot.
30, 50, and 80% of.
No, we haven't done a lot of those, so this Sistrum View project is probably novel to the CRA at this point. But again, it's mixed income, but this happens to be, brings the averages down. If the top rate is 80%, usually that's the bottom rate. It goes from 80 to 120%, right? Right. And that's how we qualify for some of this tax increment incentivizing. So your point is well taken. You know, if we have a need, why aren't we focusing our resources on the need? But again, if we can continue to require some of these new projects to have more ELI units as opposed to just workforce units, that's I think what the commission's getting.
So, and if I could add to that real quick, so Commissioner, throughout the city, but it's in the Northwest Rack in particular, we do offer some incentives for height if affordable units are included, and so it's a percentage of the total project's affordable. So you have seen some projects include that affordability component to get that extra height, be able to add more units, make the project a little more viable financially. There's also some programs to the county where they can tap into some funds. There's one that was just in the paper recently that talks about that. So we may not be the ones adding that financial benefit through our CRA for those units, but then there's county programs so they could get that money for the project to make the project more viable. So there are opportunities, and I think that's why you're seeing affordability in a lot of these projects on Sistrum, because there's different pools of resources even outside the city that encourage them to include that in their projects in that area.
Yep. No, agreed. And let's just so I have a kind of sense of, let's just roll through the list here. So which of these existing CRA funded, at least in portion projects, have some form of workforce or affordable housing? So Mount Herman housing,
that's all
any
affordable.
Workforce? That's affordable?
It's all
amazing.
It's a elderly senior.
Yep. Seniors, great. West Village, the Adderley.
That has the 20% that
that we were just talking about.
Yep.
Amazing.
Almost all of these have.
Yes.
Green Mills.
Yeah, they do.
All them.
Green Mills.
Green Mills is
All of them have some affordable housing.
Yeah, Green Mills did
Well,
7th on 7.
The housing initiatives, but there are CRA funded programs that are not housing.
Okay.
Right? So like Rhythm 2.0.
Yeah, that's a restaurant.
That's a restaurant. So I'm just
Nails,
focused on
Wheels and Tires
right,
is a shopping
right.
center.
I just want to focus on just so Green Mills, Fat Village for the gallery.
Green Mills was the 7 on 7, wasn't it?
Yes. No, it's a different project. The pantry bar.
Across from 6th.
And that's a 60% AMI deal.
They got
That
the
wasn't-
9.
that
It is a tax credit.
They got the 9.
I mean, you tell me which ones are.
So while you're looking at that, there was one other issue, and I don't know if it's changed from your perspective, but I know it has long been the desire to have more market rate housing in the area, because we struggled trying to get folks to go into that area for 20 years.
Right.
We couldn't attract a grocer into that area
Yes.
because the demographics wouldn't support anything other than Save-A-Lot. And so if we want to start bringing in the merchants that the neighborhood wants, expects, and demands, we have to have the income that supports it. We don't have the economic demographics to support the kind of economic diversity in retail that we're looking for. We need more market rates there. So it's something that we need to be mindful of as we go forward, that it can't just all be affordable and workforce. It needs to be a market rate component in that district.
And that's been the balance that, you
Right,
know,
that we've been
before I
trying to
came
strike.
in, that's what we're trying to
That's
strike.
why the Adderley is so
Right.
important,
Right.
the Arcadia is so important, because they're mostly market rate housing.
I've been listening to this since Carlton Moore.
Yeah, they have the next.
Moving on a,
God bless us.
just to shift of the conversation a little bit, you brought up the fact about the, box of food store units coming in. Had we even considered, we
Yes.
haven't talked about, you know, we have some, mom and pops, I would call them, groceries that are there, that's been there and established for decades. Let's talk to them and see if
We are working on a major grocery.
Yes.
You have, it's the redevelopment of an existing asset.
Okay.
So
because that's being done,
Yeah,
you know, all
conversation with
over
somebody.
different.
Me too.
Yeah,
It's
different.
happening.
Are you?
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Is it kosher?
It's actually, I think, Asian.
It's Asian.
But it's gonna be okay.
That would also meet that need,
Yeah.
because when you think about the Ray's Market, the Lucy's Market, been there for decades. If we could even have that conversation with them to build them to a standard where they would be able to provide
We
for
are,
what we need.
we have gone and spoken with them, and there's some things that we are gonna work with them
Okay,
to
great.
do in order to bring them up to I'd say
Be able to
a
meet the
little
needs.
level, a little
Yeah.
higher than
Yeah.
where it is now.
Because then, you know, when you go to other cities, you, I've been able to see, like, in Vegas, for instance, they had a mom and pop's grocery that had been there for years. And they came in and they, built it out, made it a major, up to the New Millennium grocery store. So it, you know, you got the opportunity, maybe that's a conversation also we can have. And you got the Lattimore that's gonna be right there. And all of the average, all of that, and there would be, in a sense, immediate, in a sense, instead of waiting for meeting the numbers for a big chain to come in.
Great, and then just to read, so 50%, do we wanna tier that down a little bit? Like Commissioner Hertz was suggesting more.
I'm not in favor of that, because I think that
You don't
as time goes on, costs are gonna have to go up too. You know, the cost of building something today is gonna be different than 5 years from now. So we're just starving them of necessary funds. Like I said, Commissioner, we can always change that depending upon conditions at the time. If we feel that there aren't enough people applying for these funds, we can always scale that back. If we just establish a benchmark right now and let's see how far it goes, and then we can always change.
So every year we can adjust the CRA percentages?
Yes, because it's gonna be our CR.
You're saying no?
I don't think you can do it year by year. It's
Yeah.
I guess, Dwayne, isn't it established in the plan where it's 95% of a certain increment? That's what I recall. CRAs.
You don't think you can amend that?
You can, I think you can.
You can amend
It'd be
it.
complicated.
The tip amount that you're
The
talking about?
percent,
Percentage.
yeah,
Percent.
the
The
percentage.
percentage is set by statute, but you're talking, I mean, in terms of what you're talking about, the extension, I guess you can do into the percentage.
I can't hear.
I can't hear what he's saying.
The year by, you can, year by
Statute
year.
sets the amount of TIF revenue that a CRA gets, but what you're talking about is extending.
Right.
And I'm sure you can make some agreement, since you are the sole funding tax entity, for what percentage moving forward.
Right.
But can you say, Dwayne, that, hey, in 2 years from now, can we as a city commission reassess the TIF percentage and say, hey, we wanna move out to 60%,
No, so
or we wanna move.
what you're going to be doing is finding that you need to do this redevelopment effort, and you're going to be locking that in the plan. And so I think what I'm hearing from Susan is that at this time, when you adopt the plan and you're finding your necessity, is how that you set out the parameters for future years. If you want to change it, if you're finding that the redevelopment effort is going better than you thought or whatever, and needed some modifications, you would have to address that through amending your plan again.
Alright, so it can be
Which you can do.
Yes.
Alright,
Okay.
now,
Alright, so.
okay,
But not every year.
Not every
Right.
year.
How-
I mean,
how
so
often?
Every couple of years.
Every
How
couple
often?
years, yeah, that's what we should do, evaluate.
Alright, so now I'm gonna ask an overarching question. You know, when these CRAs were first developed, there had to be a determination that there was slum and blight in that neighborhood. I don't consider Flagler Village to be slum and blight. Do we have to make that determination or continue? with the
So-
CRA?
So the it requires that there be a finding of necessity.
But that's if we were establishing a new area, not to amend the existing plan. We're not amending the area.
No,
We're only extending the time.
Sorry. I don't recall,
We don't look
so
at-
I'd have to speak with our council,
Because we've done it
Lynn
before.
Solomon, who, right, when we did it for the
Because we
this
never
is the
looked,
first time
because
I'm
the
hearing
beach had the same
about
region,
that
there's no way
event
we're
that
finding
happened.
slum and blight.
And it kind of defeats the whole purpose of it, in that the whole idea of having the CRA
area funding itself due to the tax increment financing is that
Gets better.
as you get better and the taxes increase, those dollars are coming back into the pool to fund the redevelopment area fully. So the success that you've had like in Flagler is not as a result of its own TIF, but the TIF of the entire area and should be redeveloped throughout the CRA area.
Because they were the point of emphasis at the inception, and the idea was we will land and expand. And so we landed there, we expanded from there. We should not now carve that off simply because we've been successful there. The idea is that funds the growth of the rest of the area.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so we're saying 50% to 10 years.
10 years
Right.
to be re-examined every 2 years.
Okay, with an emphasis on housing being like
Diverse affordable housing be prioritized.
Okay.
This is incentives too. All right, let's move on.
We do need.
You gotta have.
Yeah.
Let's move on because we're running out of time.
Can I get up?
Thank you, Clarence.
Thank you,
Clarence.
Clarence. Let's get these projects dug in the ground.
All right, so next we have a discussion around City Hall. Beth? This is
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. I spoke to you January 7th at the Commission. I haven't slept a week since. I've been looking forward to this conversation. In all seriousness, we're looking today to see feedback on City Hall, what it may look and feel like moving into the future.
So rehabbing is off the table.
Rehab is that one has moved on. At the time we discussed this, there were some questions about what would staff propose, what does it look like, what does it feel like. And so we went back and did a little homework. There was about 325 employees that were at the old City Hall. You might recall we had some off-site, the attorneys were off-site, the auditor's office was off-site. There's a mix of just
You're off-site.
right, and then we had departments that were fully off-site, like Transportation Mobility, the Parks Department, some of the Public Works Agency. So we kind of looked at that and said, what does that look and feel like if we bring those together? And so if we bring all the kind of the administrative side, not the field operation side, but the administrative side, the support side of most of those departments, it gets us somewhere around 800 employees. So almost 2 times what we currently have. Right? I'm not going to project what that costs at this point, but what I want to do is get back to kind of the Commission's position on what we should do as the next step, right? So if you recall, we issued an owner's rep solicitation. That is now closed. We received 7 bids. The evaluation committee is going through that process now. I'm hopeful that sometime in March, April, we should be able to have a recommendation for award, depending on that timing. We've also started drafting a design criteria package, should the commission want us to move forward with that and we have enough direction on what we're going to be looking for. We could be putting that out sometime in the spring. The idea was that we could be finalizing the owner's rep, starting the design criteria package solicitation, getting the owner's rep on board, and then having some kind of evaluation for the design criteria package. All of that is surrounding the idea that we're going to go through a traditional either design build, or construction manager at risk solicitation. But at the last meeting, I think it might have been Vice Mayor Glassman brought up, or maybe Commissioner Sorens brought up, what does project delivery look like? Does that look like an unsolicited proposal? Does that look like some non-traditional P3? What that looks and feels like. So I'm just kind of giving you, again, a summary of what we talked about the last time, what it could look and feel like if we brought everyone in together. It also has the space considerations of the wellness center, the cafeteria, and a lot of what we put together aligned closely with what the ULI's report was.
Could I pause you there?
Yes.
So when we were looking to do the joint city-county government campus, were we looking at bringing everybody under one roof at that point in time, all 800?
That proposal had about 700 city employees.
Okay, so you have a baseline as roughly square footage that you would need if you were going to bring everybody together. So you have a starting number if you were to do that.
Yes, I believe the joint government center, we had about 250,000
That's what I remember,
square feet of
200,000
space.
plus, right?
But that included common area.
That included, yes.
But we're still going to need a common area and a wellness center and all these other things. So it's a starting point for discussion.
And then the ULI, I think they recommended 350,000 square feet, but that was inclusive of additional parking space as well. So as we talk through this, again on January 7th, we talked about different options, right? Is it site selection and moving forward with building and developing? Is it purchasing? Option B, is it purchasing a building, renovating it for operations for city? Is it to purchase a new site for development? Do we pursue land swap opportunities with existing infrastructure in the downtown area? Or do we look at long-term rental opportunities? So that's really what I wanted to focus the conversation on today. Answer any questions the commission have, but really just hear from the commission on what they envision for City Hall.
Just quickly, I know at least two parties have approached me about an unsolicited proposal that they may, once we get our design package out there, they may unsolicited proposals. Always keep that in mind, that may be out there as we're trying to move forward. Okay. Folks, what do you think? Now we've taken down City Hall, we see what kind of site we have there. I don't know how many acres that is.
Just over 2 acres.
It's over 2 acres.
The entire site's 4.
With the
Including the
garage.
garage?
With the garage.
Yeah, but with the existing vacant site is over 2 acres.
The parcel line is right now, I believe, at the garage, and that vacant space is just 2.02 acres.
What's the market value of the property?
So we did an appraisal, I want to say in the summer of 24, and it was somewhere between 25 and 30 million.
Just for that 2 acre piece.
Including the garage, or no, just the
just
2
the
acres?
vacant parcel. The garage, again, to remind everyone, does have a long-term lease with the One East Broward on it, where we have some obligations that we have to fulfill. So if that is part of the puzzle piece, we'll have to take that into consideration as well.
So,
go ahead.
What I was gonna say is, I mean, one of the things that I've always thought we could do with that is a project similar to what we just approved for Naftali, where you've got a 9-story parking podium with 2 towers on top of it. If we wanted to maximize the utility of that site, we take down an underperforming garage and the empty space, and we put something there that truly reflects, you know, the asset utilization of that site. So right now, just having a 3-story parking garage there for over, you know, almost 2/3 of the site is really not maximizing the utility of the value.
Although we were told once by Jim Ellis, I think.
Yeah, you can go up to 4.
Well, those
maybe 2.
2 floors.
Yeah. But we could put a 40-story tower on that site too.
I get it.
We could keep the land, do a ground lease, I mean, there's a lot of ways to maximize the utility of that site. We're not doing it right now. I mean, it's an underutilized site, grossly underutilized site.
Now you got my mind thinking. That site with the Broward. Which I never thought of before until you just said something. Well, my opinion is somewhere around there should be the new city hall. Okay? And, it's the parking garage, or whether it's the existing site and tear down the parking garage and sell it off, or you know, or lease out the real estate. Obviously, I agree with you 100% that garages are not the highest and best use for downtown. So
right up there with putting a jail on the riverfront, right?
So I think there's some consensus that.
So I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think, look, I like the idea of going, you know, height and dense there, and I'm just gonna keep hammering affordable workforce housing if we could do that on one side of the parcel, affordable workforce housing, City Hall on the other side.
Yeah.
I think would be really exciting.
I'd like to keep the City Hall building commercial because I hate to see kids running around the City Hall.
Well, you can do 2 towers, one
Two
is
towers.
commercial,
Yeah, I'm
and
not disagreeing.
one's got
Yeah.
residential
Yeah.
component,
Two
that might
towers.
include a workforce component, might
Exactly.
include
Mixed use.
a market rate component, a workforce component.
How does a 9-story parking garage really work? I remember.
Let's pull up the plans for Naftali and see
Yeah, I
what's
know,
up.
but let me tell you something. I had to attend a meeting once in downtown Miami, and they have a 10-story parking garage, and it was a nightmare. First of all 9 stories were filled, so I had to go all the way up to the 10th floor, and there was 2 spaces. I mean.
Like the airport, you'll know, you put in the automated control systems, we'll know there's 5 spots available on 2, 10 spots available on 4.
Well, let's say you know that they're up there, so you gotta drive all the way up to 9 or 10 floors, and then, so you use about 15 minutes of time, and, it's just, I don't know how practical it is, but that's another subject for another time.
So-
7, 9, whatever.
I would say the podium.
I'm sorry?
So I would say most of the time you get a podium of that height, but it's not all parking. So especially on a large parking site,
Yeah.
you'll have like double height, ground floor retail and commercial. you'll have some internal mechanics of the building in there. You might have liner units on the podium, so
it's not just parking,
And also
but
think
it's the
about it,
height.
residential is not gonna be utilized during the day as much as the commercial will be utilized during the day. So it's gonna be staggered occupancy in the garage at given points in time, so.
Alright, let the design experts come up with an optimal choice. Yes,
The pursuing land swap opportunities, what does that look like? Is there land that we can already kind of say, hey, that could be a swap? I'm thinking if you swap one out for the other, that's adding.
where would you be thinking?
That's what I'm saying, I don't know what's available, that's the question.
So there
Where
is
would that be?
the only other land swap we were talking about was across the street on the other side of Andrews, where that's undeveloped right now, just south of the one-stop shop, and which we have to talk about also, the one-stop shop. I don't know if that's going anywhere.
The money just came into the account.
It did?
Yes.
Okay, alright, so that's moving forward. But south of the one stop, there is a site that's owned by a private developer. I forgot the name of it, Shelby. What is it?
Shelby something?
Is it?
Yeah.
I got with them a few years back.
Yeah.
They bought a whole lot of land in the city. And
The one that got the Goodyear all the way down to the corner?
No,
That's
different
Noah
people.
Bacal.
Different people.
That's a Lockery.
Yeah, Lockery has the Goodyear people, but I think he also has the people that I'm talking about. But again, I've always wanted to see the new city hall in a more prominent location.
What about adjacent to the police department on that vacant land?
I just don't
Because I
know.
like the idea of a government campus where we've got our brand new public safety building and a brand new city hall at the gateway to the city.
I don't. In
And then
theory-
monetize, and then
in theory, that
monetize the
makes
old
sense,
site.
Rich. I can't see a 30, 40-story building right there.
I don't think we need a 30, 40-story building for 800 people.
No, but they're
I think we need to
talking
rethink how we look at this for 800 people. And that's if we even bring everybody together.
I don't know what 800 people, what they need for 800 people in terms of number of square footage. But if they're looking at 300,000 square
I think
feet,
that's absurd.
I thought it was 150,000 square feet, but
I think everybody gets their own office. This is like Oprah, you get an office, and you get an office, and you get an office. Open working spaces are really the third model.
whatever they come up with, whatever the number of stories they come up with, I'm not sure a tower in that location is what the neighborhood is. It makes sense as you're entering the city. Stick out like a sort of messy. But anyway, we'll figure out a location. But
you're gonna have the new buildings, three blocks away from there. That's gonna be 500 feet, right?
Which
so you're really gonna be looking at a 500-foot tall building a couple blocks down.
And the one that
They're gonna be all over that area, all around Brightline. There'll be nothing but tall
10
buildings.
blocks away.
Okay.
No, it's close.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's not 10.
Yeah, a mid-rise.
Of the city.
a mid-rise building over by the police station is not gonna stand out versus a 500-foot tall building 4 blocks away.
What are you looking for today? What do you need from us? What's gonna be helpful for you to do your job?
Why don't you firm up
A site. Okay.
First of all, you've got to firm up the need, the square footage, and how that translates into height. Okay, if you're going to put an 8 or 9 story parking garage, that's going to add that many more stories to the height. I personally don't mind the existing site, and I think that building a parking podium in there makes a lot of sense. There's no height restriction there, and it's CRA dollars. If we make that a commercial component off there, so that's my opinion. I think we should just leave it at this. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm open to the police station idea, something there, but I like the current location. So I think that's maybe our choice one to start driving towards.
Yeah, I'm fine with both. Whatever's gonna work in terms of when you guys really start to focus. And when's the owner's rep coming on?
It's in the evaluation committee now, so probably
2 months.
Yeah, April award.
Okay.
But narrowing it down to 2 is helpful
Yeah.
compared to more. So
Yeah.
And also, if you want us to consider optional things like commercial or retail or housing, I mean, all those things will help us put together what we want to do. And we come back to commission at conference and say, here's what we put together. your point, Mayor, just, these elements together would equate to something like this.
Right.
Well,
So him or she,
I'm assuming gutting the old federal courthouse, because you said you're in conversations with GSA about the courthouse, so I'm assuming gutting that, taking it back to the columns and rebuilding the thing in its entirety, like the Meridian on I-95 over by Dakota. I mean, that'd be a great way to, I think that would, you all wanna talk about iconic, that's probably the most iconic building in downtown.
John, I do not disagree with that.
And we got parking across the street.
And you could buy the lot just to the west of it and build something big and pay for yourself on that.
I'm not disagreeing with any of you there, okay? That's a whole other conversation, and
I don't wanna rule it out unless there's a reason.
well, they're moving out because there's a reason. They feel that the sustainable.
Right.
I've been in that building. The only problem that I see with that building is the ceilings are low and there's no windows in the whole building, and you have to completely redesign the building. So that may still be cheap, that building.
Yeah.
We could probably do that for $100 million, let alone a $300 million.
But I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't know what the square footage needs are.
I think that's 250, 300,000
Very
square
close.
feet.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a big building.
We would have to build, I was looking at it the other day, we'd have to build out into the patio, on top of it to do commission chambers. Because there's no room inside big enough for commission chambers, so,
You've got that whole huge land parcel just to the west of that building that if we were able to acquire, you could do employee housing there.
well, first
you
of
could
all,
do,
it's for sale,
Yeah,
but at what price?
I know, well, it's been for
Right.
sale forever. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that there's an opportunity there to really maximize your own profit. You could do something amazing on that land just to the west of the courthouse building.
We could swap that land for our site, our site's bigger. That would be another opportunity, because we could, there are some designers out there, architects, that have found a way to incorporate the federal building with a tower and to be able to integrate the two, so that, you could put commission chambers perhaps in a new building and make the others, staff offices, because you can tear down a lot of those walls. That building was designed so that the walls would be movable.
Right.
It was supposed to be a very flexible design. Talk about iconic and certainly the best location in town. That's
Be
also
cool.
very good.
It could be very cool.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Rogers?
I'm here to serve.
Want answers?
No, I mean, if this is the feedback and direction, then I'll work with staff and we'll go figure out
Let me tell you the big
cost.
drawback here, timing. Because we've met with GSA and all the other agencies, and they're not, you see their building is a probably half or third building. But they're not ready to, they've talked with us, we've had discussions, serious discussions. They said they're not willing to even think about it until they finish their building.
Yeah, they don't start the disposal process until they vacate the premise.
So they vacate and it's operational. So we're looking at 2-3 years from now.
I don't think we have the time. We've got to move forward with City
Yeah,
Hall.
I agree.
We've got to get it going.
I agree. So.
Can't we just do a plan? That'll take us 5
So,
years.
So I think option one, existing site.
You should work for the.
Option two, police station. Is that good?
And by the way, just so you know, because I know this is important to you, to everyone,
Yeah.
but there is a housing project making its way through the process slowly by the police side.
Yep.
Just
Okay,
so
great.
that is coming.
Yeah,
They're working very closely with the neighborhood Sebo Bend on that,
Great.
but that is
Yeah.
slowly but
Next
surely,
thing comes.
yeah, slowly but surely
Okay.
making its way
Excuse me
through.
a second, Scott, what was the last conversation we had with the federal government? Remember they came back to us and they what was their solicitation? I mean, would they be willing to talk sooner than later?
Remember there are two branches of GSA we were dealing with, the real GSA, but then the guy came later who was kind of a oversight agency of GSA, and he was saying that he thought that he could get them to be more open to mixed use or looking at the historic issue in terms of whether the building remains or not.
Yeah, but did that person indicate a willingness to discuss things at a quicker time frame? I don't
Not
recall
really,
that.
no.
and I spoke with him as well. I think what his position was trying to find out if the city was interested in that building being demolished, or if that building being kept repurposed as is. Because I think his role would be to come in and revitalize it through demolition and putting new opportunity for the private sector and then selling that parcel.
Ben, let me ask you a question, because I know when I read the CFRs, GSA is supposed to consider historic reuse before they consider anything else, before they dispose of any property. So they start with, is it a historic property? If it is, they have to consider adaptive reuse of the historic property before they look at maximizing economic value. So do they consider that to be a historic property, or is it outside the parameters for that?
So I don't think we have a clear answer. We've reached out to their office in Atlanta a few times to try to get that determination on if it's historic or not historic. They did, when they met with the mayor and myself, talk through all the different scenarios of government use, housing, homelessness, education, public safety, and they kind of had a myriad of options there that they prioritize. But what the mayor was referencing is there's a different board, it slips my mind now, where they are kind of an expediter of the repurposing of government land. And what they would do is if there was an opportunity that the building would be demolished, they would create some kind of historical aspect to it. If it's creating a mini replica of the building at a local museum.
Sign out there.
This
was historic.
George Washington lived here?
Yeah, exactly.
They would create like a museum exhibit. They would contribute to the Historical Society here to try to memorialize what that looks and feels like. So I need to follow up with him and get him some feedback in early February.
How old is that building?
It was
I think
40 plus.
70, roughly
78. No, it was in the late 70s.
Late?
Yeah, 76, 78. It was right before I moved here.
It's 45 or 50.
Yeah, but
Journalism was typically a little earlier. It was like
yeah,
late
but they
60s,
still,
early 70s.
it was in the late 70s because it was during the energy crisis, and that's why they didn't have any windows. So.
All right, are you good with City Hall?
So
you have enough to go with right now?
Well, right, I just want to make sure that I come back to the commission so we keep this thing moving forward. We're prioritizing the existing City Hall site as option number one.
Right. Yes.
You want more information about what the 800 employees would
How many square feet is going to be necessary in order to accommodate those employees?
And are we interested in retaining the current garage or building a new garage? Because I also want to try to get a rough order of magnitude.
I'd rather build a new garage.
New garage.
Because to John's point, it's just not the highest and best use of that real estate.
So if it's a separate effort or a combined effort, the new building itself should have a podium that is enough parking to sustain.
Correct.
And the current garage goes down during that, and we have to
Right.
pivot with our tenants.
So don't put too much money in that garage.
Just to keep it safe.
Just to keep it safe.
Good? Good.
Okay, great, thank you.
Which kind of, before we go into the next point, which I just want to throw this out there, which kind of brings us to another thing with regard to our other city garages. I have been working sort of under the radar just to kind of feel the community out, see if there's any interest in, because we all know like the Galleria just doesn't seem to be going anywhere as a retail operation. So I've been talking to some investors, see if they'd be interested in tearing down the two city garages we have and building a retail center there along with two towers. And this would be like not a discount retail center, it would be like high-end retail, which we don't have anywhere in Broward County. And we've gotten some significant feedback from developers. So within sometime during this year, we may get an unsolicited proposal to tear down those garages and build two towers and create a 4 or 5 story vertical within it, just to let you all know, just to put that out there. Anyway, moving on.
Infrastructure. Yep. We're going to go back to the infrastructure. Okay. So, we've made presentations before about needs. And, when we talk about roads and roadway resurfacing, 168 miles, a little less than $100 million. On the sidewalks, and this is a combination of new sidewalks or those gaps that we talk
By
about.
the way, some of that asphalt surfacing that we did a few years ago, it's gone.
Yeah. It's on my street. I know. So that's, we talked about, the importance of doing the job right, which is milling and paving, not just that micro paving on top. Yeah. And then finally, the seawalls and tidal valves. Again, so important. These are city seawalls. So I don't know that anyone in this room has ever heard me say, do you know how much we budget for paving every year? You've heard it, yeah. So paving, it's $1.5 million. Sidewalks, it's $1.5 million. And then sidewalk gaps is a little less than, or sidewalk repair, a little less than $1 million. So we put together just a kind of few options. Currently, we budget for capital about $20 million a year. So for this $400 million for those things, that would take us 20 years if we continue to budget at $20 million a year. And there's other stuff in that $20 million. If we doubled that funding, again, going from $20 million a year to 41, again, it would take probably 10 years to do it. We could issue a revenue bond for a portion of it, or the third option is to talk about a general obligation bond. We do know that City of Pembroke Pines is about to embark on a GEO bond effort for infrastructure. They're doing, I think, a mail-in ballot in March. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. But one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is what we have budgeted already, and that's about $4 million a year for those things, for $1.5 million, $1.5 million, and $1 million. So about $4 million a year. To jumpstart getting some of these things done, I would propose that we could issue about $60 million bond and use the current amount that we're budgeting for CIP for debt service on that. Again, that would allow us to jumpstart some of these things while we think of a GEO bond that maybe we issue in 2026. This would, like I said, just be able to get some things in here. We did talk to the financial advisor, and there's an opportunity, if we wanted to refund some of that $60 million with a GEO bond once that goes through. You have to, disclose how you're doing that. But that would give us the opportunity to get some of these seawalls and roadway resurfacing and sidewalks starting to get it funded within the current budget structure. So that would be one kind of idea.
So what's that number again, 60?
60 million.
60.
60 million. So debt service on that would be about a little less than $4 million a year, and that's what we have in the CIP now as part of that 20 million for those things. So that would allow us, like I said, to start expediting some of these roadways.
Do we have staff capacity? I'm gonna get back to all of the problems we're having with these capital improvements. Parks, roadways, everything we're doing, seems to be held back because they're understaffed, not moving forward on these projects at a sufficient rate in order to be able to continue to do these projects. $60 million is a lot of money to spend.
Yeah.
Who's going to be overseeing that?
So just out of the three different things that we talked about, the one that I would say absolutely would be the roadway resurfacing, because that's a contract. So that's managing a contract as far as roadway resurfacing. Next on the list,
managing that contract?
We have someone in public works engineering.
Yeah, but they're already overworked with all the other stuff.
Well, we have an individual who's dedicated to roadways, right? So
Do we?
Yes, we do. Okay, so there's that one. The second one I would say that would be the seawalls and the tidal valves, because we have several of those seawalls that are already in design without necessarily a funding source dedicated to it. So I think the next one in line that would be easy to implement would be seawalls. And then the most complicated would be the sidewalk piece, right? Because we talked about how do we determine, I think there'd be a lot of community outreach. There would be, how do we determine if this neighborhood gets them or not? So I think that would be the most staff intensive out of those three different types of items. And it doesn't have to be 60 million. We could say 40 million, or we could say, but I think we need to accelerate the roads and the seawalls, especially because I know we're designing seawalls, without necessarily a funding source associated with it. So that's kind of what I'm throwing out here. I'm not saying we don't do the GEO bond. I think we need to think about it. But I think it's a longer term thing, and it'd be nice to be able to get some of these things moving. So that's what I wanted to tell you about infrastructure and potential funding, and I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, if we already have built into the budget the $4 million a year, and we can use that to pay off the bond, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So I mean, it would be just an even, but allows, like I said, some upfront money to get those projects going.
Okay, but that's a significant amount of upfront money, so that's a good thing.
Yes.
But I don't wanna lose sight of the sidewalk issue.
Right.
Because of all the things, no one's clamoring about seawalls and no one's clamoring about roads. They're clamoring about sidewalks.
Mayor, people are, at least in my area, people are
Roads?
clamoring about seawalls.
Me too.
Seawalls
Yes,
is a major
yes.
issue, river
Yeah.
walk, is a major issue with seawalls.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So not
Okay,
everywhere,
okay.
but
Wherever there's a sea
where there's
There's
a
a wall.
there's,
and a wall,
Also-
there's a wall
do you
and
hear
there's a
that?
sea.
Okay.
Have a
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
everything.
So what's the, alright, so what's the problem with the seawalls?
They can't afford
We're talking about the private
Yes.
seawalls though.
So that's two questions
Yeah.
now, hold on, so yes, all of my residents want the city to come in and raise their
Yeah, well,
seawalls.
that's not.
We're not doing that.
No.
I'm talking about public,
City seawalls.
we're talking about public seawalls.
We're talking about city-owned seawalls. No one's talking about those. We're talking about, well, that's a whole different issue, but the point is that there are some city seawalls, we have a program moving forward on that, but I'm hearing more about sidewalks, being able to connect to schools and being able to connect to grocery stores, and people just talk, they're tired of walking in the middle of the street and being attacked by vehicles. So my thing is, let's not, I agree with seawalls and I agree with roadways, but let's not lose sight of sidewalks, that's all. And let's
We
not-
also have a philosophical question within that too, Mayor, and we addressed this a couple of years back, and I don't know where we are on it right now, so.
Private sidewalks.
Well, right, so the idea is you've got sidewalks that have been displaced by roots, right? Now, the question is who planted the tree 75 years ago? Well, we don't know who planted the tree. It's the property owner's tree, did the city plant the tree? We have no idea who planted the tree, but the sidewalk is up like this. So, what do we do? So is the city going to take ownership? Because right now, we fix the sidewalk and then we assess the property owner for the repairs of the sidewalk. Are we going to say we're gonna take ownership of all sidewalks and repair them?
We don't assess property owners. At least not that I'm aware of.
Then we don't assess property.
Did we stop doing
owners.
that? I know we talked about that a couple years ago. Did we stop doing
I
that?
don't
Yeah.
think so.
Okay,
I
because
think
we used to-
that
I
changed.
think we changed the
Yeah.
philosophy.
Did
We used to charge the property owner, now we.
So then we get into a question now, are we going to build sidewalks for people, or are we going to require developers when they're doing development to build the sidewalk?
Which is what we do now, and
Which-
which is why we have these sidewalks to nowhere.
Which is why we have
Yeah.
the sidewalks to nowhere, exactly, so, so how do we reasonably apportion that? I'm gonna come and fix the sidewalk in front of your house, but I'm not gonna build a sidewalk in front of your house. Like, where's the equity there, is kind of the question.
So we do have a presentation that's pretty detailed for tomorrow's conference meeting.
Okay.
And those are really great questions. Yeah, but as far as this goes, if I have kind of consensus on doing either a line of credit or a small bond issue, we can come back to you as far as what the allocation would be between seawalls, sidewalks, and roadway resurfacing.
Okay.
And we can bring something back to you on that.
The only thing I'll say is philosophically, I'm more in favor of a GEO bond.
Yes.
And the reason for that is I want the residents to vote on what we're gonna fix.
Yeah.
And if they don't support this and are not willing to tax themselves to fix it, I don't wanna impose it on them.
So in this case, like I said, we're only taking the amount that we've allocated
Right.
for capital
I'm good with
and
that.
doing it to, just like I said, jumpstart some with an eye to, yes, let's go out. But we have to kind of be very strategic, right, about
Right.
what we put in a
About
geo.
what you put in
And I'm gonna be very interested in looking at Pines
Mhm.
and see how that happens and what went well and what maybe didn't go quite as well when we put together our
Okay.
plan. So I think it's
It's a good head start.
Yeah, I think so. So
Okay, alright.
so that's helpful.
Okay, so, hold on, if you could just go back a slide so I can just track this a little more. Okay, so what you're suggesting is $60 million bond.
Line of credit,
line of
small
credit,
bond,
Small
whatever.
bond, not GEO.
Right.
GEO bond, right. Okay, and the 60 million would be allocated in some form or fashion to roads, sidewalks.
And we'll bring it back to
And
you. And I'm
seawalls.
gonna
The
maybe
apportionment.
focus
Right.
on seawalls that are, shovel ready.
Sure.
The roads are, like I said, the easiest of all these to implement, and we do have a roadway master plan with priorities
And it's the broadest use, everybody uses roads.
yes.
Yep. And so the 60 million, would that be for the duration of the length of the bond?
30 years. Yeah,
30
I mean
years.
the numbers I gave you were 30 years.
30 years, so you're looking, roughly 2 million a year in terms of.
Four.
4 million a year in terms of expenditures.
Which we already have in the budget,
To pay for the.
in the capital.
Right, but I'm talking about the capital expenditure on the infrastructure work. Be about 2 million a year.
60 million.
No, 60 million upfront, we repay it with that, like a mortgage of 4 million a year.
Great, so 60 million over the course of
30 years. But we'd get
30
a lot
years.
of these projects done in,
You're both saying different
4
things.
years, 5 years, when it gets done.
Yeah, so let me, I was understanding you're wondering how long it's gonna take to do the project.
Exactly.
We would get that money now.
Yep.
To
So
like
we got
upfront.
60 million now, so we deploy the 60 million.
Yeah, and maybe in
2
4
years,
years,
3 years.
5 years.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
How long would we spend the entirety of
The
that?
roads, we could probably, if you did 20 million in roads, we could probably do that in 2 to 3 years.
Yep.
Depends on how many asphalt companies you
Yeah,
put away.
and then seawalls, we have some that are almost shovel ready.
Yep.
So those, the construction of some of those might be another 2 years. Like I said, I think the thing that'll be the bigger challenge is the sidewalk program, and just getting the community input and prioritizing, et cetera. But I think the roads
Well,
and
tomorrow, the
seawalls.
presentation already have neighborhoods that are already giving us, so I think that's gonna be a good step
Yeah.
towards that.
But, so I'm gonna wait to hear your feedback tomorrow as it relates to sidewalks, and then we'll come back to you as far as what the spread of those kind of
So
three
you think we
things
have the
would be.
capacity to deploy $60 million in 5 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's very important to move forward on this.
I agree.
Very important.
Alright,
I'm all in favor.
you have consensus.
Yep.
Awesome,
Let's continue.
okay. I don't know what's next. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this to you.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Alright, I get to talk about the fun topics. So, EMS taxing district, we came to you twice on this. The first time it came as a recommendation from the fire rescue committee. Understanding that public safety's been a priority and enhanced service levels have been added in our fire rescue department. This would be a way we could fund ongoing expenses associated with EMS. So the estimated impact for full cost recovery, again, for a single family with residents this year would be about $455, and we can implement that 25% a year or whatever increments y'all would like. We just can't assess more than the full 455, which would be the full cost recovery. So as a reminder, this would create some transparency. It would only allow us to fund EMS related expenses with it. So that would be the benefit. It would be a millage rate added as a separate line to the residents' tax bill. And so we thought we would bring this back to you at this meeting to get direction. This is a time sensitive item. If we would like to implement it for fiscal year 26, we would need direction to move forward today. To create the district, you would vote on the actual rate in the allocation as a part of your July and then your September budget hearings. So
And I think we had mentioned that if you wanted to proceed, we could set up the structure that wouldn't require you then to put a millage associated with it come July. But it would keep your options open if that's something you're interested in doing. I think we provided just the one pager. I think when we talked a couple meetings ago, you'd asked for, I think, a one pager just that summarized this, and I think we sent that out.
Personally, I'm not keen on this.
Okay.
So,
My question pertaining to it, it's a large financial burden on, when you look at lower income homeowners. This is really taxing when you say could be $455 a year. And when we're looking at other items that are just continuing to go up, this would be a very, very hard impact on many of our neighbors. So where I'm going with my question, this compared to, what's the difference between doing the taxing district versus, a millage increase, Glassman has said a couple times today in this meeting that may be something we need to consider. So what is the balance or what is the comparison versus the benefits for taxing the district
What do we
or
say, like
doing
three quarters of a mil?
Yeah, so it's the same, the calculation would be the same because it's both based on taxable value.
Okay.
So yeah, it would be, whatever you implemented would be the same if you did it as a millage rate or as a dedicated millage rate for EMS. So it would be up to 3/4 of a mil.
Would generate the $53 million. And again, it could be
You're
some.
just relabeling it something.
Right, yeah.
So how do we do this where, cause I don't, we're being transparent, we don't just wanna switch the label, right? We wanna, is this the right timing for this? That's my question, is this the right timing for our community? We keep saying the place to live, work and play. Now, I won't be able to live nor play here, so what?
We'll just have to tighten our belts a little bit, because I think that we really, insurance costs and homeowners are hit with, does anybody postpone this? I hate to burden our homeowners with this burden, with this tax.
Is this being proposed just to free up money in the general fund? I mean, because right now, obviously, we are funding EMS services. So what is the main impetus for
I think it's the 3 men on a truck. If we're gonna increase our staffing levels in fire to accommodate the new complement of 3 men on a truck, we're gonna add significant numbers of personnel to the fire department. That's not built into our current millage rate, so how are we gonna fund that?
Yeah, and when the SAFER grant does expire, we're gonna have to,
And we got the new station coming online off Las Olas, and we're talking about another new station potentially up in Holiday Park. I mean, we've got new personnel, we've got to staff these places. When I was up in Jacksonville, we built a bunch of new libraries, and we never funded the staff to go into libraries, and they sat closed with the lights off for a year because we never budgeted money for librarians. So if we're gonna be building fire stations, we have the EMS station on southeast, 9th Street or 7th, 9th Street, right?
11th, southeast 11th.
Thank you. So we have the EMS substation on 11th. We've got the new one that we're building off of Las Olas. We're talking about, we got 3 new stations. We're looking at 3 men on a truck. We have significant increases in fire personnel in the next 5+ years that we're looking at. We gotta pay for it somehow, so it's either a millage rate increase, or it's an EMS taxing, it's something that's gonna have to pay for these people.
And this isn't an all or nothing, so if we wanted to say, hey, this will fund three persons on a truck, or this will fund the capital, you could do some portion of that. We talked about a phase-in implementation, but it could just be X dollars that are used to fund specific things as far as that goes.
Is the SAFER grant 3 years?
Yes.
And then how much does it cost us after the 3 years?
No,
It could be renewed.
4.6.
But it can be renewed.
I'm not sure about
I have not seen any of those similar grants that we've gotten
Just
that
like the
have
COPS
been.
grant.
Yeah.
The Clinton era COPS grant.
So it's 3 years, and then it's, you say 4.6 million?
Yes.
So in the 4th year from now, it's gonna cost us 4.6 million to keep the extra.
Yeah, but we don't know what our revenue contract, right?
I know.
This could be together of the station.
It's coming online.
Coming online.
Just think that we're slapping our people with another tax.
So ultimately, based on all the feedback we're getting from you today, we're gonna put it into our financial models, right? And we'll bring back, how much red are we looking at, and then give you some balancing ideas. But this again was one way, number one, to have a dedicated revenue source. And it doesn't have to be the 455, it could be some fraction thereof.
Yeah.
Or, a millage increase, yes, it would have the same impact as that, so.
My only thought is I consider the first, last, and middle job of government is public safety. Everything else is a nice to have. The only necessity in local government is public safety. So that's the first thing I want to fund. Everything else is less important to me than public safety. I think we need to make sure that our service levels are meeting the needs of the community first. However we get there, that's priority over everything else.
And no one disagrees with that,
what we're doing here is we're looking for another way to tax people so that, yes, just like with the fire suppression fee that we charge, now this EMS tax, it's just to shift money around. It's to.
But it's more transparent, I think.
It's transparent as to where it's going, but then we're just using that money to pay for something else. So, I mean, it's all the same thing. So
I think when so if we talk, the discussion has been about raising the millage rate, because at some point our increase in property values are no longer gonna be sufficient. They've been able to sustain our cost of government so far. But we haven't been adding, we've added some new personnel in fits and starts here and there, right? We added 16 a couple of years ago, we've added some here and there. And we've been able to do that thanks to all the new construction.
Correct.
But we're seeing new construction is slowing down because it's gotten too expensive to build, interest rates are too high. A lot of the projects, a lot of the developers are pausing their projects right now. You know, unless they're funded and coming out of the ground, they're hitting pause. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that, you know, on one hand, you know, there are a lot of residents who are going to be very happy that growth is slowing down. You know, I hear that a lot. But growth is also what funds the things that are important in our priorities in our community. So that's going to impact us. I at least want to be able to say to my residents, look, your costs are going up, and here's exactly why. It's exactly because I've just hired 10 new firefighters and I've opened up a new EMS substation, and here's where the costs is. The costs are in this, you know, special revenue fund, and you can see where it's going. Whereas, no, I'm just gonna raise your taxes, because nobody believes us when we say we're raising taxes and trust us we're gonna do good things with it, because government doesn't have a track record of doing good things with our tax dollars.
And it's a great sales pitch. What you're doing is you're tapping into the heartstrings of people who think that, no, we're trying to protect people better and we're trying to make the city safer. But we're doing that already. And all we're really doing is trying to find a hook on which to tax people. Instead of saying, oh, it's just gonna be a millage rate increase, it's just gonna go into the general fund. We're attaching a label to it that's you can wrap your arms around, because it's, you know.
I disagree, and let me say why I disagree. It's just like our fire assessment fee.
Yeah.
Okay? If the costs for the fire department don't go up, we don't need to raise the EMS taxing district assessment. Okay? Whereas your millage rate goes up no matter what. Your millage rate is tied to everything that happens. All the property value goes up, all the new construction happens. When you raise the millage rate, it hits across the board. If the cost of the fire department goes up 1%, we can raise whatever we're hitting in the taxing district by 1%. When you do it through a general millage, you're hitting everybody for everything irrespective. There's no nexus between what you're charging people and what they're paying for. We actually decreased our fire assessment this year because fire costs actually went down when we looked at it pro rata between fire response and EMS response.
So what part of the city would not be incorporated in an EMS tax district?
No, it's not that a part of it. If the cost for, let's say the general cost for the government goes up 10%, but cost for fire only goes up 3%. We don't have to raise the general cost 10% to cover a 3% increase in fire. Or vice versa, if for whatever reason we add a lot of new fire personnel and it goes up 15%, then we pass that cost along, but it's transparent as to why costs are going up 15%. Again, people can see exactly what they're paying for. We're disaggregating the cost of government into its component units. I know what I'm paying for. This is a la carte. As opposed to paying, you know, free fee, and you just pay one cost and you have no idea what you're getting.
That's a slippery slope, the a la carte approach, because there are a lot of things that are a la carte.
But at least I'm seeing what it is, because we're disaggregating the cost.
Okay. I mean, I just think you're slapping a pretty face onto it. And I think that whenever you're raising taxes, you can put a touchy-feely brand on it, but you're still raising taxes. And the argument, and hey, you don't have to agree. I mean, I understand that the demands on the city revenues are going to continue to grow. I would like to think that our income is also going to grow, but at the same time, I really feel that our homeowners are getting hit very hard right now, for reasons that are not our fault necessarily, because they have, in addition to taxes, they have insurance, they have all kinds of maintenance, there's all kinds of costs that are associated with homeownership. I don't know if we need to do that right now.
Well, we could actually cut the millage and offset it. You know, it's not a foregone conclusion that we keep the millage the same rate and then we just add the EMS taxing district on top of it.
Well, then you're netting zero, so where have we gained?
We can net zero and then move forward from there.
Well, didn't you say that we could still be flexible, but give you the ability to at least create some sort of structure or format, and then we could decide if we wanted to go forward with it, or if we did, maybe at a different amount, but what is it exactly that you're looking for? Aren't you looking forward to just see, we tell you, hey, we're interested in maybe just seeing what that structure looks like, or what do you need at this point? Because you said
Yes,
we're up against time.
Yep, so there's 2 readings of an ordinance required in order to create a special district. It's due back to the property appraiser's office on March 1st. So we have to do that with you all and advertise this publicly for the month of February. That would let the public know that we're creating these districts. They can come out and talk to you about them. The next step would be in July, you'd have to, if you wanted to set a rate, you'd have to set some sort of a maximum rate in the month of July.
But you wouldn't be required to. You could
You could set a rate of 0, right? So if you wanted to in July.
Can you adjust that annually, that rate?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a millage rate.
The concern, Laura's analysis that I was looking at, a couple weeks ago was our revenue in the city is not gonna keep up with service demand, and we're gonna be in the red.
Well,
So we have to.
Laura also said that these numbers aren't always real, and that, yes, I remember.
Damn it. These are estimates.
And they're estimates, and we usually are able to find a way to close the gap. And these are small gaps, so, hey, we may not have unanimous, it's okay. You all can vote for it, I just can't support it. If you all wanna do it, you go ahead and do it,
So
that's fine. I'm not gonna, we all not gonna agree on everything. So if the majority wants to move forward on that, go ahead.
I think we should have the structure in place, and we can, I think, set it for readings, and then in terms of actual percentage, maybe it's 0, maybe it's 0 for years. But to have it and then be able to talk to our neighbors about where they might fall within the.
I agree.
Okay. That's your direction.
So we'll set up the structure.
Yep.
And then we'll go from there.
Alright, is there anything else on your agenda that we have to talk about?
So, we were talking about a couple other things, but we're gonna move those to another time. And then it's just additional input for the commission on the priorities. As I said, we
Right.
weren't going to give you back those priorities today, but we wanna hear more from you. We've heard some as we've gone
I
along.
wanna give each commissioner a few minutes to discuss their priorities that haven't already been discussed. And so that we can either talk about it today or talk about it at a conference or some other time. So, sorry, District 1. Commissioner Herbst, do you have anything in addition that's been brought up?
Thank you, Mayor. So, in terms of what's been brought up, I won't belabor it, but, waterways are definitely a concern of my neighborhoods. Areas like the Landings, Bay Colony, they're concerned about the amount of debris that are coming up into their areas. So I'll just reiterate that. I know we're expanding the use of our sharing boats, but something that we definitely want to see more care taken towards the waterway, both in terms of the debris that's out there, but also the quality of it. There's also the issue with respect to how people are mooring in certain parts of the city. It's in my district, it's another district, so we need to be mindful of how people are using the waterways, especially in areas where we've got folks that are using jet skis and people are mooring their sailboats and staying there. I've got parts that have become basically a floating RV park, and that's not what we want to see.
How can we regulate that? Isn't that state jurisdiction?
So there's some state, so Chip Lamarca had introduced some legislation that was first utilized down in Hollywood. Relocations and then creating a system for making sure that they're pumping out, as we discussed earlier. So anyway, want to keep talking about that. One of the things, and this kind of bridges my district and District 2, but some of my residents have been talking about that area under the Oakland Park Bridge. And we need to make that a little more attractive. Right now, it's a scary place to walk under at night when you're coming up from
on the intercoastal.
On the intercoastal, yeah. So we're going to have that new hotel that's going up over there.
Is that going to happen?
That's going to happen. Yeah. So so as people are going to want to walk up and down that area, coming from shooters, it floods, but there's also, there's not really good lighting over there. It's not an attractive environment. So if you think of what we're doing down by 366 with Tavistock, how they're trying to activate that space under the 17th Street Bridge, we need to be thinking about doing something like that under the Oakland Park Bridge. We need to make that a less frightening place for people to be.
I see that they tore down that building.
They're half down now.
Right.
The marina storage.
Marina storage, yeah. What are they putting there?
I don't know what's coming there. I haven't
There's
been
not a
able.
project, so we had, the property went into receivership a while back, there's been some code violations for the state of the building, so they're demolishing it to comply with our violations for.
Okay,
unsafe
so
structures.
there's nothing planned for it? Okay.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
So maybe we could work with the developer to help put something attractive under that bridge there. Okay, thank you.
One of the things I hear a lot about, particularly up in the north end around the landings, is they talk about the medians and the trees. We get this on Bayview, on the north side. We hear about a lot on Federal, obviously, as well. It's just that one of the things that, and we talked briefly about it, very briefly, but people have this idea that, I drive a Federal highway and I drive through Boca and it's gorgeous. I drive through Fort Lauderdale and it looks shabby. And this is something that has been a discussion at the commission level for many years, long before I got on the commission. And it doesn't seem like we're making a lot of progress on it. And we need to think about how we look from a visual perspective. We're what did we just hear? We're the wealthiest congressional district in the state. We don't look like it.
So
we look third rate.
I used to have an office in Boca, and the difference between our city and Boca is that when they laid out their streets, they had a landscaping buffer on the sides of the streets. In our city, they don't have that. Our landscaping is in the median. So if you go up down Palmetto Park Road, you go down Glades, a lot of the landscaping is along the sides of the streets. The center of the streets have little landscaping. So yeah, it looks better because all the housing and a lot of it is shielded from the highway. But I think it's the way our streets were originally designed. Now, there are some streets in our city that are quite beautiful. I think that the state did a nice job on A1A. It's, mostly in your district when they created that median north of Sunrise. It was all the way up. I think they did a decent job. Andrews Avenue, the MPO did some great work on Andrews Avenue and Powerline. But where are the opportunities that you speak of that we can do better? I mean, 15th Avenue, where I live, it's you can't do any better. It's a beautifully lush, mature group of.
Well, those planters aren't looking so good.
Don't get me going on that. So.
They're working on that.
Yeah, 5 years. 5 years.
No, they're working on it.
When is the funding? 2028?
Yes, so the funding for the larger project will take a couple of years, but the NPU and the FDOT, but we will be taking care of the client.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before I crash into another one.
But we are getting a lot of complaints about streets. So, and that's why I'm glad to hear that we're gonna prioritize streets. I really think if we're gonna do that $60 million bond, I wanna see that get targeted towards streets. Because we just did the streets, and yes, we are not necessarily failing roads, but I know we went out there and we walked the landings, for example, and we realized, these streets are not in great neighborhoods, and these are folks who are living in houses that are very, very expensive, that are, their tax bills are ungodly high. And there's an expectation that we're going to maintain the roadways at least to a reasonable standard, that they're not riding up and down, roads that look like they were
the Coral Ridge area looks good.
Right.
The what's the next section above that?
Coral Ridge Country Club.
Coral Ridge Country Club. The estates, we've done some great work there. We spent
It's
a lot
not
of money there.
It's not when you're on Bayview. Well, actually, no. Bayview is seriously problematic. So ever
We
since
just
we
put
did
all the
this,
sidewalks, we put bike
and we put
lanes.
the sewer, and we
put
have
those roundabouts, it
we
looks
have
great.
constant dips in that road that we're having to fix over. That entire roadway is settling. And I don't know how are we gonna fix that? What are we gonna do on Bayview? We need to really redo the entirety of Bayview all over again. No, I'm not joking. It's collapsing.
Well, 18th Street, where I live, has those dips too because of the sewage pipe.
we have those, we have these little sinkholes that I mean, it actually serves as a speed deterrent, but,
We just.
Free speed bumps.
Mayor, if you think about this, we
Speed
just.
I've heard that before, that
Silver
in
lining.
my community, it's not acceptable, those are not speed
No,
bumps.
those are not speed humps, these are not traffic calming devices.
No.
So we did the $65 million redundant sewer line, and that neighborhood was completely blocked off for an extended period of time. We finally opened the road up, and we've experienced nothing but constant problems over there. Now, I believe it's David Mancini came out and did some.
And they continue to do it every time there is an issue.
Right, but it's an ongoing issue, and I don't know how much of it is related to the sewer line that we put in, and how much of it's just the nature of that roadway over there. It's both. So that's an ongoing problem. That's a significant road. I mean, if you go over there.
I go there all
How
the
much
time.
traffic is on Bayview? I mean, in fact, it should not have as much traffic as it does, considering it's a neighborhood road, but everybody uses it as a cut through.
It's pretty.
It's pretty, and also it goes from Sunrise all the way up to Commercial Boulevard and cuts back over, getting into Cypress Creek. So it's a great way for people to cut through and avoid all the traffic on Federal Highway. You and everybody else, right? They're all following you apparently. So, but no, Bayview and street paving is a serious problem, and I really want to see us prioritize that. Again, we've done a good job with the sidewalk over there. Some folks like it. They did a very odd job on it. It's all angular and it doesn't look like a nice curving, meandering sidewalk, but at least we got the sidewalk. But the other areas where we're having problems up there, again, is around the landings. We had a discussion about the bridge that goes over there. They did some work on it, and the abutments are collapsing. The canal over there needs to be dredged out. So we got some problems like that. But the other thing that I hear about a lot, and I'm hearing about a lot, and I've been sharing these with staff also, is, and this is nothing new, I'm getting $700, $800, $900 water bills again.
Yes.
Throughout the district, especially Imperial Point. I'm getting 4, 5, 6 of these every week. So something is wrong.
Well,
Yeah, there's no reason for people to have an $800 or $900 water
How
bill.
long is it gonna take us to implement these new water meters?
2 years. I have a new one in my house right now.
How's your water bill?
$20.
So actually, we have 15 that we installed last week, just to make sure that the systems are integrated. And then we're starting, it'll be 2 years to get the new meters distributed throughout the city, 60,000 meters.
But we are focusing on District 1 though.
Yeah, what do you call it, Imperial Point is
Yes.
first.
So we need to keep that up because I should not be getting as many complaints as I'm getting.
For some reason, your area is specific.
It's and this goes back to Heather, it goes back to Bruce
Heather.
before that.
I know.
So this is a long-standing problem. And then obviously we need to get Lockhart built. We need to get Lockhart built.
Let
It's
me ask you a
just-
question about that. So someone had came to me last week and they want to know if there's a place in the city to build paddleball courts. They want to.
Adele?
I'm sorry?
Adele?
Padel. They say everywhere in the world is paddleball, but in
Yes.
America is padel. So these folks wanted about 40 to 50,000 square feet to build not glass, but some kind of enclosed padel courts. And they wanted to know if there's any place in our city that could accommodate it. And I was wondering, is that something we can incorporate in Lockhart Park? Since we haven't yet fully designed the community center, can we make it?
So let me offer
What are
this
your thoughts?
suggestion. Yeah, so the answer is yes. I have an idea for this, and I'd actually reached out to the folks that did pickleball. What I would like to propose is doing an enclosed 2-story building, and take the existing 16-court site, and we go 2 stories. We could basically
16
double
court
it.
of paddleball.
So we could do 16 courts of pickleball on the ground floor, 16 courts of padel on the second floor. We also have that padel court building going up on Federal Highway in the old Sound Advice.
Yeah,
So
that's
they're
private.
building that. That's private.
That's
Yeah,
private, yeah. But
But if anybody's gonna be doing a P3, if they wanna come in and build an enclosed air conditioned
Right, that's what they
facility.
wanna do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll connect them to Carl. Carl used to here? Yeah. Sir. and we'll see if we can incorporate them because
So what we're gonna need is an unsolicited
yeah,
proposal for that.
yeah,
We'll
and I'll
need a
tell-
P3.
right, okay, I'll
Is this a new player or
yeah,
existing?
new people. In fact, it's gonna be a branded court and Fort Lauderdale was chosen as the only place, the first place in Florida to establish it. They have all over the country. So
As long as it continues to incorporate the existing 16 pickleball courts we talked about, I'm fine with adding 16 padel to the existing.
but you think in a second story structure.
Right, and since we've got a 2-story community building right next door, there shouldn't be any problem with the FAA, so.
Do you think we could put it in the community center same site, like maybe a second floor?
I think that building's already designed, I don't think.
Is it already designed?
We're at 100%, we're actually at 100% design for Lockhart.
Right, we're at 100%, the only place where we could do it would be on basically the open courts
Okay,
for.
alright, I'll bring it to their attention.
Okay.
And what's the status of the mediation with Inter Miami?
Meeting Friday, I believe.
Okay.
By the way, you notice that they've stiffed Miami. They're into Miami. So the city of Miami is denying them a master permit on their Freedom Park because they didn't pay them $12.5 million.
So I guess they're here for a while.
We may have them around a little longer than expected.
Alrighty, does that complete your comments?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Glassman.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I took a look at what I mentioned last year, and pretty much everything's the same still, so.
We haven't done anything?
No, I'm talking about, all of those are still priorities, you're very funny.
Okay.
I know, it's okay. You know, if you give it, you gotta take it, so it's okay.
Just ask.
I hear you. So all of that for fiscal year 2025, for sure, and a lot of the detail that I mentioned last year, the same. But I did want to focus on a couple of things that I've been hearing over and over. And first of all, I want to thank all of the neighborhoods in District 2. We had tremendous feedback from all of the neighborhood associations, so thank you for all of that input. And a lot of that I'm not going to get into today because it's really getting into the weeds, but we'll go over that in meetings with staff, and I'll be able to give you the real nitty gritty from each neighborhood. But on a 30,000 foot view, water quality I hear all the time. We've talked about it. I'm concerned about still that we're not making enough progress on one of our goals, the Himeshi Entertainment District, and a lot of our also discussion of entertainment districts in general. But we've got to get moving on Himeshi. It's been years and years and years of talk about cleaning up that area. It's going to be much more of a pivotal area as time goes on.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well,
What do you mean by cleaning it?
well, first of all, aesthetically, it doesn't always look good.
Yeah, but
It used to be a 24/7 active street where people would come and there were shops and there were people would have lunch and then people would go there, eat before they would go to the theater, and there'd be a lot more activation. Now it's really like a late night bar experience. It just needs some help, some attention. Luckily, that Association of Business Owners has come back again now to start working again. But I think we just have to help push. We had several workshops in that area, so I'm just asking us for a little bit more energy to do what we can, because I think it's just a really important district, especially as we see what's happening on Broward Boulevard. And we have plenty of notes and minutes and input, so I just think that it needs to be taken a look at. And we did have that discussion last year, but I don't think a lot has actually been done. That neighborhood right there, that Stable Bend neighborhood, is our city's only residential historic district. And these people are crying out for some help. It's very expensive to live in a historic district. Lots of regulation, lots of just difficulty getting things done. They did come together with a vision plan, so I'm really hoping that we can fund that master plan, which is the next step for them. It's really, really important. In that neighborhood, we have that beautiful archaeological site, the Tequesta site, Tequesta Park. We renamed it. Again, I was able to spend some bucks from our land acquisition to buy that park, that land. But we have, I don't know what the plan is. We need to figure out what we want to do. Hopefully something educational, something that educates people about the history.
Is this the Midden?
Yes, the Indian Midden. But I'd like to see us really do something there. It's important. Another project that's been languishing for 5 years, 6 years, even going back to when you were the district commissioner, Mayor, Breakers Avenue, that's just been hanging on there forever. And I'm hoping that the county comes up with what would be the gap there, but I really need to get that happening. We had several workshops also. These are things that are languishing. Sunrise Lane, we had a great series of workshops. We identified everything. All of the neighborhood there on the beach voted on what they wanted to see happen, but now there's no funding. So I don't know why we do things like that and then find ourselves in a position of, okay, now there's no funding.
I thought we decided with the funding we had, we were gonna move forward and start the project.
You're talking about Breakers or Sunrise?
Breakers.
Oh, I'm talking about Sunrise Lane now.
Going back to Breakers.
Breakers.
I thought we were gonna move forward on that and then we figured out where we get the rest of the money, because the gap is very small. And the funding opportunity, the funding source is identified in the county. So then we decided we're gonna move forward on design and construction.
Yeah, we've got.
You just keep nodding.
we've got different pots of money that have come together, all with different restrictions and different uses.
Right.
So we're putting up that plan together right now. We met with Vice Mayor recently to talk about maybe one or two major decisions that will determine if we have to redesign for undergrounding, if we keep the utilities as is but have them upgraded. So we had a series of conversations that are allowing us to put kind of the next steps plan together. I would say we should have a substantial update in 60 days. And also the surtax document, which could be that missing funding source, is getting closer. I believe that the term sheet was sent last week to the BCCMA, which then would allow the cities to give a final opinion on if we're ready to execute those agreements or not. So there's a lot of moving parts, but we are actively working on that project.
Thank you. I also wanted to talk about, again, I want to concur with what Commissioner Herbst said about the aesthetics of our city and just driving around and medians and conditions of medians and streets themselves. And I know that we have the frustration on A1A whenever the FDOT comes in and does a project, they just leave patches, asphalt patches and lots of gravel all around and cones all around, and it looks lousy. And I know we have those issues, but I agree that our city should have a higher level of just driving through and saying, wow, you know, the aesthetics of this place is really nice, and it just should be, I think, more appealing. I want to also talk about more financial incentivizing for historic properties, not just South Bend, but anywhere in the city. We have to do a better job if we ever want to keep any of these physical manifestations of our history. If we don't care, we don't care, but we need to figure out more to incentivize folks to maintain and actually keep historic properties. It's interesting that we had a discussion a little bit about medians, but then I have a neighborhood like Riviera Isles that actually would like to remove the medians that are east of the gatehouse on Riviera Drive. And they say it's a safety hazard, it's really a mess, they want some help, they voted unanimously to get rid of it, but again, we'll get into those details. But they don't even want those medians, so whatever. So, you know, every neighborhood has its own thing, you know that. And then again, all of these details I'll get into with staff because I have a lot of notes.
Who paid for those medians?
I don't know, so we'll get into that when we talk. But again, all of the issues we've talked about, infrastructure and homelessness are always at the top of everyone's list whenever I meet with the neighborhoods. And not in that order, it's actually homelessness and then infrastructure, you know, stormwater, flooding, things like that. And last on my list, I've been having a lot of discussions lately, not just folks from within our city, but also the county and other cities. I would like us to take a look at consolidating all of our arts and cultural efforts. The arts and culture, it's a huge economic driver, not just for our city, but for also cities everywhere. I think we're too scattered when it comes to our arts and cultural efforts. I mean, we have a cultural affairs officer. I would like our cultural affairs officer to have a real concrete budget. I would like all of our arts and cultural offerings, a lot of them come through Parks and Rec. I'd like them to be consolidated under the cultural affairs officer. I would like to see us to be able to work a little bit closer with Broward County when it comes to this. I think we can look at cities like Pompano Beach for what they do in terms of their arts and cultural efforts. You know, we are actually the arts and cultural capital of the county, but yet as a city we don't really do that much. We sort of rely on the county, we rely on all of these venues, but we don't do a lot. I know there's a lot to discuss with regards to the historic Westside Grade School in Selbo Fen, and that property that we'll have eventually that discussion. But I just think that we have to properly budget it. Every year we go through our budget process and we always have a lot of angst about how are we funding these not-for-profits, how are we funding these arts organizations. The Budget Advisory Board took it on one year and that was just really crazy. But I'd like to actually see a competitive process, a competitive grants process where we identify a certain amount of dollars as a commission. What do we want to spend to support arts and culture in our city? And then figure out, let the cultural affairs officer come up with a plan. Let he or she figure out what we are going to do in terms of what is that going to look like? What is that grants process going to look like? How are we going to make it competitive? This way, I just think that we need to organize it a little bit. Right now, it's a little bit all over the place, and yet it can be such a strong part of what
We did have a
attracts.
competitive process, we did have an advisory board, and we rejected all the recommendations.
Well, but it wasn't. The Budget Advisory Board, to me, as I was saying right now, I think anything to do with arts and culture needs to be consolidated under the Cultural Affairs Officer, not the Budget Advisory Board. They're just not experts when it comes to arts and culture. But yet I think that a Cultural Affairs Officer has that knowledge and has that experience. I just don't think that we're using that office in the proper way. As you know, I've mentioned prior to this conversation today that we need to revisit our public art ordinance, which I know we're doing right now because that doesn't make sense in a lot of ways. So we have these tools and we have this personnel, but I just think we need to step it up. That's about it for me. Thank you.
Should be significant.
Okay. Both John and Steve have really laid out some great things, and one thing I love about this opportunity, it really mirrors what needs to happen across the city. So just also adding to what are concerning and priority for District 3, want to have the opportunity where we put in place a opportunity for economic development, where we know that we have on the table Good Jobs, Great Cities, that program, seeing that move forward and really fund it and take off, because really don't know where it stands now that we have, Good Jobs, Great Cities. It came under the Biden infrastructure law. So with the new presidency, not knowing how and if that will continue. So what I'm asking is that we definitely look at funding that and not allowing this program to go under. So we can continue to look where we can move forward with that, given that opportunity to enhance to be able to employ individuals from our city that could also work in our city. And that's the great part about that. So looking forward to us looking into that where we can have that opportunity. Public safety, of course, is always a concern. I hear all the time we need more presence in our district. The law enforcement, they're doing a great job. A lot of the communities, they say they just don't see the officers unless they call for assistance. So however we need to do that, I know we're adding more officers to our staff, but also when we begin to assign and deploy them, make sure that they're in District 3 as well, so that visibility. And also talking about the security cameras, we talked about that earlier today. What does that look like? Is that possible to enhance our neighborhoods with security cameras as well? Infrastructure and environment, we're talking about the roads. Yes, that road paving, we know all of our neighborhoods need to have that paving. Like Mayor said, we're experiencing that, I call it the pop-up popcorn off of the asphalt. Now you're going down streets and it's no longer, it's just peeling off, it's just popping up. So paying and looking at the opportunity to fund and make sure we are able to asphalt the roads, repave them in our communities. Also, Sunset, our Sunset community, they are not included with the infrastructure for stormwater. I don't know how that happened, but they don't have anything. We need to add them to the master plan, that they are included in this opportunity. Because what we were talking about before, we're looking at 2034 to finish who's on the list. So they can't wait till 2034, they need to be included with our opportunity. Of course, the sidewalks, included in that conversation, the street pavement, I talked about that. Also, being able to look at opportunities for green space. We always can use more green space. There's some areas, if there's a initiative, we could talk with those property owners who are not doing anything with their property, but devising some type of program that would encourage them to let's utilize that land as green space. Education, we the city of Fort Lauderdale, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't located it. Do we offer any type of a scholarship for our scholars in our city that's mandated by the city of Fort Lauderdale?
So currently, no. However, the Education Advisory Board met the other day, and they're going to be bringing communication to you, I think at the first meeting in February.
Okay.
With a request, I think it was for $12,000 to do 6 $2,000 scholarship for Fort Lauderdale seniors. So
Okay.
they'll be asking that, and if we
Is
get
that based on
consent,
merit?
they'll put together whatever their process is, and I'm sure it would be a competitive process. But they're bringing communication at the beginning of February.
And they're hoping to get a match from the school board to the 2,000 free scholarships that we would do as well.
But yes, that is something that I want us to move forward on. So that's being discussed, so we can all talk about that more. Health and no, I'm gonna go with technology. Infrastructure, District 3, you all hear me talk about this continuously. We need to figure out funding for that underground wiring for connectivity, moving in a direction where even citywide, we have the smart city where Wi-Fi is available. We need to do this because it's really, really bad. For my home, I have bought the Wi-Fi enhancer, extender. That's not even working anymore. So I'm standing outside sometime midway the block trying to get connectivity. It's embarrassing when I'm talking to other elected officials in the city and the county that they can't hear me, and I feel like I'm in a time warp. I'm back in. Hey, can you hear me now? You remember that commercial? But this is something that is very serious, and we laugh about it here and there.
I don't know. I mean, we have Hotwire that's right in our city. They've come to me multiple times in social settings and said, when are we going to connect your city together? And so they do it for other cities. I know they just completed a project in Aventura. They're right here in our backyard.
So whatever we need to do to move forward that conversation.
I don't know where you go with that. I don't know which department that is.
Yes.
But I would certainly.
IT. And we've been in some conversation
I
one
think
on one
we've been
with
talking
that.
about that for a while.
Yes.
We need to
Yes.
What are they saying? What's the status?
Well, they were working with one concept that actually wound up falling through.
Hotwire?
No, it wasn't Hotwire.
What
Was it?
You're talking about Crown Castle,
Yeah.
or you're talking about the
I think it.
The one that they were doing in
Sci-fi. To make
Sci-fi?
Sci-fi.
that one. Anyway, so we had kind of gone down a road on that, and then that fell through. So they're working on some new concepts.
Yes.
And some new concepts with some providers or?
I had actually been working with Hotwire on doing a POC in Mr. Beasley's district. The most recent information was that the scope came out a little higher than what they were expected.
Yep.
So there may be some opportunities to maybe partner with them. It all depends on funding.
Okay. Funding from the city.
Correct.
And what's our projection or what have we allocated for that?
Nothing.
0.
And that's the conversation.
Okay,
right
what
there.
do we think we need?
What did you say?
Well, it depends on what the priority is. We had talked about doing a citywide fiber optic network that would, number one, increase our high availability with operations, right? Now we're completely dependent on one provider who's not been as dependable. Also the economic development, and then additionally, the underserved areas where there aren't investments in the infrastructure for high-speed access.
So to answer his question, what kind of number are we looking at?
Well, preliminary number that I had,
Range.
preliminary number that I had last year was 8 million.
8 million, okay. For the entire city.
Correct.
Okay. And is that provider still interested in engaging?
Most certainly, we have a relationship with that provider.
Okay, alright, so then what would be next steps, Susan, for that?
Putting together a plan and finding the financing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we should. And maybe that's part of the infrastructure piece we're kind of looking at.
And Mayor, during the infrastructure piece, I didn't get an opportunity to just talk about that CDBG money that I had mentioned to you.
I alluded to it in my opening remarks.
Yeah.
But you can talk about it.
Just, would you like
Are
me
you
just
ready to talk? Are
briefly?
you ready to talk about it?
Just briefly, yeah, the city got notice late last week, that we are gonna be the recipients of $88 million of CDBG disaster money. We are still defining what the box is and what is an eligible expenditure, and we will bring it back to you. But what caught my mind is, because some of these neighborhoods you're talking about were impacted by the flood, so there might be some opportunity there, maybe some homeless, so we're gonna be
Some of these
looking,
projects
we're
like
gonna
the
be-
wire, like that, plus the roads, plus the seawalls.
or maybe, so anyway, so we're, like I said, right now busy figuring out what are eligible expenditures.
Okay.
But we will bring that back to you, but it just made me think that that might be, something that could fit into that. Cause it does, I think, have to have some nexus to the disaster
Okay.
and disaster recovery, so,
What disaster are we talking about?
it was the flood.
Oh, April 23, okay. Which
It's
disaster?
been a long day, we know, it's been a long day. But with that being said, I do wanna thank Tamika and her team. They have been listening to me, they've been working on opportunities and, of course, the goal is to bring it back so we'll be on one page to get this funded
That's a great idea.
and make it happen. Because it's, it's not a look for Fort Lauderdale for us to be in this place. With that being said, that concludes my conversation.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Thanks, Mayor. Infrastructure, so I think we're heading in a good direction, like the bond funding line of credit, covering roads, sidewalks, and seawalls, and especially downtown with great needs there. Homelessness, absolutely, and continue to try to do a little bit of coordination and working on that as well as others. Public safety, so continuing to fund appropriately is really important. Good news, the Fleet Week, so if you remember, Fleet Week was in Fort Lauderdale, they lost it to Miami, they realized their mistake, and so they're coming back to Fort Lauderdale. April 22nd to 30th, 2025, April 22nd to 30th, so it's gonna be great. We're gonna have over 1,000 sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen here, involved in the community, celebrating, so forth. So they've asked the city if we would be able to provide a small sponsorship to them to the tune of $20,000, which would help with community events, engaging the sailors, seamen, so forth, Marines, Coast Guardsmen. They're gonna have community service, transportation, some activities and so forth. So wanted to see if there's willingness to support that from the city commission.
How much did Miami give?
I don't know. Well, they didn't, it wasn't the same entity that did it. I don't know if they did.
As long as we know what it's for.
Yep.
I know that the Tourism Development Council usually gives money to that too.
Mhm.
So we should find out what they're getting. I mean, depends on what the money is for. If it's to
It's
put on a
for
party.
welcome events for visiting military, local transportation, insurance costs. There'd be city engagement with, they're gonna go to Inter Miami and have some events there, then a naval scuba diver team at the aquatic center, so helping fund those kind of events.
Question,
Yeah.
when they were here before,
Yep.
were we a sponsorship at that level before or what?
So we had asked, and I don't think we had funded it in the past.
Yeah. Okay, at all, we haven't funded.
Not from the general fund, so I.
And I checked with I checked with FXC, and they did not either.
Part of the air show previously.
Okay, it was part, so to the extent we funded the air show.
There, okay, so for the air, if I remember right, the air show was like 75,000 or something like that.
The bid did, the bid.
How much do we sponsor the air show right now?
The air show is like 200,000? Yeah. Okay. So, okay, so it's a little smaller, so that's okay.
We'd like to see a proposal.
I can see a proposal.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll get you a
wanna see
4
it.
view proposal.
I wanna see a deck.
You wanna see a deck? We'll get you more information. Thank you.
If you get it to me and we'll
Get
make
it to
sure
you and
everyone
you can-
gets a chance
can read
to.
it.
Fantastic.
Mr. Rufus, with that $200,000 sponsorship, there's no way I can skydive with that. You gotta work that out. It's gotta be a way.
It's coming in steps. Obviously,
Baby steps.
There should be some pivot coming down, that
Yeah.
that parachute.
Golden Knights.
Red, white, and blue smoke.
we're able to have the Blue Angels team all of
Yes.
based in FLC, which means that tenants, the airport tenants, benefit from your fuel savings.
Understood.
So I'm working towards
Skydive, my only ask, I'll be able to skydive with the team that's coming down.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, great. So I'll get you more info on that. MPO, so I just went to the MPO orientation. And so as we touched on, and we're not surprised, the county surtax dollars for transportation are really not being used much at all. I learned that Broward County has significant limitations on how to use those dollars. So there's an amendment being written that funds projects that current cities currently have submitted plans for to the county. And I went through that list at the MPO meeting. We've had several projects, right? Looking at Ben and
yes, we do.
Ben
some
continues
projects,
to nod.
right? Okay, so when that is
Continues to nod.
keep nodding.
Good nod.
It's a good nod. Fantastic.
If you go to college, you learn to nod.
So it's critical that we continue to submit those projects, and then once this amendment passes, then they will be, all projects that have been submitted will be funded and we can drive forward. So good news, but need to, keep pushing on the MPO side. Okay, great. Tunnel, Mayor, I just want to check on commuter rail tunnel. Any news? I know you were.
I want to talk about that.
You're going to talk about that. Great. Tunnel. Great. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay.
So a few things. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today. This has been a great opportunity for all of us to get together and come up with our priorities for the year ahead. I'm glad we reached consensus on everything, one way or the other, and I think we've given staff a lot of direction on what to do over the next 12 months. But to add to what we've been discussing, I'm very concerned about the expenditures on the parks bond. At one of our previous meetings, we were alerted to the fact that so much of it has not been spent, and here years have passed, the costs have gone up. I think what we need to do is change our approach on this, and I'd like the commission to be apprised every 90 days of progress that's happening on each of the designated projects that the Parks Bond is intended to cover. I think that we're entitled to that, and I think the community needs to know what's going on. So that's I think a very sad situation that developed there, and it depletes the public's faith in us in terms of being able to spend that kind of money on things that they found to be very, very important. So we can have those regular updates. What's going on with our police station? What's happening there?
Anthony?
I see that the support piece.
Police
You
station.
can nod if you want.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll do that.
I saw that they
September of
support
26.
support beams
Or
have
25.
been removed, so what's happening there?
So they just got confirmation from WJE, which is our third-party engineer.
The second third party.
third-party engineer, who confirmed the calculations for the foundation work that needs to happen. So they're finalizing that, we should have that this week. And then the only thing left over is some additional work they'd like to see on the underside of the third floor roof. So the stuff that was covered up, that's fine, that's all working. They just need to work with Thornton Tomasetti on those remaining options.
Okay, so we'll have a breakdown of what the costs were and who's covering those costs?
Yes, so right now the deflection's in the $4 million range, but we haven't broken down by line item.
Okay.
And we've been meeting probably every other week, going over the budget and where we are, and we're meeting again tomorrow with the hopes of having just a report to you and with a budget amendment.
It's important to
In
note that
February.
deflection cost is not the only emissions in errors that have been identified. That's just the deflection. There's another 2 point something million in other errors and omissions.
Okay, and those will all be absorbed by the contractor.
So there's a clause in the contract with AECom that says 2%. 2% gets you to around 2.6 million that we would be responsible for if we follow the current terms of the contract.
Well, I don't understand that. They made a mistake, we have to pay for it?
It's in the errors. I've checked with Rhonda in the city attorney's office, and right now, unless AECom is amenable to amending the contract, we are gonna be subject to that 2%. Although we are in continued conversations with them about how to handle that differently, we're just not.
And we talked about
Wait, hold on.
bifurcating, go ahead.
Hold on, you need to start back up from the beginning, explain that to me so I understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, so in the AECom contract, there's an errors and omissions clause in section 9 of the contract. Section 9 says that the city is responsible for the first 2% of errors and omissions. 2% of the construction cost, which was 118 million and change. So that gets you to about 2.6 million dollars.
Why do we have this in our, why do we have things like this on contracts?
I asked
don't
Ron the same
understand.
question. I don't think anyone that's involved now knows the answer to that. This is language that has been included in every contract. But I've asked the legal team to look at just how we can rewrite that language.
Well, I
Yeah.
can't see
Contract
AECom
writing
doing
is
any more
horrible.
business with the city if we're gonna have to absorb any portion.
They have responded to some RFPs, so.
And we've met with them
Actually,
multiple.
let's talk, I'm sorry, I apologize. So with our Parks Bond program, where they were also the engineer of record, right? I assume there is a termination provision in that contract? Please look into that, let me know.
Yep, there is, and I think there's a substitution clause as well that we could
I'm
ask them to, as far as the 2%, financially, I mean, we've asked them to bifurcate it, right? That the deflection would be outside of that. But as Anthony said, there's probably another 2 million of errors and omissions financially. I think we wind up in the same place. We did try to tell them, hey, that it was a better look for them if they did amend the contract to bifurcate, but
Well, I think it's not good business for the city to continue to do business with somebody who shields themselves from significant liability. And there's no reason why the city taxpayers have to absorb their mistakes. They should be responsible. They've already padded their profit enough to be able to withstand any impact to their bottom line. And I don't see why the city has to pay for any of that. And going forward, if they think that we're going to accept that responsibility, I see no reason for the city to continue doing business with them at all.
I agree.
Alright. Alright, moving on.
Can I just ask one?
Yeah,
quick
go right
question?
ahead.
I wanna close the point. So one of the things that I keep talking about is whenever this does get repaired, when this gets Frankensteined all together, which I'm not happy about, but leaving that aside, I had suggested that we need some kind of longer guarantee in place. So I hope we're continuing to investigate that, because what are they saying, 10 years?
So they were saying 5 years, 27 months.
That's absurd. That is frankly absurd, because whatever construction defects are going to come out of this are going to manifest themselves over a longer period of time. So I just, please, let's not allow anything that catastrophically bad to find its way into a final solution on all this, okay? If something turns up in 10 years, I don't want them turning around and saying, nope, you own it, sorry. You signed off on it. It's gotta be just like the fire station where we signed off on it and we had problem with the AC and mold throughout the system and everybody said, sorry, you guys signed off on it. Too bad, so sad. I don't wanna find ourselves in that same situation. So please, let's just be mindful of, not repeating the same bad mistakes that we've done in the past by accepting substandard work and then finding ourselves holding the bag and the taxpayers holding the bag and our employees in a building that they can't occupy because it's unhealthy for them. It's just, we went through this with our firefighters. They were stuck in that modular unit for 3 years while we tried to figure out a fix for the air conditioning unit? I don't wanna go through that again. And if this thing continues to settle, and I know all the engineers are saying it's not, but engineers are wrong and stuff happens. And if they continue to settle and we have water intrusion through the windows and we have mold in the building, shame on us, shame on us. So please, let's make sure that we've got some kind of long guarantee or warranty in place so that taxpayers are not left stuck with the financial burden of having to repair this thing 10 years from now. It's gotta be longer than that. I can't emphasize that enough.
Okay, all right, let's talk about the New River Crossing. So, we have been making further inroads with trying to secure partners and trying to move this project forward. This past week, we met with folks in Washington, the Meridian folks who built the Miami Tunnel. They all flew in from all parts of the world to meet with us, and they are very much interested in participating with us, and will probably be someone who will submit an unsolicited proposal to the county to build the tunnel. They very much like the idea, and they're very excited about the possibility of being involved with it. So right now, we are scheduled to have a joint meeting with the county. Was it February 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And at the February 11th meeting, I would like to see two subjects, and you tell me what you'd like to hear. But I'd like to hear two subjects discussed. One is homeless partnership, how we're going to work with that, and the second is the New River Crossing, how we're going to get to where we need to go. At that time, we are going to ask a lot of hard questions about their figures, why it doesn't include a lot of the costs that are associated with their bridge concept. For example, the underpass under the railroad tracks at Broward Boulevard. We still don't have the numbers on that yet. Ben, when is the study supposed to come back on that? When is the study supposed to come back on the underpass?
For the recent grant we just got with the NPO?
I can't hear you.
We just got the recent grant with the
Yeah,
NPO, so
yeah.
it hadn't even started.
Yeah, so for Rail Crossing Elimination Program, that grant was just awarded a couple of weeks ago in December or so.
Right, so who do we?
That is a planning level analysis and then feasibility, there will be a next steps.
So tell me, is it gonna be in 2025, 2027, 2029? What are we looking at? Okay. So the important thing is that we need to, if we're going to have an honest discussion as bridge versus tunnel approach, we need to have all the facts and figures, and the county is not giving us all their facts and figures. They're hiding behind pretty pictures and all kinds of dialogue that really is not painting a true picture of what their costs are going to be. Plus, whatever their number is, they've got to also consider the life expectancy of a bridge, which is 50 years, and the tunnel is 100 to 125 years. So they've got to factor into their cost what a second bridge is going to cost in the year 2075. And I don't know what the cost is going to be, but it's not going to be hundreds of millions, it's going to be billions. And so they've got to accept that as part of their analysis, whereas we, with the idea of a tunnel, the cost is fixed. It's whatever it is that it's going to be built in this time frame. But the reality is we need to have an honest discussion regarding this, because I think this commission has already is now sent its resolution to them indicating the preference. We prefer an alternative. It was very, very sad to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors this past weekend, and I heard Pete Buttigieg give his final speech to the mayors, and I saw our opportunity for federal funding slip right through our fingers, because they were not. I worked so many years, even during when Trump was first president, the administration, promoting up the U.S. Department of Transportation to the idea of they were going to participate, how they were ready to write the check, and how people just came to Fort Lauderdale. We met with them personally. He says, "You got my money. You got your money. If you both can agree on this, both you and all just went to nothing." And I don't know how the county is going to build their bridge, because they can't build it without city consent. So we have to have a come to Jesus moment with those folks, because there will be no commuter rail through Broward if we don't have consensus. So that's the steps.
Right. What else were we working on in terms of, isn't BDO doing another evaluation or something?
Yeah, BDO.
Of the bridge.
Trying not to nod my head. Yeah, BDO is preparing
Another plan.
another report for commission. It'll probably be the second meeting in February, because the first meeting in February is with the city manager search.
Yeah, I was hoping we get that in a couple weeks.
We would have that before our meeting with the county.
Yeah, we might have a draft report.
Yeah, before the meeting with the
We
county.
will or we might?
We will.
We should have a draft report.
Because we
but
already
you're not
have it
gonna
before.
You're not gonna have time with BDO coming and presenting to you before the joint meeting.
I don't need them to.
So we
But
could
they
do
will come
individual
and report with you at the second meeting in February.
When will their draft report be in our inbox?
I do not have that date.
It's going to be before the meeting with the county.
Okay, before February 11th.
Yes,
Got it. Okay, great.
because they have most of it done already.
Okay.
Has the commission, Susan, has the commission seen what we were given? We were given by them? Have the commission seen? Has the commission got
What
the
they-
same
what-
booklet that I got?
No, we're not in receipt of that.
So why don't we give that out?
I'm not in receipt of that. I mean, we can ask them for it, but they needed to do additional engineering work to be able
Yeah,
to.
the booklet that I was handed over the weekend, that we never really.
The book we took, not the BDO report, but the
Oh, that was
presentation.
what we created.
Yeah, that's what,
Oh,
what we
okay.
took to DC was a presentation that staff put together.
Oh, okay.
We can forward that to the commission.
Can you give that to each of the commissioners? Okay, good.
Did you carry 5 copies back?
That pretty much encompassed the BDO
Okay.
report.
So I'm sorry, Mayor, when you went to DC, you met with whom?
Iridium, they're the company that built the Miami tunnel.
By the way, you see Miami is building this gorgeous new bridge, iconic with arches.
You
and it's
know
magnified.
what a nightmare it is? It's 4 years behind time. It's twice the budget, and it completely destroys the whole front of the Arch Center. It's
But it's iconic.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Mayor, just to get back to you on connecting FPL, so the agreement that was taken to City Commission back in December basically allowed MPO to continue conversation with the United States Department of Transportation, and it would be leading to execution of the agreement between the MPO and the US DOT. I know that I do not have a timeline for it, I will follow up with them on that, but I know they were expediting given the change in administration.
Okay.
It's
That's for the underpass.
That is
That's for the underpass.
Underpasses,
Yeah.
yes.
Another study for the NPO.
So federal funding, I mean, while we missed an opportunity, I think the opportunity remains for us to get federal funding.
Well, we don't, okay, but there are new people involved.
Right, new
Okay.
people.
But fortunately,
relationships.
I'm told that one of the Brightline executives is now moving over to US DOT.
Okay.
So there's some connection.
Great.
But also, Brightline is owned by a company called Fortress. Fortress was just bought by a sovereign wealth fund, which is good because we have connections with the city. They've agreed to set up a meeting with me and the executives from Fortress to talk about this because they want to be more engaged because they
Great.
want commuter rail. They know they're going to have to participate in some way to make this happen.
Great.
So these connections that we've been building over these years, maybe we can use that to our benefit. Also, the funding for the Build Back Better, what is it called? Build Back Better. Yeah.
Yeah.
That funding is still 2 more years. The money is still there, and so the possibility of getting funding is through that program is still available for the next 2 years. So I just want to keep everybody apprised of that. Let's see. I want to have a conversation regarding the Charter Revision Board, the things that I would like to see discussed. I mentioned this to the commission before. I'd like us to discuss the November versus the March elections. We did two election cycles 2 years ago. 4 years ago we did it, and this past election cycle. Did it work? Did it not work? Were we happy with it? Were we not happy with it? What are the pros and cons? I want to know if the commission is comfortable with the November election. If not, do we throw it back to the Charter Revision Board to secure public opinion opinion on whether or not we should bring it back to March or keep it where it is. I would also like the commission to have the opportunity to discuss whether or not Fort Lauderdale should move into a strong mayor form of government. I see a lot of opportunities that are missed because we do not have a strong mayor form of government. And I like all these things I talk about, maybe we should bring up at a conference meeting and have a separate opportunity to discuss this. And also staggered terms. Right now, it's by chance that some people are elected in certain terms and some people are not. And whether or not we should stagger them every 2 years. And that way we maintain a certain amount of continuity from election to election. And then anything else that we can think about that the Charter Revision Board should consider. The other thing I'd like to talk about is ISHOF. I'd like there to be a more concrete presentation by the folks at ISHOF as to what's going on there. What tenant confirmations do they have? What's their construction timetable? What's the deadline? I don't think we've had any concrete response from them at this point as to those three topics. So I think we need to know what's going on there.
And Mayor, we have that tentatively scheduled for March for a conference meeting.
Okay. I didn't know if those subject matters were going to be brought up though.
And doesn't that have to go through a site plan review process anyway?
The future, the phases, so phase 2,
Yeah,
yes.
the future, the buildings have to go through DRC, planning and zoning and commission, right?
Well, I want to know where they are.
Okay.
The
So
status.
we did phase 1 last month just to set the tone for the construction that's getting ready to start for phase 1. At the second meeting in March or first meeting in April, we'll be coming back to talk about the future phase, specific phase 2. They are doing a lot of redesign efforts right now because of the aquarium feature. And so I think that is probably what you're
That and also what other tenant confirmations do they have? Last time we voted, they said we needed to take that previous vote in order for the tenant confirmations to be secured. I want to know what tenant confirmations we have.
Absolutely.
And that's it.
No, that's critical because we're guaranteeing the debt on that
That's the
$200 million
point.
project.
That's the point. Yeah.
I always thought it was
So that's my back of the
One
back of
last
the
thing,
envelope.
I have one
list of
request.
things.
Can we increase the mayor's supply budget? Can we get him like a couple of legal pads or something? He doesn't have to write, so he doesn't have to write on
I just doubled it for him.
Let's increase his.
Hey, we're watching our budget.
Oh my God, the mayor's doing his part. My God, you are really doing amazing.
And just
Thank
on those
You never know when
leases,
you're going to get inspiration.
Oh my God.
we have stopgaps at various points of, so if they don't have the leases that are required to fund the availability payment, we could stop at phase 1, just as an example.
No, I understand that,
And
but
just so, yeah,
I'd like to be encouraged. I want to
Yes.
see it. I want it
Yes.
to happen. I want to put whatever information they have. I want to put it out to the public so we can get excited about what's going to show up there. It's going to be a great thing for the city to have a very activated peninsula at the aquatic center. So I'd like to see what progress they've been able to make.
absolutely.
Anything else? Is there anybody in the public who wants to speak? There being none, yes,
And
final
Mayor,
words.
just, a couple of things. We're gonna take everything everyone has said to us today and bring back what we heard in the conference meeting as far as what the priorities are and some action plans associated with that. Tomorrow's conference and regular meeting will be in the Abdu room, not our typical room.
Okay.
Because of the change from Tuesday to Wednesday.
Okay.
They had
That's
to
fine.
make a change, but
Thank you, Jack
it's the
Abdul,
one
for
that's
letting us use your
above the smaller conference room.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
that one, the Abdu
Okay.
one.
Anything else?
Thank you
everybody.
staff for putting all
Thank
this
you.
together. Thank you.